Hello and welcome to day 3 of the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships. And it's the final day of Rapid. In both the Open and the Women, 2 players share the lead, but champions will be crowned today. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Houska, and I'm here with the absolutely brilliant Grandmasters Peter Leko and off-screen Grandmaster Maurice, or Ashley. We'll of course be introducing him later, but I gotta say, today it is D-Day. It is the day where champions will be crowned. And Peter, the race, it is absolutely packed.
Yes, for sure. We have now Hans Niemann and Vladislav Artemiev leading the tournament, and when we looked at their road, it looked completely different, yeah, because Hans, I think, is carrying the momentum, winning many games, haven't really faced top guns yet. His big win was against Leko and Liam. On the other hand, Artemiev, every single round he was facing top guns. Who is benefiting from this? I think Hans, because he is, hungry and he has a shot at the title. Maurice, what's your take?
Well, I got to tell you, first of all, it's just a thrill so far to have been watching this, commentating, being with you guys. First 2 days has been magical. In terms of the take in the tournament, I think everybody's road to this situation has been so interesting, so different, so diverse. As you mentioned, Peter, you had this player in Artemiev who got really fortunate, by the way, against Arjun Erigaisi, but made his own luck and was able to win that game. And then, of course, you have the victory against Magnus, which was just a thorough beatdown when Magnus decided he didn't want to draw. Then you have Hans. And he's a big name, but then you have all these other names and interesting names. I mean, you've got like the youngster, Erdogmus, on board 3. Like, where did he come from, this young kid? And then you've got people like Ivan Chuk all the way down at board 12. I love it, the variety, the level of play, the great players who are here now. You got names like Fabi and Wesley all in the mix. This is going to make for an exciting finish.
Absolutely, I gotta say as well, because if Erdogmus wins, he's just 14 years old. Records will be broken.
That's insane. Sorry, that cannot be imagined. We saw Murzin win last year, and for him to follow it up, we can't imagine that.
That would be absolutely stupendous, and in the women's as well. At the minute, it's Koneru, the current 2024 World Rapid Champion. She's sharing the lead alongside Zhuzhina, who is one of the strongest women players in the world. Who will edge it out? Will they hold on to the lead? There's so many questions that are going to be answered today. But let's remind ourselves of the format, because it's a rapid. They're playing at the standard time control of 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. But we've already seen 9 incredible rounds of chess in the Open, and it has been 8 games of chess in the women's. And what's left today, it's going to be 4 games in the Open and 3 games in the women. Not too much time to decide everything. And then after that, everything gets reset, because from tomorrow onwards, it's the Blitz.
Yes, so many players whom I talk to, and they are not doing great. They already think about the Blitz. Yeah, let the Blitz start, because of course, yeah, if you are not fighting for something, then your mind automatically goes to another event.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's interesting you said that, though, because I was speaking to Levon Aronian at breakfast this morning. And Levon, I said, who are you playing? And he said, I'm not in it anymore. And then he said, but for honor. I said, that's a boss, right? No, he's not thinking, let me go and just let this one just be like, draw, 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 we're finished. And we only go to the Blitz. He's like, no. I'm Levon Aronian. I'm going to show you in the next 3 rounds that I can play. So that's cool that different players have different attitudes.
They also have a lot of money on the line, because take a look at this. First prize in the Open section on the Rapid is going to net you a healthy chunk of cash. It is 70,000 euros. It used to be dollars a long time ago. Now it's euros. Everyone got an upgrade. Second prize, 50,000, and third, 36,000. In the women's section, it is also a healthy amount of money at 40,000 euros for the first prize. Second prize nets 27,000 euros. You don't get a bonus for finishing third. And third is 19,000. But still, I mean, there's a massive amount of money on the line.
Yes, and it's always very important to see that even till place 10 and then from place 11 till 20 something, and because it's such an incredibly strong field, you are never guaranteed the top 10 finish, and whoever finishes in the top 20, top 30 actually has a wonderful event.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's type of events, as we saw there, where there might be tie breaks, where there's going to be issues, like sorting out who's going to win, what amount of money. And we have Charlize, who is with the chief arbiter, ready to break down for us exactly what is going to happen in case of a tie.
We are live in the playing hall for the final day of the Rapid World Championships, and I'm joined by Laurent Freyd, an arbiter who's going to explain to us what's going to happen in the event of a tie. We're going to have tie breaks, right? So no co-winners happening this year.
Absolutely. So in case of a tie, for women it's very easy. There will be only 2 players selected in case of a tie, and they will play a mini match of 2 games, Blitz 3+2. In case of a tie, a sudden death. In the Open, in case of only 2 players, it's the same, except that if there are more than that, all of them will be qualified to a knockout, and the knockout will be directly a sudden death match every time.
Wow.
So it should be very fast and a lot of spectacle.
Yeah, very fast, also very fun to watch for the spectators. Tell me, this is a huge tournament. Laurent, you've obviously been at the biggest FIDE tournaments, working as chief arbiter most of the times. How smooth has this one been?
So far, so good. That's my first time as a pairing officer, actually, and I'm really enjoying it. The team is great, and yeah, we didn't have a major incident, so I hope it continues for the next 3 days, and everything will be perfect.
Well, let's hope so, and let's hope for the exciting chess that we're about to see today. 2 new world champions today. Stay tuned. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize, there with Laurent Freyd, who is the pairings officer of the event. So he knows exactly all of the rules. He knows what's going down. And he said it there. He said that there's been a small change, especially when it comes to the open tie breaks, that in case of more than a 2-way tie, then we're going to see like a knockout tournament with sudden death, where, you lose, you get eliminated. And it's a brutal, cutthroat form of chess.
I got to say, as someone who was calling the action last year in this event with my dear friend Yevgeny Miroshnichenko, we were stunned when at the very end there was a tie agreed on by the players for first place. That was quite a shocker. It was a dramatic series of games where Magnus seemed as though he was going to dominate, and the Nepo came back in miraculous fashion, and then it was draw, and then the players huddled together and said, we really don't want to play each other anymore. And FIDE agreed. I think that was a fiasco for them. And they said, you know what, that's it. No more of this business. We're going to make sure that there is a decisive winner and make it as cutthroat as possible, which is what the fans want. The players maybe we can spend the money and the title. The fans are like, no. We want to see blood.
Yeah, you don't want what we call a hot chocolate moment where everyone's a winner. No, we want to be seeing that there's someone there on the podium with a gold medal.
Yes, for sure. And I also remember I was commentating the 2021 Warsaw Blitz and Rapid. And then in the Rapid section, finally, there was a 4-way tie with Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Janja Pominaci, and the very young Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And Fabi and Magnus were eliminated from the tie. That was also a shock for fans, everyone, because, okay, we want to see them. And then if it's an arm, whatever, the players need to get the chance to fight for the title if they have.
Yeah, and just to clarify, because this is such an important point, let's take a look once again at the tie-break rules. Because if there's a 2-way tie, then that's relatively simple. That's just simply a 2-game blitz match, which if it's still tied in after those 2 games, then everything is going to be decided by sudden death. By sudden death, we mean that the players actually go to a little room alongside the arbiter, and they will make bids for how much time they want to play on the clock in order to guarantee themselves the black pieces. Now, you want to be playing, you might not want to be playing, but if you play black, then you do get draw odds, and then the player with the white pieces begins with 4 minutes. They get a 2-second increment per move. And it does mean that white is in a position where they have to win. And in the case of it being more than two people tying for first place, then we're going to see that knockout tournament where sudden death matches. And when it comes to the women, everything's a lot more clearer. There's not going to be a knockout tournament. It's just the top two on the list. They go and play a match.
Yeah, it's how it is. You always have to find a way to decide things. I think that fans will love this Armageddon kind of stuff. Yeah, because that's an extra show. After treated to 15 brilliant runs of Rapid, then you get something for free. Come on, bring it on, no? I mean, 8-way tie. Let everyone get in the mix and see who gets out on top.
I got to say, I hate tie breaks based on points. You know, Sonnenberger, but whatever. Nobody wants to see that. Do something. I don't care if you've got to go outside and like find some rocks to throw, or I don't care what it is. What's your tiebreak system? Somebody's got to do something. If you got to arm wrestle, whatever, do something. People want to see you battle it out to the finish. That's what they want to see. And for you to say, okay, this situation where Magnus and Fabi are out even though they tie for first. I mean, what kind of business is this? How am I getting knocked out based on some random numbers, luck of the draw? No. You got to do battle, and that's what we want to see.
And the battle is on, and is on for gold place. But let's take a look at the previous champions that we've had so far. So these are the ones from the last 10 years, and one person stands out here, because he's won it in the last 10 years 4 times. He's actually won it 5 times in total. And will it be Magnus's year once more? Will it make it to number 6?
Could easily be, but we have seen the competition. It's crazy. There are so many players in the mix. Honestly, personally, I also very much love the fact that we see Alexander Grishuk, Vasily Ivanchuk, and Vishy Anand there as champions.
By the way, you look at this list, you say, will he make it? All these champions, except Vishy, are playing here right now. Right? So it just shows you've got past champions. Any one of these, you say anyone can win. Yeah, all of those did win, and they're here at this event looking to win yet again. So he's got his hands full. And then you got a lot of other hungry wolves down in this event. One, Artemiev, who already smacked Magnus. But you know Magnus is looking to say, no, I can make this comeback. He'll have a tall task, though.
Yeah, and just also to point out that Nordebek Abdusattorov, I mean, he shocked the world when he won this event when he was just 17 years old. He's the current record holder in that respect, but he's there in second place. So who knows what's going to be happening? And it's equally confusing in the women. There's really nothing clear-cut happening there, because at the minute we have 2 co-leaders in Humpy Koneru and Zhu Jiner. And Humpy Koneru, she is last year's champ. She's won it twice already. Will she make it 3rd time lucky? That's a big question.
Is Anastasia playing here?
Yes,
I think she is. Yes, she is playing, yes.
So that means all the champions, all these players are playing
Are
also at this event. So we've got a lot of experienced winners of this title, and they're not thinking I'm intimidated. Been there, done that, want to make a run again.
Yeah, and for Humpy Koneru, she'll be absolutely making history. I mean, just imagine the welcome she will get when she comes home, winning a 3rd crown. You know, she's an absolutely sensational player. She's a legend of Indian chess. So we'll see whether she makes it to 3rd time in a row Women's World Rapid Champion. Well, we've had 9 rounds of action in the Open. We've had 8 rounds of action in the women's. Let's remind ourselves of the standings. What is the state of play as we enter into round 10? In the Open, it's a 2-way tie at the top, as we've mentioned many, many times, but it is between Vladislav Artemiev and Hans Niemann. But look, Peter, who is chasing them, because half a point is the slimmest of margins.
Yes, and half a point is absolutely nothing here with with 4 rounds to go. Magnus Carlsen is starting this distance, playing against Alexei Sarana. Abdusattorov playing against Erdogmus. It's like everybody is facing each other, and then all the guys look at the names with 6.5, 1 point behind. If they win 1-2 games in a row, they will be already maybe sharing the lead.
I would point out that Magnus's expected result is probably another half a point ahead of the 2 players ahead of him now over 4 rounds, right? And maybe a smidgen less, just based on rating. Magnus should catch them. Right? So they can't just have that attitude like, oh, I'm just going to draw the rest of the way. This guy will just catch you and blow by you if you have that kind of attitude. And then there are the other players, of course, who are looking to win as well. As we look, we see a first move about to be made.
On the board between Magnus Carlsen and Alexei Sarana.
Magnus, I can see, is entering now as I look down, shaking hands. And I believe it's actually Jan Buettner who's going to make the first move, the CEO of Freestyle Chess. He's right there, the tallest one you see in the back, standing right next to Arkady Dvorkovich, who is the president of FIDE. We also have Viktor Bologun on the left, and the organizer of the event, Mohammed Al-Muhalla. Mudakha is what the actual name is, sorry.
My favorite. Now?
There he goes. It's not a freestyle position, so
yes.
A little standard one there and a natural first move.
Wow. And I think this is also a historic picture because Jan-Henrik Buettner standing next to Arkady Dvorkovich, the FIDE president. E4, D5 played by Mohammed. Well, it's not going to happen. Definitely the Scandinavian will not be happening.
Well, in the previous encounter in 2023, Magnus began with C4, and it was actually a spectacular game. But it is a Sicilian. No Scandinavians on this board, and out the bishop comes, and Magnus delaying d4 for the while, but now he's coming d3. So the game is going to take in a little bit more of a locked-in formation as the players just complete development before just exploding things in the center.
Unfortunately, my board is still showing that d5 Scandinavian on board 1, so let's hope that that gets addressed shortly.
Yeah, and well, there we've got a really good view of exactly what is happening. And the bishop on c4, it's bearing down on the pawn on f7. It's a nice piece, and the game is gonna develop very quietly just for a few moves, and then things are gonna start to liven up as Magnus will then start to try to initiate some advances.
And Jovanka, do you know who plays this third move, bishop c4? Whose trademark is this? It's Mickey Adams. Mickey Adams loved this slow maneuvering games. Third move, bishop c4. I used to play it in my childhood, but I was playing it with more aggressive intentions, which does not work already. And this D3 the slow kind of approach, very much in the spirit of the Ruy Lopez Spanish, is the way to treat it.
Yeah, it is an interesting approach there. And Mickey, very much a legend of English chess. We kind of call him the spider because he creeps forward, weaves his web, and before you know it, you're stuck.
I understand we want to follow this game because it's Magnus, but there is a board 1 game between two leaders right now that we probably should jump to, the game between Artemiev and Hans Niemann.
But maybe before we dive into the actual chess, maybe we can take a look at the pairings, because we have been simply admiring what is on offer this round, because it is simply sensational. We have Hans Niemann against Artemiev, as you mentioned there. Maurice, these are the co-leaders facing off against each other. But we have on board 3, Nordebek Abdusattorov against Yazkan Erdogmus. And remember that one? That was a whole like 8 hours worth of chess in the Grand Swiss. And it just continues. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Gukesh, and all the way down number 6, Max Sudlu against Shakariar Mamedyarov. I mean, we are in for a treat.
And 2 former world champions, Ivanchuk against Dubov on board 12. Sensational stuff. The champion of 2016 against the champion of 2018.
Yep.
Fabiano is playing black against Yesipenko. Crazy pairings. Which board we're going to jump to?
But before we do that, let's also take a glimpse at the women's pairings as well. And as we mentioned, It's two co-leaders, Humpy Koneru against Zhuzhina, and they are facing off against each other. Zhuzhina, she set the pace. She raced to 4 out of 4 on the first day. She slowed down a little bit, and Humpy Koneru, maybe she's going to utilize that momentum that she got from an outstanding day 2. And also drawing your attention to board 2, Hamdamova, still a teenager, playing off against Alexandra Goryachkina, who hasn't yet won a world title.
That's surprising. Pretty sure she's one of the superstars in women's chess, and you'd expect her to have won one of these with all those up for grabs, but I think it's kind of basically a matter of time. Maybe her time will come in this event.
Maybe her time will come. All will be revealed today. And now, now let's dive in and explore some chess.
Yes, well, I'm already looking at the Hans Niemann Vladislav Artemiev game. It's a slow kind of Italian. I think Artemiev is doing extremely good job of picking an opening line which is extremely solid, and he might be able to play faster because you don't want to do the same thing against Hans Niemann in such a critical moment in today's first game that you start to think 10 minutes in the opening. That was yesterday. It worked to perfection. Great. You shouldn't be repeating the gambit that worked for you already before, because people will be ready psychologically.
And I got to say, Hans, well, this angle, he looks, I'm not sure. He has some of the more cryptic faces whenever I see him. Generally speaking, I think he has a look sort of not so hidden disgust. Like he's thinking, yeah, I'm here to beat on people, and I'm not going to respect you that much. Right now, he looks like he didn't get enough sleep, maybe a little bit tired. I'm not really sure. I'm not going to guess at it. But what I do love about Hans is his fighting spirit. He's not somebody who comes to the board looking for a draw pretty much ever. Like, every game fighting white or black, and you can be sure he's thinking, this win right here would be amazing. Let me go all in and try to destroy this guy, because probably he's playing Magnus next round if he wins this game. I mean, odds are very high. So he has to be thinking, I'm just going to have to go basically all in, like this is almost a championship round.
For Hans Niemann, you know, it's been a tough few years psychologically for him, and he's really had to battle through a lot of the criticisms and the skepticism, and there's a lot on his shoulders. He's got a lot to prove, and I have a lot of admiration for the way that Hans has conducted himself and the way he's just let the chess do the talking.
He said chess speaks for itself. It has been tough. Obviously, there's some issues that have come up for him because of the whole scandal. That could have broken a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people could have just been broken. But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, they say. And whatever you think about Hans, he's must-see TV. And he's also shown that psychologically, he is a fighter. He is a fighter. Love him or hate him, the young man is a warrior, and you can expect that every time he plays.
But now he has a problem. He has a problem because it seems like Artemiev is fooling everyone. Yesterday, by playing slowly, now he is blitzing out preparation, and it's a direct confrontation in the center with d4, d5. I feel like this is typically a position where, you know, if you are ready to enter this position, it means that you should have studied it. And if you have studied it and you came to the conclusion that it's fine, and we are seeing, well, actually it was knight takes e5, but okay, we are getting to the same position. So knight e5, d5 was played, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, d takes e4, a lot of liquidation happening, and a weak pawn on e4, a weak pawn on e5, but white has not yet developed the bishop to c1, so there are back rank issues for white to deal with. That's why the bishop goes to f4. And the big question is now, how do you get rid of this this problem of the e4 pawn? What is the justification? Sometimes there is this idea of pushing e3 and trying to dislocate the bishop, and then the e5 pawn will be vulnerable. Jovanka, do you?
It's hanging, right?
Yes, but what do you make of this different Artemiev all of a sudden?
Yeah, I was going to say he's now got more time than when he started. I mean, this is most unusual. And so the problem there for Artemiev, though, he's going to spend some time now because he has to figure out how is he going to hold on to the e-pawn. And
yeah, my instinct was queen d3, a very sort of obvious move. I think every one of us would just look at it to make sure it was good. And it turns out that it is good, according to the engine. Queen d3 is the ideal way to play in this position. So we'll see if he prepared that as well. We know that if the pawn's liquidated in the middle of the board and just disappears, all the tension usually is just going to be equal. And given the pawn structure, as we see here, it's just a basic pawn structure that Black has no weaknesses anywhere to speak of. Has already even made Luft, which White hasn't been able to do as yet. So I think that this position is something that he'll work on. I don't think it's that dangerous for him. And if he can settle it down, then he'll make the draw and move on. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be other people catching them if they get stuck at 8.
And talking about other people, I would love for us to change direction and go to game 3 between Nordebek Abdusattorov against Yazkan Erdogmus. First of all, Yaz, just 14 years old, could be making history if he wins this event. That's maybe running through his head, but he has to focus on the game because the English school of chess, as we like to call it, which is basically just to go h4 in any old position, has made an appearance. H4, H5 on the board. What do we make of that?
Well, trademark Nordebek Abdusattorov. He's a very energetic player, always looking for the most combative way of putting his opponent under pressure in order to even understand how did we get here, because it was a kind of Queen's Gambit, Carlsbad structure reached quite quickly from c4, e6, and d4, bishop e7. Takes on d5, bishop f4, c6, e3, bishop f5, a very solid way of making sure that you develop that so-called bad bishop from c8 before White gets the bishop to d3. White clearly does not want to take the light square bishops in this position. So White immediately says, you know what, yeah, you are solving your problem with the bishop, or you were thinking solving it, but let me try to harass that bishop. That's how we reach knight g2, knight d7, h4. Already now starting to play knight g3, bishop g6, h5, trapping that bishop. So knight gf6 happened, ignoring the threat, because after knight g3 he retreated the bishop, but then the bishop leaves this b1 h7 diagonal, which means that the white bishop can be developed to d3. So already a very fighting position. Castles h5, knight b6 on the board. Reach the current situation. Clocks tell the story. Abdusattorov has been blitzing out his moves, and Erdogmus already spent something like 7 minutes. So he's not that familiar. Okay, he's 14 years old. He cannot be familiar with every single opening and every single idea.
No. And h4 somehow always comes as a surprise. Even if we know everything, it still feels like it's breaking the rules, which is why I like this so much. But how far is that pawn on h5 going to go? Is it going to step up to h6, go the whole way, and then, just continue with development as if nothing happened?
Yeah, but if you include h6, g6, then suddenly the knight on g3 will feel stupid. Yeah, I feel that he more wants to use the f5 square for his knight, and then later decide, for example, something like queen c2, knight f5, even opening up the way for the g pawn, like to start marching forward, and then suddenly Black will have some tough questions answering how do you deal with the h7 pawn. I feel that this is maybe the biggest threat, but he goes f3 first. Wow, what is this f3 exactly? It's a typical move in this type of positions, but I thought like Black probably wants to play bishop d6 anyway, trying to ease the pressure, trade down the dark squared bishops.
I actually really liked your knight to f5 immediately, because when you started talking about opposite side, wow, I ran with your idea and made it g4 and opposite side castling. I thought, oh, hello, this is interesting. But okay, but f3 being played. Okay, and you have some options here. You've got a bishop d6. You've also got knight c4 as well, because he's just played knight b6 or knight c8 in order to get a knight to the d6 square.
Yes, and for me the big question is like exactly after f3, how is Nodiabek intending to meet bishop d6? Yeah, that's my very first question. That is he maybe even planning to play very slowly and move the knight back from gc to e2 and then trying to slowly go g2, g4? But it feels too slow. Strategically, I understand it, but I just don't have the feeling that we have so much time. After all, Black has castled already, and he plays h6. Another very surprising move.
Interesting, because I was also expecting maybe direct confrontation, you know, because I have a general rule, which is when you meet f3 with c5. c5 is kind of like an optimal pawn break.
Yes, and White's king is still in the center, and not just one move away, because White definitely does not intend to castle short. White intends to castle to the queen side, and then he still needs the queen c2 move. So I'm in the dark, and the move h6 shocks me, to be honest. Maybe it's a very deep move. Maybe there was some hidden idea which Erdogmus understood, but
The
for me it's
injured actually
mysterious.
gives h6 as the top move.
Wow. Wow. And can you just ask him what happens after bishop d6? Why not bishop d6?
Bishop d6 is met by h6, continuing.
Wow, and g6?
And g6, then anything. It's not worried about the structure at all.
Incredible.
Yeah, not at all, in fact. But, I mean, as h-pawn advanced, we see with the alpha 0, it's something that instinctively is not in our bloods from back in the day. I mean, we've seen h4, of course, but now everybody's playing h4 in almost every position and just putting the pawn on h6 and letting it be a terrorizing effect, have a terrorizing effect on the position. But these kids, that's all they know. I mean, alpha 0 winning when? 2019 or was it 2018
already?
That's half of his life ago. So he grew up playing chess in the Alpha 0 era and is not at all confused by this kind of newfangled type of play. So he got the memo quickly. He's like, h6 is going to be on the board. You're not putting a pawn there. And he knew immediately that that was the best move. A very interesting development in the Magnus Carlsen game. Magnus sort of handled, or I'll say mishandled the position a little bit, gave his opponent a chance right here after this move, queen c7. His opponent is now able to play the move e5, and Magnus played rook e1, which is a little bit of a miss, because e5 now was possible, and Black would have had a wonderful position. Instead, he played one tempo waiting move with his rook as well, and Magnus on the previous move should have played what he played on this move. Bishop takes c6. Get rid of that bad boy so that you can play e5 and expand in the structure with d4, and now we have a capture and knight d4, and White's position is starting to look sweet. This bishop is blocked. That pawn is going to be annoying for a long time. Queen c8 played. Now all Magnus has to do is play bishop f4, and this pawn is just going to be a bone in the throat for a long time. So right now, the world's #1 player looking very good indeed.
Certainly looking good, you know. I would say that Serrano is the kind of opponent that brings out the best in Magnus. Magnus that kind of understands the dynamics involved, and he's like, okay, I'm going to play like this. And, well, he's gotten what he wanted. He's got that space advantage. I just wanted to say that, want to let everyone know that, as always, we have a poll of the day. And once again, Maurice, Peter, get ready, because I'm going to put you on the spot once more. We're asking who for you has had the achievement of the year in 2025? Has it been Jovanka Sindarov after his victory at the World Cup? Was it Anish Giri winning the Grand Swiss? Levon Aronin, so successful in the freestyle? And Zhu Jiner, she won the Women's Grand Prix. She climbed up to be one of the top women players in the world. She might even win this event, World Rapid Championship. So, out of those 4 contenders, who are you guys picking?
Well, I would give the chance to Maurice first to answer your question.
Why? Why so generous,
you know,
Peter?
so far I was the one always calling out the action, so I want to hear your insights.
But I got to say, Levon Aronian has somehow got the elixir, the magic elixir I want to know. I actually asked his wife that, in fact. Like, what's the magic formula? Is it you? Is the baby? Is it what did he do? The fountain of youth has returned to this man somehow. He's just playing the kind of chess he played 10, 12, 15 years ago. He was world number 2 at one point. And now he's just grabbing tournament after tournament, big events from even the best. He just defeated Magnus, in fact, in South Africa. So I got to say, I'm really impressed by one of the vets, how he's done.
Okay, Levon is your answer. I have to cheer for my girl, right? Jujiner. I gotta give.
You don't have to.
No, I absolutely do. Part of the sisterhood, Maurice. No, I mean, she's a fantastic player. She's just climbing up the standings. You know, at one point, I think she got to 25.79. You know, she's getting close to breaking that 2600 barrier. She's doing exceptionally well here. And I just want to see these. For me, I know she's not young in the sense that she's not a teenager. She's 23 years old. She just finished studying. I think she studied accountancy. And now she's dedicating herself to the game full time.
Yeah, that's lovely. Well, my decision is, first of all, before I reveal my decision, let me say that I'm very happy that Anish made it through the Grand Swiss. I'm a very big Anish fan, and I'm very much rooting for him in the candidates. But my pick will be Javohir Sindarov from the World Cup, because I have played the World Cup, and everybody knows that I'm kind of a retired player. I'm only playing for my national team, but I have been nominated to represent my country at the World Cup. I played there after I did the commentary, so I feel like I was part of Javohir's making history in Goa, spending that 1 month with him there, seeing him every day, walking around with his second Madame Minov, and what it meant for him to win it, and what it meant for his country, this national celebration that happened after he won. So I will go with Sindarov.
Sindarov, yeah, it was a remarkable achievement. It's not easy to win the World Cup. And okay, I can see Maurice is excited about one position. So Maurice, what do you got for us?
I'm actually not excited because we have a quick draw, it looks like, on board 6, Shakra Mamedyarov against Para Maksudlu. They have drawn their game, so that one's quickly in the books, splitting the half point. And I see that there's a little bit of a technical glitch going on the game, board 1 game between Hans and Vladislav. I say board 1, you saw the list that says 1-2. Magnus is sort of permanently ensconced on board 1, but in fact, the top board is this board because that's the Magnus board, if you will. That's a deal, I believe, with the organizers. At any rate, this position, he's not down a rook. Just to be clear, there was just a glitch in a capture, so there is a rook sitting on D1, and I don't know if it's remained that way, but if that's what's showing at home as well, no, that's definitely not the situation.
Maybe we can just zoom in on the camera, and then we will get to know the truth immediately. There we go. Rook A D1. So actually black captured on D1. Rook A D1, G5, Bishop G3. Those were the moves. Yeah. And Artemiev is back to being Artemiev. He's done to 3 minutes, 40-something seconds. So he spent almost more than 10 minutes for this decision.
It's actually time spent was on the move Queen takes D1 as opposed to Queen to D3 we had mentioned before. He spent a lot of time right there. And when I looked up and you guys were chatting, it's just that moment that he played Queen D1 and then the glitch happened all of a sudden where it said Hans played Rook. I don't even know how this glitch actually happened because it said he played a Rook to C1 and then Queen takes E1 check and then Rook takes E1. Like all of it happened.
Yeah, now we have the analysis board and that is the correct board. I put it, this is exactly the position that the players are dealing with.
Right, the top board.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that we've got our Sherlocks here ready to decipher exactly what happened. But I would like to visit the top board in the women's section. You know, one of our contenders for achievements of the year, Jujiner. She's got the white pieces against her co-leader, Humpy Koneru. Whoever wins this one could set themselves up very nicely for the final 2 games in the women's competition.
While you do that, just a quick note, Wesley So made a draw as well against Cristobal Enriquez.
Great, so what do we deal with this? Well, white has the pair of bishops. It's always a dream for me, but this is a very concrete position. Black's knight is ready to start jumping. For example, a move like knight b4, hitting the bishop, eyeing the pawn on a2 will be definitely answered by bishop b7. And if white is able to maintain the power of the pair of bishops and black won't be able to create something, then it will be a long suffering. So I'm not exactly understanding why the computer is showing complete zeros when I really would love to be white here.
And, you know, Zhu Jiner, with her 4 out of 4, that meant that she set herself up for some very tough pairings. So along the way, you know, she's already played Alexandra Goryashkina, Nino Batsiashvili, Maria Muzichuk. She won against Divya Deshmukh. So a win here against Humpy means that she will set herself up.
Yes,
So,
well, but it's very far away. For example, if I play knight before, you play bishop b7, the line that I was thinking about, it's the most logical. Takes, rook d8. Then because of the hanging pawn, you don't have to, but it's very logical to take, and then, yes, white is better. This was the position that I kind of envisioned that, okay, I play, for example, a3 or a4. It's a big question, yeah, a3 or a4. In any case, the pair of bishops guarantee white the chance. You play this type of position slowly. You bring the king, and the pawns on the queen side will be much more vulnerable in black's case because the bishops will be very nicely targeting those pawns. And yes, there are ideas like bringing the bishop to c5 and then cement everything with a5. But even this is not a guarantee of complete blockade. Then white will slowly start advancing on the king side, trying to create some weaknesses on the other side. It can be very unpleasant. So that's the reason why Humpy is hesitating. And she is trying to make up her mind how to deal with this situation.
No, I can see on a human perspective that is actually very unpleasant because it's super difficult to evaluate. You know, the white king also has a path into the queen side on the light squares, and that's going to be virtually unchallenged. Do you even allow that? And it's not going to be as easy to get the black king into the game. You'd have to go f6 and also do some funny things. So I can understand why Humpy decides just to hold the tension and say, okay, let's bring the king in.
Yeah, but it also does not really change the character of the game. It still should be very pleasant for white. And in a decisive game like this on top board, giving free hand to your opponent, this is the thing that scares me the most because, and she plays h3. She's not spending much time. She has actually almost 5 minutes time advantage, 8 minutes versus 3:40. For Humpy, well, Humpy will have to make a very patient defense.
And I also just wanted to point out, in terms of the situation, there are 10 people, half a point behind them. And looking at the game between Hamdamova against Alexandra Goryashkina, Alexandra Goryashkina already looks like she's much, much better. So you want to be winning. I mean, it's very, very difficult to hold on to a half-point lead if you're just going to draw your way.
Yeah, it's very far away from draw. Humpy under pressure. Zhuzhine will be enjoying herself in this position because it's a risk-free position. It's a dream.
Very good one there. And Magnus has gotten a dream position himself. We all know when a pawn is sitting in your face, you just don't like it. And Magnus got to play the move e6 in his game against Serrano. In this position, he surged ahead with this move, e6 on the board. And it's just a pawn you can't take when a knight will show up. So queen c7, rook back to a3. The rook was under attack, and now f6, and the queen dropped back. And Magnus is enjoying this pawn on this square. The bishop on b7 just looks positively anemic. This bishop really not saying much. Even if f5 is played, it's biting against granite. Like, this knight is so strong. This knight replacing it just looks like the Magnus type position. That means he's going to be in the driver's seat, and you know he knows how to convert these kind of advantages.
We saw him do it yesterday as well.
Yes, but the big question is in a practical game with so little time on the clock, and knowing Savannah, he's a player who normally in the opening with the black pieces is not super specially prepared. Yeah, with white he is much more move per move player. Magnus got the upper hand, but finally it's a established position where black can rely on his hand and make very quick moves. So Magnus, we see he's making progress. b2, b4, getting the rook to a5, targeting the pawn on d5. makes a lot of sense. Now the big question for black is that how do you protect that pawn? Is the bishop coming back to b7, but then you remove the pressure from the e6 pawn? Yeah, Magnus is enjoying the situation. Right. By the way, also the knight might be transferred to c5.
I was going to say, I mean, if you go bishop b7, immediately you start going knight b3, jump into c5. b4, very classy move there from Magnus, grabbing the squares. And Maurice, there's not just fireworks happening here. It's also pretty sharp in the game between Nordebek and Erdogmus.
Yes, indeed. And not only on the board, but the clock situation, as I see 7 minutes for Nordebek, while young Erigaisi only has 59 seconds left to play this position. It doesn't matter. The engine says, well, maybe teeny tiny bit better for white, but not that much. This position is chaos. Just absolute fire on board here, and I don't see how he handles this position. I understand Artemiev might be able to pull it off. There are a couple of guys who are happy to be in this situation or play quite well. We'll see if the youngster can survive this position. He's down 6 minutes on the clock in a completely sharp position. Only 17 moves played. So clearly he was not in flow in this game. Looks like he's in a lot of trouble.
And I just want to point out that someone else who is in a lot of trouble is Sam Sevian. Sam Sevian is one of the part of the pack who's trailing the leaders by a point. And yeah, Arjun Erigaisi, if you look at that particular game, is looking like he is in business mode. He knows that today is the time where it's good to get motoring. So let's take a look at that game. Can you?
Yes, I have it.
You have it. Excellent.
Yeah, so the last move from black was actually a stunner. Knight g6 to e5, a wonderful tactical shot. That's how we would call it humanly, because we suddenly see that there's a queen on h4, there's a pin along the d file, and if white takes d takes e5, then there's rook takes d2, and an unprotected rook on e1, but for sure Arjun must have calculated something, because if he's able to handle the situation, then he will have a decisive e-passer. And that black bishop on c8 could be buried after e6. The bishop on f7 beautifully restricts black's rook, and that's what we see. D takes e5 on the board, rook takes d2, and rook e1 to f1. That was the move I was also thinking about, just stability, getting out of the tactic. And who is benefiting from this? It looks to me like it is very much white, because this e6 move will be horrible. Like Maurice mentioned yesterday, Garry Kasparov cutting the board in half, where with e6 you make sure that the bishop from c8 never enters the game.
Yeah, completely cuts the board in half, and then the queen is also tied down to the defense of the e7 square as well. And no, I'm not liking this at all. The bishop on c8 is going to be super passive.
And knowing the tournament situation, if Arjun can win this game, he will get so much closer to really fighting for the title. Of course, whole India, all the Indian fans wants to see that. We want to see that. Maurice, you have something else for us?
Just jumping to that board, on board one, as you talked about him winning. If Arjun wins, the leaders right now are looking like a liquidation has occurred on their board. The central pawns that we were talking about that dropped, the e4 pawn, that pawn on e5, and now it's just a question of what's remaining and is there anything to play for? And it looks as though black has firmly equalized. He's got no real weaknesses. The king you can't call a weakness with so few pieces on the board, and the c7 pawn is easily defended. That last rook move just pinning the bishop. White will have to get his king away from some sort of nasty discovery, and then it's just fine. We should see very quick liquidation. Prediction here, draw, draw, draw.
Well, Artemiev has the usual Artemiev situation with 10 seconds on the 13 seconds on move. He made rook e6. I just want very quickly to show the stunning move that he came up with. Move 19, he was spending his time and he played this rook a8 to f8, basically inviting, please take rook takes e4, then there's a pin against the rook with f5, and then you trap the bishop. You can't do that. That's why Hans sidestepped with his king, then f5 came, and after e takes f6, rook e takes f6, we got this position, and that's how he solved his problems. Again, some amazing play by Artemiev, but he's down to 20 seconds. It's not a guarantee yet that everything will be logical here.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all, because somehow white's pieces are all primed for that deep endgame. You
But
know,
now
the
he
king-
played rook f5.
Rook f5,
I think,
okay.
yeah, I see it. So he puts pressure on the bishop on e5.
You can throw in a check.
Yeah, white has checks, but what do we get? Finally, we'll have to play rook d5, protecting that bishop.
Well, do you? Because
Or you just ignore it.
if you ignore it and somehow stabilize, the somehow being the operative word.
Yeah.
As I'm thinking maybe some g4, you force the situation. But I think it's very good to throw in some checks.
Yes.
Rook d8, then getting rook d7.
For some confusion, yeah, king h7, rook d7.
Yeah.
Also, please, Vladislav, with 16 seconds on the clock, calculate the lines.
Yes.
Maybe you suddenly panic. He's not the type of guy to panic, but still, yeah, actually, rook d8 check, king h7, rook d7 check.
And then
Where
I'm
do we
thinking
go?
g4. You could go g4 because after...
But where do I put my king first with black?
Well,
back
yeah,
to
I
G8.
was maybe thinking
Maybe-
rook king f7 if you're being ambitious.
If I'm, yes, okay, I can go to f7, and in this case against rook d7 we have king e8.
Yes.
But then I cannot take the pawn because of bishop b6, and then the bishop will be angry. Okay, lot to calculate. Yeah, g4 on the board, but this is leading to draw. That was the reason why I was more worried of maybe you can do something else. The players are reaching this position.
And it's quite funny because the players are now like tuned in to Artemiev's style. They know, okay, don't panic. He's very good at time pressure. So don't just play irrational moves. So this is looking like it's going to fizzle out to a draw.
Board
but
3.
Yes.
yes, that is where the fire
Let's go, Maurice.
No question about it. Boards 2, well, the Magnus board and this board, this is where the action really is. And just want to point out, it looks like Erdogmus went down to 5 seconds. How can he have 5 seconds left? He had to get a 10-second increment, so there should be no 5 seconds being displayed right here on our board. But he went down in this position again. No time on the clock. Now it's been fixed to 23 seconds. No time on the clock to play this? How do you play quickly blitzing moves in this position? You're slightly worse, or maybe even a little bit more than slightly worse. These pawns look ferocious. They might be scared, terrified of f5, g5. Who knows which 5 is going to happen to you, followed by something landing on 6. And so here's the position. He just himself decided, I'm going to play f5. Make sure no progress gets made here, even if that's to sacrifice a pawn to do it. His opponent has 2 minutes and 41 seconds in a fiery position. Note the bishop and queen along the long diagonal. The knight is very much preventing any kind of checkmate on that square. So it's not like the attack works that easily. So Nordebek has stuff to work out as well. The youngster fighting for his life in this game. Again, like we said, just a few seconds left on the clock.
Mm-hmm. Here fighting for the life, no time on the clock. It's also looking critical for Alexei Sarana. In fact, Magnus Carlsen has just won his game. Maybe we can just quickly show the finish.
Well, before we do that, there is suddenly a pawn sacrifice by Nordebek. He went g5 after f5. I'm not going to agree to your pawn sacrifice. I'm going to sacrifice my pawn, and I'm trying to break through on the king side. Maurice, what's happening?
That's an amazing idea. If it's sound, it's actually no problem if he takes back, and we see this position on the board. But then he can play h6 to challenge, just to break open the file. Obviously, if you capture here, then the rook shows up on the G line, and then there are big problems for you as your king is so thoroughly exposed. So the move g5, and it looks like we're following the line, takes, and first rook g1, so a straight sacrifice. The engine thinks that this is fine for black. Black has to find the move queen to h6.
And he has played it.
And he has played that move, and now black seems to be perfectly fine. The attack should not crash through. That pawn at f5 is doing a lot of work. And now rook h4 being played, and I got to tell you, the move the engine suggests, I can't imagine it gets played.
G5.
G5 is playable right now, exploiting this rook on the square. Did he play it? Well, not yet.
Not yet. Let's go.
But in a
Let's
moment
go,
like
let's
this,
go. Let's check it out.
Let's see it on the board, whether or not he plays it, if we can get to him right now, because this is a big moment for this youngster.
Let's focus in. And no, he hasn't played. Sorry.
I told you, it seems to be very hard to imagine that he would play such a move. In this moment, your king is exposed to play that move. While they figure out the camera, let's see, he played queen f6.
Queen f6.
Yeah.
There we have it. Look at the tension. Look at the tension of these two young men. Incredibly talented players. players fighting crazy wild position.
That's a good move as well. A G5 was miraculous if he had found that move under the pressure and been not just found it, but willing to play it. But Queen F6 is also a good move. And here comes Maxime, stopping for a moment to check that board out.
Well, Maxime has finished this game. It was a draw between him and Gukesh. So
we did not even have time to look at that game. Yeah, it just shows that what kind of crazy action we are in.
Yeah,
everywhere.
And now
Rook
a very
F4.
unbalanced endgame.
Look at 4, Queen H6, inviting Rook H4. Maybe already by now he has spotted the idea of G5. It's very normal when you made your decision. And no.
Nope, I thought it was a repetition too that he spotted.
Wow.
I don't think he realizes how good his position is.
Yeah, because he was under tremendous pressure before and down to 17 seconds or how, because they were repeating, so he must have received some seconds.
So he's now to 32 seconds on the clock, which ain't a lot of time.
But it's
20
ticking.
seconds now.
16, 15, 14, the nerves.
He wants to play on, but the clock is just in there. Yes, you see that face.
Yes.
He's like, you know what? Let me get out of here. I don't want to blunder.
But now Nodirbek should, if he really wants to fix a draw, he should, and they shake hands, draw agreed, because if you play Rook H4 and you press the clock, you can't claim the draw.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And whilst this game has finished in a draw, we've got to break down all of that craziness later on. But we got to turn our attentions to Hans Niemann against Vladislav Artemiev.
Wow, crazy.
Because we are off to the races there. Let's go.
Yes. What happened from that quiet little rook end game? Well, according to machine, it's still 0-0. We see the evaluation, but with few seconds on the clock. Okay, Hans has 3.5 minutes, but this race, and it is white to move, but the G pawn seems to be very fast. It will be a draw. Rook B7 check happened. King F6, very professional. Just in case you don't go to G6, you also want to be a little closer to the queen side. More flexible move.
Well, as you said, Magnus won his game, so this is a critical result. Arjun just blasting through against Sam Sevian. So they will catch the leaders.
Wow, and Rook B8, King F7 played. Hans looks around. We might be seeing a repetition as well here. It could easily happen because the tension is high. You feel like the G pawn is running. You don't have time to push your pawns. Yeah, and the draw agreed.
Draw agreed.
By the way, just looking at that board, if you will, the two pawns on the 4th rank versus a pawn on the 3rd and a pawn so-called 5th, if you will, that's 8 and 8. We're equal. So draw in the race, it's pretty even.
Okay, and I've got to also direct us to the women's section, to the game between Yenin Cheng against Katerina Lagno, because the 16-year-old looks like she is potentially winning against Katerina Lagno.
Wow.
It's still some work to be done.
Yes, I have the board. She's pawn up, but okay, a king on G3, no time on the clock. This isn't so obvious. But of course, yeah, she has good chances. Yeah, this is the position. Look at this. White's king is on G3. Yeah, if we can't pawns, yeah, white has one extra, but with king on G3, less than a minute on the clock. How sure are you? Just a line, rook E7, trying to trade rooks, runs into queen D6 check, losing the rook.
You know, you don't want to be doing that.
Yes.
Maybe you want to trade off queens, you know, clarify it to a rook and pawn endgame. And there you can try to squeeze out something. But Katerina Lagno, she's been a 3-time Women's World Blitz champion. She's also been Women's World Rapid champion. Yesterday was her 36th birthday.
Wow.
Which she promptly celebrated with a very good day of chess.
Big congratulations to her. And one thing is for sure, she will be keeping queens on the board because you want to create chances. On the other hand, the king is feeling quite safe on G3.
By the way, Dubov did beat Ivanchuk, so big result there. Arjun finished off Sevian with a vicious win of a queen after being up a piece in that position. And yeah, that's the main results we have now. As you mentioned, Gukesh and Vasiligrab did draw.
Well, Sindarov is in huge trouble, it appears. he might, maybe not huge trouble. Maybe I was
Against Shimanov.
It looks unpleasant, but maybe it's just enough. You know, Sindarov is one of our options for today's poll of the day, where we're asking who had the best achievement of 2025. Was it Sindarov who won the World Cup? Well, let's take a look at how he's doing. It looks
I have
a
the
little
board
bit unpleasant. You
running
know.
well. I feel like
some pressure.
Shimanov is the gangster of the tournament because he has taken down Anish Giri, he has beaten Fabiana Caruana, but he has lost to Hans Niemann, and that's the real difference in the standings. What will he do now against Sindarov? Sindarov, both of them down to 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the camera froze, right? Yes, here we, yeah, that's it. Queen e7 played, king g8, the king returns. Now already the pawn on h5 might be hanging. How much time do they have? 27 seconds for Shimanov. Queen f6, king h7. Yeah, will we see a repetition?
Maybe Shimanov yesterday. He went on a 3-game winning streak, but
Look at
was
that.
not
He
by-
offered a draw, and he
He
said, I'll
offered it.
think about it.
Exactly. If you felt like it's a 3-4 repetition, you should not make the move. Stop the clock, call the arbiter.
Oh, man, that was some bravado there.
Can you imagine if now suddenly Shimanov, but probably Queen f6 is the best move after which you can stop the clock and claim with King h7 the
Does
repetition.
have rook g5.
But we should show.
No, but now Rook g5. Okay, but let's see if he will do it.
We should show why Queen f6 prevents Black from capturing the pawn, because
Yeah, if you capture, that's a wrong idea.
it
Rook
is the
h4.
rook h4, and it's going to be checkmate.
Yeah, and there it
and
is.
there's a
With
draw.
smile.
And he says, I have Rook g5. That's what he's highlighting, that I have Rook g5. What have you done, my friend? Why didn't you stop the clock? What are you doing? Yeah, the youngsters, yeah, they don't know
Yeah.
how to claim a draw.
Well, things are looking, in the women's section, things are looking extremely promising in the game between Hamdamova against Goryashkina. For Alexandra Goryashkina, she is on the way to winning. She's got extra material. It's also winning.
Yeah, she's
For Lei
completely
Ting-jae,
winning.
Linked, if Lei Ting-jae is not already
Yeah,
won.
she has already won. That's clear. So it's a huge win for Lei Ting-jae. And here we see Hamdanova in action against Goryachkina, but this is a horrible position. She will go for a queen-king pawn endgame.
It was a draw between Jujine and Hampi Koneru, which means that should Goryashkina win, she joins the leaders.
By the way, there's a crazy game going on with no time on the clock between Yesipenko and Caruana. That one's just an epic battle. You look at that board, everybody else is in end games, and they're in a full-fledged middle game in their position. Somehow it's just lasting. We can see the board here. I'm not sure if we can get a camera on those two, but this position, I mean, just took a look. White's pawns extended down the board, down an exchange at the moment, but with great compensation for it. This king exposed on h6. This rook at any moment will be able to crash into the position. Can they hold their nerves right here? This one is just brouhaha indeed. Incredible fire on the board.
Yeah, let's see if we can get the camera of this game, because there is nervous tension right there for the players. With few seconds on the clock defending, I would definitely choose White here, because White has everything under control. It's seemingly easier to play with White, but exchange is an exchange. One shouldn't underestimate it.
Especially since the White King is not exactly perfectly in a shelter, if you will. And here they are.
Wow, and he's going on the defensive. I don't like this Queen D2 just played. Now Black is slowly maybe taking over. I don't know. He played Rook A7, then he returned with the Rook to A1. This is not the way how you show confidence.
16 seconds on the clock. Maybe that's why he's a little bit terrified, bringing his rook over to D1, getting those extra 10 seconds, and Fabi down to 33 seconds himself. A big game. This could be a swing game. You lose this one, you're basically out the tournament.
Yeah.
Like winning the tournament is just finished with only 3 rounds.
Also, it's a preview of the candidates.
As well. Good point. Good point. They'll be seeing each other in the candidates in Cyprus later in the year.
Wow, clock is ticking. 6
April.
seconds. He needs to make a decision. Knight CD5 played. Bishop D5, Knight D5. I'm trying to update the analyzing board. This is the current position.
We have just now a pure exchange sacrifice with just a single knight and a pawn against a rook. But that knight is such an amazing piece.
Yeah, queen d4 is very tempting. Now white has queen d4. I would love this move, queen d4, ignoring the hanging pawn on e4 because of knight f6 check.
And some big news in the women's. It
On
was
the board.
a victory for Mungunsel against Harika Dronavali, which means we now are seeing a four-way tie for first place.
Well, yeah, we will be talking about the standings afterwards because it's crazy. Yeah, the tournament situation, the game itself, everything. Everything. Get camera on every single board. Let's put 20 monitors out there. Because
Queen d4 played. Right?
yes, of course it's played.
And only 14 seconds left for Fabi. Time ticking down, now under 10.
Yeah, rook e6, kind of seemingly the best defense. e5 played, exactly, this was the problem. That's why Fabi was hesitant. Rook f7, this is a panicking move.
Only move.
He is, yeah, but he's not happy.
But it was the best move, by the way.
It is the best move, yeah. That's why they are the best players in the world. Even under tremendous pressure, they are finding...
C5 is coming.
C5, an ambitious move. C5, trying to clarify the situation.
Yeah, and you know,
The engine gives equality, but there is
No,
no way
this is not-
you feel like this is equal.
Takes, queen g7.
hair-raising stuff for Fabi
Yes, and
here.
already it's not equal at all. It's advantage for white according to computer. This is how we feel as well as humans, that there is tremendous pressure on black.
Okay, but how to continue? I mean, you kind of want to get your queen and your rook onto the 8th rank so that you can start menacing
And
black
only
king.
6 seconds.
6 seconds.
Queen c4, that was the question to Andre as well. How do I continue? I have this lovely position, beautiful compensation, but I just can't enjoy the position. I have to play it.
Have to play.
Pick with
Rook
tension.
d7, yeah, inviting knight f6, and then rook takes f6, and then going for perpetual check ideas in the queen endgame after taking, takes, and
He
we're gonna
goes
see
for
this
it.
line. And then millions of checks will happen.
Maybe the tension just got a little bit too much for both players, you know.
100%.
With the hanging clock and crazy position, yeah, queen d1 check. This should be perpetual.
Yeah.
How can it not be a perfect? The
But maybe you
pawns are
can-
perfect.
You can block a check with
But
the queen
then
and
queen
go into
d4
king,
check
and you go, oh, it
happens.
continues.
Yeah, and we see the body language. Fabi is relieved. He knows that, okay, thank you very much. It was nerve-wracking, but now I'm doing fine. King g2,
Okay.
queen d2 check. No big changes here. Andre will have to acknowledge the draw, and actually draw also isn't the perfect result for any of these
No.
players. But what can they do? They just played a brilliant game.
They're disgusted.
Yes.
It's funny, you play a great game and you're like, yeah, well, whatever.
Look at the smile on Andres also. Yeah, we fought it out. It was an amazing game, but we are both not happy. Yeah, Dubov had a big win. Anishgiri had a big win. Yuanji had a big win.
And Lenia Dominguez, that game is still ongoing.
But also
against-
Nyepo against Lazovic
That game is also ongoing.
is also, and we have them on the camera. Then let's first focus on this, if you already have them. It seems to be drawish, but with hanging pawns in the knight end game, with all these weaknesses, Jan will be moving around, hoping to force some error.
By the way, Ray Robson won, Dmitry Andreikin won, and Timur Rajabov won, as well as Andrew Hong, defeating Li Kwang Lim, youngster from the U.S., getting a big victory there. But
Knight d7.
you know Nepo wants this point.
Nyepo, yes, because he's +3. If he can make it +4 and then start the day like this,
Yep.
he will win a pawn, because black's most natural move, king e6, runs into knight f8 check, collecting the g6 pawn. But it shouldn't be decisive, but it's the first big step for Nyepo. King e6, knight e8, knight f8 played.
Yeah. With 7 points. If he wins this, he'll get to 7 points.
Yes.
And the leaders are currently on 8.
Yes, +6. This is how we call it, so that it's easier to keep track. So the leaders have +6. Now if Nyepo wins, then he will have +4, will be 1 point behind. That's very much striking distance with all the nerves. We have seen all this craziness in candidates in all the tournaments where you are very close to winning something big, then the nerves come into play. Knight f5, I'm trying to keep track of the analyzing board. Knight d3, knight e3, shuffling. But the problem for Nepo is that this king e6, king f6 construction beautifully protects the e5 pawn, and there's always knight e1 counterattack against the weak pawn on f3.
Okay, this position looks like it will be drawn, but a big blunder in the game between Lenier Dominguez and Rauf Mamedov, and it looks as though he was winning before, was Lenier, then he let it go, but then a bad series of checks by his opponent now has given him a completely winning position. So if we could switch, that's the board, I think board higher, what board number is that?
Board number 8, yes.
Lenier's
Board
on
8.
6.5 points.
And look at this, Lenier now, and Mamedov realized it. He's like, oh no, what did I do? Because you have queen f6 coming with queen 8, and there it is, he took with check, but now his e6 pawn will definitely drop, and there they go, check, and now all he has to do is play queen h6 with check, followed by queen snaps the e-pawn, and that's a serious pawn to lose in this position, and it doesn't look like there'll be a perpet, and Lenier, a former world blitz champion,
it feels like this is going to be checkmate, right? You know, queen f7 check, some kind of g6.
Yeah, there are many possibilities.
Did you know
a lot of things look like they're possible here, but at least material he can win, and you can be sure he's looking at everything, and he's decided to play this check.
Yeah, he first repeats, and now he goes for queen h6, picks up the pawn.
That's a bet. He said, let me go get a few checks in there so I can get more time on the clock, instead of just winning the pawn immediately.
Yes.
That was very, very experienced.
Very professional.
Yes.
And actually, if he wins, he gets +5, half a point behind the leaders. Lenier Dominguez very much in the mix. I met him after the first day. I said, how is it going? He said, I'm +2. The second day, he also made +2. He's now +4. Doing extremely well.
And with these type of queen and pawn endgames, often all you have to do is visualize a safe home for the king. So I was kind of looking, where is the king going to be running? And if you were to go g6, I think it's actually possible that the king could just
don't
get
do
to
it
f5.
with queen on f6. Yeah, when you started telling it, the queen was on e6, that was safe. Now any king g6 might be met by queen h7 checkmate. That's the craziness in queen's endgame.
In fact, with his queen on e6, he could have played g6. The computer was announcing mate in 21. If he had just played g6.
Good luck finding.
No, but it's actually conceptual. It's not.
Exactly.
That's what I was trying to say, that you just got to visualize that safe home for the king, and then you don't need to do too much calculation.
That's what he's trying to do right now, is king g8 gets played, and now the engine is saying, oh, you've kind of thrown it a little bit in terms of your mating ideas, and now it's turned into a little bit more of a war. c6 does allow b3.
Well, how do you escape the checks right after queen h1, and then you start checking on the diagonal?
I'm guessing
you can block it
on queen f3.
Yeah,
you play queen f3, and then
he took away the d7 square from the queen with c6, queen h1.
The checks have begun.
We will be seeing it.
And it's
nerve-wracking,
absolutely, because it's not easy, you don't have too much time for Lenier. He's down to his final seconds, and sometimes the brain just refuses to think. And all you're thinking is not thinking, actually. You're just panicking.
And as you calculate this, you can see the white king will end up on e6 in this position. Then queen g2, king h5, queen to h2, king g6, queen a7, king f6, queen g7, king e6 finally. And he says, okay, now I've got safe haven.
Well, hang on a second.
Wait a minute.
He repeats. He collects the seconds.
I mean, this guy is such a pro.
Yes.
Such a pro. He said, trade queens. That's why that pawn's on c6. I queen with check, thank you very much.
Yes.
So you cannot trade queens at this moment.
Okay, well, now is the time for Mamedov to actually just come back with the queen. Queen to d6.
But then already queen f6 and then king f5. The road is open just as you wanted.
He's made this way too complicated as Lenier.
But it's efficient, it's enough.
And it's human.
It's very human.
Yes, I understand. I understand. And it's very, very human. But it's also human to somehow slip and let the guy get away in these darn queen and pawn endings. We hate these endings.
Yes.
Talk to any top GM, talk to any middle GM, any lower tier GM like myself. We all hate it. Like, this is not the ending you want to have to play.
But there are some rules that do do help in this type of
Queen
thing.
C2.
For instance, you know, you always have a hiding place for your
Yes.
king. You also want to be centralizing the queen.
But
and-
honestly, I think, sorry to interrupt, that Rauf made a very clever move. Queen C2 was kind of an unexpected move, and you don't.
G6.
And G6, bravo, Lenier. He finds G6, threatening Queen F7 checkmate, and Rauf had nothing else than to resign. A big
Yeah,
win.
Walked into a mate by not defending himself, by bringing the piece back.
Yep. And suddenly Lenier finds himself in the mix, just half point behind the leaders. Still, anything can happen. Two players sharing a joke, but for Mamedov,
Yeah, probably Mamedov said that, well, actually, you deserve to win because you were much better, as Maurice highlighted. And there is an action on David Anton board against...
Oh, by the way, the Nepo board did end in a draw,
and in a draw.
as we expected.
Yes. And there's a handshake. What happened there? David Anton had a brilliant tournament. He was about to take down the reigning world champion, classical world champion Gukesh, but in a time scramble he missed it, and then he lost another game.
and by the way, there's now a 5-way tie in the women's, with Lei Ting-jae also winning her game. Anything to play for? Just 2 rounds remaining in the women's.
Yeah, only 2 rounds there. Yes.
Exciting finish afoot there. And 5 is asymmetric. You know, it's not like 4 and it's going to be 4 then 2 and then 2 then 1. No. He's got funny numbers. Any kind of math could happen, and other people joining them if they draw. That with only 2 rounds left, I smell a tie break.
I'm going to say, you know, there's also a whole load of people on 6.5 points in the women's, and some of them, they have that extra incentive that they want to get that FIDE circuit point. So they need to collect as many points and many victories as possible. We're in for a mad scramble to
Love it.
finish.
Yeah, do we have any info if there is some crazy game going on somewhere? I see that Hari Krishna against Nogerbek Kazibek is still apparently being played, and it's a horror endgame for Pentala Hari Krishna. Yes, there we see it. Kazibek, a world youth champion under 20, a very strong play against the Indian legend Hari Krishna. Well, Pentala is an amazing endgame specialist, but this one is not just 3 versus 2 and Rook Knight versus the Rook Bishop combo, but Black's pawn structure is compromised. That should be a victory for White.
Yes, it looks that way as well. You know, it's all about harmony in the end game, and the knight, the king, they're all going to start inching forward.
Knight e5. Oops,
Oh,
was that a
don't
blunder?
No, don't take on
No,
F4.
but it's losing already because it's a double attack. The rook is, yeah, and look at this. Hari is completely disgusted with it. How could I have missed it? There is no way. Rook e4 check is met by king f3, rook c2 is met by king d3, and you will lose material. You have to design.
The pain. You just saw that right there.
Beautiful finish though.
Chess is so tough.
Knight to e5.
But the
and
good, the
everything
consolation
worked.
is that it was kind of a losing position, technically speaking, but you were hoping. And
But
look at
you
this.
don't like getting hit by one move,
Yes.
and it's like, oh, not like this. Beat me some other way, but
Yeah, he played rook g2, but okay, this is just prolonging the pain, the suffering. It won't change the result.
No.
Where did the
bishop
king
is going
go?
to fall off.
The king goes to f7. Okay, no, this is tragic news because rook takes e7, king f6, anything wins. Hari is such a good friend of mine, but yeah, there is no hope for him.
No, the knight on g6 is doing a sterling job of defending f4. Like if you could win the f4 pawn, then
Exactly.
maybe.
G4, f4 pawns, but there will be also some mating net. Because white can try to go king e4, knight e5, and then go checkmate. But then there will be some rook takes f4 stalemating idea. Be careful before checkmating.
That's
Yes.
right.
That's the reason why Hari is still continuing. He's hoping he's...
no such luck.
No.
That's it.
No, this is over. Yeah, and
Yeah.
he resigns.
Oh,
Enough is
what
enough.
a round it has been. So many things happening. We now have more co-leaders, and let's take a look at
Well,
the
wait a
results.
second. Oh, okay, but Faustino against Darda is still playing On
Okay.
board 47, everybody has his craziness in the tournament.
Well, everyone will have their day, but first, let's admire the results. Magnus Carlsen winning a fabulous game against Alexei Sarana. With that victory, he joins the leaders. And now we have a three-way tie with Hans Niemann and Artemiev drawing. Also, Arjun Erigaisi winning against Sam Savian. That means that he's now in the fray alongside Lenier Dominguez.
Yes,
who we
only
saw.
two guys with 7.5, right? Only Dominguez and Arjun Erigaisi.
And also Erdogmus and Nordibek.
Ah, yes, they are also, yeah.
They're
Okay,
also
it's
there,
crazy.
7.5. So still very much with 3 rounds remaining. Anything can happen at the top. It's also the same when it comes to the women because, guys, look at this. Calm draw between Zhu Jiner and Humpy Koneru. I say calm, but Humpy was under some pressure. But Garyashkina with her victory over Hamdamova and Leitin J, well, she got away with murder yesterday in her final game, but today she was back in killer form. She defeated Batyasashvili and Mungunso is having the tournament of her life. Earlier on defeating Zhu Wenjun. Now she's taken down Harika Dronovali. This means that there's a 5-way tie with just 2 rounds remaining.
By the way, there was almost a complete whitewash on the top 14 boards. If you look, all the decisive games, I see 8-1 for white.
Yes.
That is a brutal result.
And Anna Muzichuk has won her game, and I haven't seen Bibisara. Where is Bibisara? Because you mentioned that there is this race
fight
in the FIDE circuit for the last coveted candidate spot.
I was reading on Twitter that if you want to get those circuit points, you really need to be finishing with 8.5 points or 8+ points. You need to be really get as many as possible because otherwise you're banking everything on a fantastic performance on the Blitz, and that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for sure.
And just to remind everyone, it is a race between Bibisara Salbeva and Anna Muzichuk and when it comes to winning that FIDE circuit and getting that candidate spots.
Tension. 3 rounds left in the Open, 2 rounds left for the women. And right now, they maybe go back to the players' room. It's kind of funny. You go to the players' lounge, and one of the people you're trying to destroy, or who's trying to destroy you, is sitting over in the corner, and you maybe not want to meet their eye glance because you're thinking it's go time. It's go time right now, and we don't see anyone running away with it. We love these sorts of events where there's no clear leader. Even if sometimes there's a clear leader and everybody's trying to catch that person and they fail to do so. Last year, that was Murzin. He was able to take that lead and get a clamp on it and stay ahead of the pack all the way to the finish. This time, not happening, at least not yet, as we have seen leaders. But how many rounds has there been only one player at the top in the Open? I don't think it's been more than maybe 2 rounds. It was Magnus at the top once, and then Artemiev at the top once. But I think for only 1 round.
No, I think Magnus was never alone because he
Magnus
was sharing
when he had
with
4.5 out of 5. Oh, because he was
Artemiev.
with Arjun. Oh, that's right. He was 4.5 out of 5 with Arjun on the first day, and then Artemiev came and knocked him down after he drew another one against Maxim.
Yes.
And then he
lost to Artemiev, and then Artemiev was the sole leader for like 2 runs. But
was
after
it 2 rounds? He was leader?
2 was it 1?
Well,
I don't know because he started drawing. So
yeah, he drew 2 games, and then Hans was coming. I mean,
I
Hans
think he was
coming
only
from
for 1
behind.
round. Was Artemiev standing by himself? He drew the next game and somebody caught him and then he drew again.
it just goes to show there's always someone eager to come
Of
along
course.
and take your place. It's that kind of brutal tournament.
We might have said, oh, so-and-so's playing well, so-and-so's playing well. But right now, we can't tell who it is that's really the trendsetter in this tournament. Definitely not, as we have these players battling it out. And if they draw more, more are coming.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious because there was so much action there, but I would really love to break down exactly how Magnus sealed the deal against Alexei Sarana. Because his position when we last left it was just incredible, but it was far from over. And then suddenly a few moves later, it was done and dusted.
Well, he was able to grab that d5 pawn, and that was critical. Once he took the pawn on d5, that was right around here. He played queen d3. His b4 move was majestic. The knight being able to get to the c5 square. Don't touch this pawn because knight c5 is coming. He tried to play rook c7 to get off the line, but give me that, and then knight c5 anyway. And that's just a free pawn. And when you have bishops, you want air for those pieces. Give me compensation for your knights and the extra pawn. It's white who has the compensation. Thank you for my pawn on e6, knight on c5. This bishop is biting on nothing. This bishop going nowhere either. He played a5 in desperation, and knight d7 said, go ahead, take it. And guess what's going to happen to you is this pawn turns into even more of a monster. He tried rook c3, not realizing that his queen was actually hanging. And this is how he lost. Just dropped a full rook in the position, but he was already getting destroyed. So quite a dominating performance to start off the day for Magnus.
Yeah, and it's a kind of trademark of Magnus. Magnus loses, and then he kind of somehow is able to launch like what we've termed monster mode.
Incredible. Yeah, really incredible, because we have seen him. It went viral. We don't even have to call it out. Everybody has seen in which mood he was after losing to Artemiev, and then coming back and winning 3 games in a row and making look like it's easy. Whenever he wins a game like this, now where was Alexei? Actually, where was his opponent? He never really got the chance. Maurice highlighted that there was this one moment with e5. He could have gotten a very nice position, and then if he establishes a normal position, then everything is fine. But Magnus immediately used that chance and then got this strategical position where the bishops were shut down and the knights were dominating the bishops. Actually, it was a wonderful masterclass for Srana because he hasn't seen it coming.
It's beautifully played. Absolutely epic play. And this point that you made, I just want to make that point. Magnus has this forte when he plays. If I go back to
it was rook e1,
this moment
yes.
here. Rook e1 was not the best move he should have taken now. He just played one lazy move, did Magnus. And right here, you have to play e5 and grab the space. Got it. You're not ever playing e5 yourself. Instead of doing that, after rook to e1, he played rook a d8. Let me just mobilize my final piece. Yeah, you could have done that, but don't give the guy this next move. Bishop takes c6, the grandmaster exchange as we know it. This exchange of minor pieces. Now, it was queen c6, I believe. You queen c6 and then e5. And you might say, well, you're giving up your bishop for a knight. You're going to have the 2 bishops. Sure, but after knight d7, d4. And sorry, you go nowhere. You go nowhere. I just put a nice bind, a clamp on the position. And this is how Magnus got that position rolling. And his opponent never found a way to get any counterplay.
Very impressive. And then, like Peter says, I just want to hop in on that point. He makes it look easy. Like, he makes very, very strong grandmasters look like amateurs.
Yes, exactly. This is how you are winning in Samuel exhibitions very often, and you are doing it to a 2700 player. Yeah, and the point was that at the moment when, let me also pull up this move moment, yeah, after rook e1, it tells on my screen that Srana had 13 minutes, Magnus had 12 minutes 48. So it's kind of the opening situation. And then you never know exactly in a rapid, when should I invest time? Yeah, this is kind of the art that, is this the position where I should just make a move out of reflex that, of course, rook a8 is the right move, I'm going to go immediately. But if he understands the danger of bishop takes, if he spends 2-3 minutes and then plays the move e7, e5, after he can speed up. But who tells you? Yeah, it has to be kind of your intuition to find this right moment.
And I would also add that when Magnus did not play bishop takes c6 on the previous move, which in fact was his best move, but wasn't devastating in this position, although the engine is giving this e5, saying that knight e8, and after the move d4, knight c7,
and then
the knight's able to get to e6. So it wasn't so bad on the last move. So if Magnus played rook e1, maybe it's not so bad. I could just make a casual move and see what happens. No, my friend. You make a casual move, and then you're in a different position, rook e1, rook here. Although I'm curious as to why now this is not as good, d4, knight over an a5, and you're missing from the A line, but again, it doesn't seem as though it should be so bad here with a move like knight to e6. So it wasn't a terrible setup, worth trying anyway. Could have gone for this line instead of what he played, but what he did, he just ended up getting steamrolled, and Magnus won a magnificent game.
yeah, it was this incredible game, absolutely fantastic. And, well, I think all of the games in the Open have just finished. It's been a round full of adventure. I mean, I'm a little bit speechless as to all of the action, like the way that Magnus won that game, the chaos that was, that crazy, crazy game between Nordebek Abdusattorov against Erdogmus. And also, there is now a 5-way tie in the women's section with just 2 rounds to go. Well, we are going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere, because tomorrow, well, we are going to revisit the highlights of yesterday's dramatic round. So stay tuned. And when we come back, we are going to break down absolutely every detail that is happening on the boards.
I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
In 2025, we marked the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion, as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma. In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection, and September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on, together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.
Welcome back, and it is now round 11 in the Open on the final day of Rapid. Today someone will be crowned, and in the women's it's now up to round 10, and there's not too many rounds left, just 2 games remaining. The players, they are beginning to find their seats behind us. The drama is skyrocketing as it's still unclear who will be crowned the champion at the end of this. Peter, what do you make of the day so far?
Well, nothing is clear yet. In fact, it's getting more and more complicated. Yeah, also in the open section, it's a completely wide open situation. Everybody there got a chance, and we will be witnessing Magnus Carlsen up against Hans Niemann in the very next round, in round 11 in the open section. Artemiev up against Dominguez, Erdogmus against Erigaisi. Crazy matchups.
Crazy matchups. And maybe if we can pull up the pairings.
Let's do that.
Yeah, well, we'll just take a pause, but trust me, they are mouth-watering. Look at what we have in store for you in round 11 in the Open.
That's the previous round.
That's the previous one. This is what we're talking about. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. That's a double white.
Double white, a very big welcome.
Hans
but
Niemann.
To be fair, Magnus started yesterday with double black. Yeah, so this is how it works. It's a 3-way tie for first with 8 points, and then we see that there are 4 players with 7.5, and then millions of brilliant players with 7 still hoping to make their mark.
We should point out that this board 1, Magnus is a fixed board 1, but he's been away from board 1 truly all this time. Now he's back on a true board 1. This is the actual board 1 matchup, not just artificially so that he's always fixed on that board. So this is a huge game. I could tell you, wherever your friends are, any chess fans around the world, Magnus is playing Hans. This is a matchup you don't want to miss, especially in a tournament like this with a world title on the line.
I agree, Maurice. This is one to tell all your friends, come and watch. This is the $1 million game.
Even players, even people who don't know much about chess, they are still curious about this game. So the whole world should be tuning into this match.
And we thought things were complicated in the Open. It's even more complex in the women's, because take a look at the pairings for round 10. Bear in mind that this is the penultimate round in the women's. These are the standings so far. It's a 5-way tie at the top between Alexandra Gorachkina, Zhu Jiné, Lei Tingjie, Hampi Koneru, Mungunzul from Mongolia, who's having the tournament of her life, having just defeated Harika, and also in the previous round defeating women's world champion Zhu Wenjun.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And look at the pairings. As you can imagine, the leaders will be facing off against each other. Perhaps we'll establish some kind of clarity. But at the top, Mungunzul's efforts have been rewarded, and she's now playing on the top board with the black pieces against Alexandra Gorachkina, who is looking to get her first world title crown. And Hampi Koneru, reigning women's world rapid champion, faces off against Lei Tingjie, and Zhu Jiné is there on board 3. We can see the players.
Have begun.
They're in action. Let's dive into the games.
And a massive crowd, by the way, at the top boards, around the top boards. It's just 3 or 4 deep. Photographers trying to get pictures, images of these players. You can just see the crowd. You see a lot of space down here, but you just look at the top of the screen a little bit, but basically in the middle, and you see that crowd gathered looking in, as this is indeed a critical round for these players.
Critical. It's all important, and there's so much at stake. These two have history, and controversial history at best. Both characters, the main characters in the scandal that rocked the chess world. But here we're seeing Magnus with the white pieces, the bishop coming out to c4. It's the Italian game, but the Italian is far from a quiet, mild opening. There's a lot of poison hiding behind the surface.
It is, and it's kind of interesting that Magnus is going for the Italian, since Niemann himself is playing a lot of Italians with white. He just played against Artemiev, but he has been playing so many times, including against Magnus Carlsen in New York in the Blitz playoff. I remember that was a crazy match. And yeah, there are millions of move orders here. Magnus refrains from moving his pawn from c2. He plays the move h3. It's a typical idea of trying to discourage black from going d7, d5. And yes, Hans declines the offer. Yes, if you are getting ready for my d5 move, then I'm going to do d6, which gives us the feeling that probably Magnus will now play the move c3 and not transpose into familiar waters as the classical on the board. And a5 played. All right, I'm very curious to see what's happening a5, because recently I became an a5 player myself. I was all my life for like 20 years playing with a6 setups, and then I felt like, okay, I retired, now I'm coming back. I've forgotten everything anyway. Let's learn something new, and I started playing this a5. It's the most ambitious, and bishop a7. So rook e1, bishop a7 move order.
Right. And a5 is just designed to prevent white from expanding as much as possible on the queen side. That became very, very popular for a while, to go a4, a5, b4. Now, that plan is not available to Magnus, but there have been some consequences to playing a5, and that is that now the b5 square is a little bit sensitive. Now, it's a very insignificant detail, but often it gathers in greater importance as the game progresses. And
yes, knight b2 played, and in fact you are spot on, because after the move bishop e6, very often the main move is bishop b5. Yeah, moving away from the exchange and keeping tension, but Hans has now different ideas. He wants to use that white has committed h3 too early in the slow lines, and he's going for the knight e7, knight g6 maneuver. Magnus says, yes, I know that's a good plan. I like to do that myself with black. So white also plays knight f1. Usually in this type of positions, white wants to park the knight on g3. Black parks the knight on g6, supporting the center and also potentially getting ready to be jumping on when circumstances are ready to f4, f5 squares.
Jumping right there now.
And bishop b3.
Bishop b3 played. And I find in general that these positions are incredibly complicated.
Wait a second.
What's happened?
So he looked, Hans looked around like something distracted him. He was smiling, like what's happening here? But now it's all good. But there was like 2-3 seconds confusion.
I don't see anything, just looking from our perch atop the arena. I didn't see anything special happening down by the players. So whatever disturbed him, hopefully wasn't a cell phone going off or something. I doubt that one of the audience members has anything.
No, but there's so much history between the pair. It must be. They both must be feeling very, very uncomfortable.
Yes.
I mean, how do you even begin to play a game of chess with a cool, logical head when you consider their background?
Absolutely. I remember this match last year in New York. I was following it from home, and what struck me was that I have never seen, I mean, Magnus wasn't himself playing it. Yeah, he was tremendously under pressure, and he did not play well the first couple of games. And then when he got the upper hand, then he suddenly, was clear that now Magnus is Magnus, and finally he probably feels like, yes, I'm ready. But the first two games were very shaky. Maurice, you had been commentating there. What were your feelings?
Yeah, and I feel that is true. It was a big controversy, and now recently you've seen Magnus start to dominate. And I think in freestyle, for example, it was just so easy for him. And it's just this feeling like, yeah, I'm actually the best player, and I don't have to deal with any of the controversy, just play chess and let it go. So it's now on Hans to prove himself that No, I actually belong up here too, and you're not just going to smash me. But I think he's put it behind him as well. He has the respect of the players in general, that he's one of the best young players in the world and one of the best top 20 players in the world anyway. And so he deserves full right to be where he is. He's got that controversy there. It's never going to leave the two of them. Even if they forget it, other people will be reminding them for years and years and years to come, especially the people who choose sides. If you hate one of them, then you're going to make sure you talk about this for your guy, and it's just the way it is. People need something to talk about. We all need something to talk about as well. But respectfully, it feels as though the players, they're now in play mode every time they play, although they know in the back of their minds there's a bit of a story that people are going to talk about if one of them wins.
Yeah, and on their game, it was maximum tension as Hans just broke in the center and is inviting Magnus to initiate some set of liquidations. We'll keep an eye on that game, but of course.
Do you remember just 1 hour ago, 1.5 hours ago, Hans had the very same kind of tension in the center against Artemiev with the white pieces. Yeah, there the light square bishop were already traded off. That was a little bit less tense, but this one is really huge. How you are dealing with, because if you are taking d takes e5, black takes, knight takes e4. Yeah, and you don't really want to take ed because, yeah, well, probably because then you allow e5, b4. Yes, it's kind of a confusing situation. Usually one of the methods is to capture with the knight. Let me now remove all the arrows and draw a new one. Like capture with the knight, then black captures, you capture, knight takes e4, then there is this pressure on the f2 pawn, and then you play a move like bishop e3, trade off that dark square bishop, and after bishop takes e3, very often white captures back with the rook, and then tries to kick this knight away from e4. And if, for example, black falls back with the knight to c5, bishop goes to c2, and potentially are hoping for f4, knight g3 harmony, and there is something to really look forward to from the white side. I envision this position this way. Let's see how the players are thinking.
Well, Magnus just immediately posted up a bishop to g5.
Okay, this used to be an idea in the anti-Berlin. All right, something rings a bell, but that was with a6. There were some ideas like you sacrifice a pawn, but I don't really understand how. Wow, okay, in any case, bishop g5 is a very ambitious move, and Magnus took a lot of time, like 3 minutes, to play this move. It wasn't an obvious move. It's not a typical Italian move, but a critical one. Maurice, what do you make? Do you have some engine lights just to see how black is reacting now to bishop g5?
You ask, and I'll provide. h6 is the key move here that keeps black well in the game. And after bishop takes, queen takes, and now taking this pawn on d5, black can go for this position, takes, and takes back, and now simply capture. If we're currently equal in pawns, but after bishop takes, there is this move rook to d8, addressing the bishop. Remember, this pawn is always going to be under some fire. And then there's a knight f4 sighting. Yeah. So black will have tremendous play in this position, particularly when the knight lands here. The potential sacrifices on this square, but this knight is going to be very dynamic. For example, if you play this move, knight goes attacking the bishop, and if the queen were to leave and go over to the b3 square, then suddenly, bam, bishop takes, pawn takes, and rook takes on d5, and black has this awesome play. If you take back, well, sorry, you're going to get curse-splatted in this position. So if Hans has prepared this, the bishop c5 should not be a problem if he can meet it with the move h6. Bishop g5, though, is on the board, and he hasn't played quickly, so it looks as though Magnus may have surprised him with this move as he's continuing to look to see what's the deal.
Mm-hmm. There's already a big moment in the top board in the women's section as well between Alexandra Grashkina.
Did you see, by the way, that reaction? That was a big reaction by Hans. Sitting up in his chair, glancing at Magnus, and then finally sitting back down. That was a huge moment. That shows that he is not entirely comfortable. He's wondering, does Magnus have some kind of trick or something up his sleeves? he's got to be careful right here, right now, before he makes his next move.
Yeah, because,
Please.
wait a second, just so that I add to what you say. The lines that you showed, h6, takes, ed5, and then this rook d8, knight f4, they are all in my mind. But this small little move, e5 takes d4, giving up the tension, and CD, that was kind of the move that surprised me. And I think also Hans is very much thinking about, because he remembers that somehow I was supposed to be playing rook d8, knight f4, and then all these tactics with queen g6, bishop takes h3. But if it only works because you first include this low little move ed, and after cd you take back cd5, that kind of is very tough.
By the way, you see him just hesitate. As you were talking, he reached for the h-pawn, and then he yanked his hand back. So there's some uncertainty with him, and Magnus is not moving, barely breathing, it looks like. I'm not going to give you any... Oh, no. Now he's leaned back, and it's right here. He's wasting a lot of time, and I say waste. He's burning a lot of clock, thinking about, should I or shouldn't I play this move? What does Magnus, if anything, have up his sleeves? Magnus not giving him anything at all to chew on, and now the move is on the board, and here we go.
Yes, we will have to see how this situation clarifies, and then Jovanka will be following your advice to check out the women's section. But this is now so intriguing to see this sequence of moves here. We see the trade on f6. Magnus has given up the pair of bishops, the dark square bishop, which means that he actually has to capture on d5. Otherwise, this is a horrible decision. And then all eyes on Hans, that will he find this quietly tranquilo ed, cd kind of reaction. Because sometimes the simple moves are the most difficult ones, because you know that brilliance is coming in some of the lines, but you cannot make them work before you make the quiet.
And I want to say, those 4 pawns in the middle, now no longer 4 but 3, but those 4 pawns facing off, you don't see it that often in chess. That's not a pawn structure. There's no such thing as a pawn structure with those 4 pawns. They just can't be a structure. Things are going to be clarified way too quickly. And so you see it happen, and when it happens, it's usually black's perfectly fine, just perfectly fine, or something happened and there's a disaster on the board. Right now, it looks as though black just has good play for the pawn sacrifice if he goes for it, and he has taken on d4, and he's thinking to himself, I don't think it's bad for me here. And now suddenly we have a different kind of posture from Magnus, deep in thought. If he had prepared this, doesn't seem like it, actually.
Well, he has an option to take with the knight on d4 as well. That's also possible. But in my mind, I feel like Hans is trying to recollect his thoughts, like, wait a second, exactly, this was the line how it was supposed to be going, because he spent time on h6, but now e takes d4 was blitzed out, which means that he's, and looking on the side, I think he's feeling not comfortable. And cd4 on the board, and will Hans play cd5, or, because there was also this rook d8 kind of pawn sacrifice without c takes d5. I do remember analyzing this some 5-6 years ago, this position, when it was really topical, that there is also this pawn sacrifice idea with rook d8 and then still the same ideas. But if you can capture back cd, that's even better.
Also, is knight f4 a tempting idea as well? Why not go all in if you're going to sacrifice a pawn?
There are a lot of tempting ideas. Yeah, knight f4, Jovanka, as you say, very much in the mix as well, trying to set up some queen g6. But for the moment, white will always be able to parry it at least with knight g3. So it's not a winning threat, but with this bishop on a7 lined up against the king, whenever that diagonal opens up, that's a horror. And maybe, Maurice, you can just provide some more analysis. That is black really needing to take cd, or can he try to gamble with a pawn sacrifice?
The Indian's not happy with knight f4 immediately.
What about rook d8?
And rook to d8, no, not that either. It looks like you have to take, at least quick analysis by the Indian. By the way, I quickly blundered in this position. I tried knight to e3 in this position instead of capturing right away, and I said, okay, knight e3, and I just felt knight f4 was the right move. The Indian disagrees. Knight f4 is a bad move in this position. By the way, this is an easy mistake to make. It's just so natural to play this move, because you think, oh, I'm just going to trade off here, and play the exact same line. And the engine points out that queen b3, is queen a4 possible? No, that's not possible. That was just a mistake. Queen b3 works here, and you don't have that same kind of funky stuff you saw when the knight was on f4, sacrificing the bishop on h3. So this is actually a pawn extra.
And he played knight f4. He did not capture c5. He goes for knight f4, the pawn sacrifice.
And Magnus has took on c6 immediately. So cd5, by the way, I just want to point out, yes, I blundered knight f4. The engine said if you take and knight e3 happens, you have to find this move, knight to h4. What a move. You have to have prepared this bad boy if you're going to play it, because this seems like maybe, well, the threat is to take and then borrow this. Although knight takes with check. Sorry, I was going to say knight takes here, hits the queen, but after takes, clearly pawn takes, the queen can just get out the way, and you don't want this position at all. So knight h4 was the move. If we go back to here, the money move after knight e3 was knight to h4, allowing this trade, and now you're putting pressure on the d-pawn as well. That's the line that would have equalized for Hans. He did not play that way. Instead, he has played much more actively, and Magnus said, I'm taking the pawn. Got it, done, show me what your compensation is. He did take back immediately, and now knight g3 on the board. The engine say Magnus is up a pretty solid pawn. Not a full pawn yet. We got it at 0.7. But chances definitely in white's favor now.
But it's going to be a tricky one for Magnus to navigate, as black's pieces are very active. And
Magnus doesn't seem like he cares one bit. He's just got up from the board.
Yes.
Yes. But
a statement.
I think Magnus is also the king of psychology as well. He knows what's going to be bothering his opponent. He's got that rare talent where he's also playing not just the board, but also the man.
Yeah, but here also, because you remember I told you that this knight f4 sacrifices are very much, I remember them. And then Magnus, I know that you are playing in the spirit, but exactly in this position, it was not working. Yeah, that was the signal that I got from Magnus.
Yes.
Getting up, yes. You think you are genius with knight f4? I knew that's going to come. That was my trap. You walked into my trap, and now look at his already thinking, because he knows that this is a great chance for him.
Absolutely. I think it was a real mistake. The variation with knight h, the taking back on d5 and playing knight h4 was the way to play. You had to just know the line. And sometimes strong players will test you. They'll say, okay, if you know all the moves, fine. We'll get some kind of position. But if you don't know the move and you play something a little off, hello, my friend. Thank you very much for walking into this position. Now I'm feeling good. And I think Hans has gone into one of those. He might have mixed up some analysis, like you said, trying to remember something. Peter, a couple of years ago, I might have looked at this, and now, is it what? And then you put the knight there, and now you're going, wait a second, it doesn't look like what I had before. Yeah. I think that's what's happened to Hans right now.
Well, this one is super exciting.
Yes,
but
exactly. I promised you to follow your advice, so please tell me.
What happened in the Garashkina game was basically an opening disaster for Mungunzul. Mungunzul, and now Garashkina is just simply winning. But actually, there's a really critical moment in the game between Mamadjarov against Nordibek Abdusattorov.
Yes, I already have it.
And it's a very interesting decision, because there's some pressure against f7. And
he just ignored it with b5.
And he just ignored it with b5. He's just kicking away the bishop. And so now the question is, and especially because this is Shak playing, what is he going to be doing? How is he going to maintain the aggression?
Yes, but on the other hand, also Nodirbek is known to be a brilliant calculator. So I believe both players have also spent already a lot of time, quite uncharacteristic for both players. They normally blitz out their moves. And Shakra is about to make a move. Will he?
Looks like he's reaching for bishop takes knight.
Okay, he takes bishop f6 so that he will have bishop d5. But this is a quite little move. Okay, he's playing for a tiny bit of an advantage. So bishop takes f6. I'm expecting to bishop d5. And then if rook b8, then something like knight e5. But bishop takes e5, rook e5. This is very much like some Petrov kind of stuff, which White has certain initiative, and I believe we will be seeing this line. Yeah, exactly. Takes bishop d5 on the board. He wants to make sure that black gives up his dark squared bishop, because after the move knight e5, white does not only threaten knight takes f7, but also knight c6 fork. After bishop d5, the rook shouldn't really be going to a7 because there is nothing to do there. So I think rook b8 is kind of forced. Knight e5 takes. And black will have to decide. Probably he will have to make a ugly move like bishop b7, but eliminating that bishop from d5 is key. And after bishop takes b7, rook b7, yes, the rook is strange there, but after rook a d1, you have chances to activate that rook via c6. You create some luft. It looks very solid for black. Yeah, tiny mid force. Yeah, we are seeing these moves blitzed out. The dust has settled. White has small initiative, but black should be able to hold. We can move on to anywhere where you want.
Okay.
Could I show you a fun position? You like these rare situations that could happen. Daniil Dubov against Alexander Shimanov. This position, fascinating one. It resembles the kind of Nimzo idea if you look at the king on c7 where the pawn goes to a5 and the pawn on c5 with the pawns doubled here. The king is relatively safe on that square, and so black felt that he could play the move e5, keeping all the trumps and going for it. In this position, a mistake by Dubov, and watch what happens in the next few moves. I'm just going to fast forward it quickly. He took en passant, and then after queen takes, he thought, let me put my queen on h5, shutting down any motion on this side. And f5 came screaming at him. Now bishop to e8 will eject the queen, and he castled in this position, bishop to e8, and then he played this move, queen f3, bishop to c6, hitting the queen. The queen went back, and now the move g4. Excuse me, you're not going away that easily. Now the queen can't get back into civilization without some kind of weird contortions. Rook to e1, rook hg8, looking to play rook g5. The queen ended up on h2. It's not every day you see a GM's queen sitting on the h2 square in this manner. And now suddenly queen g6 and rook h5 would be mate to the queen. He had to play king f1 just to give his queen the g1 square. What is this? This is like Fischer random about to happen.
Exactly.
And they broke with d5 in the middle. Just at the moment when this queen is offside, d5 takes, c4, queen to e6, and once again, you're down a queen. The engine is screaming a massive piece advantage for black because this queen on h2, how will it ever get back in the game?
Yeah, that was bad news for Dubov. I mean, it looks awful, but Dubov is a fantastic player. He may survive this one, but I'm not necessarily hopeful. You know, a queen on h2, trapped. It's not good.
No, not good at all. Yeah, we know, as Maurice highlighted in Fischer Random Chess, this is an opening disaster if the queen gets stuck there, and then you just lose the game no matter who you are, because you are playing queens down. By the way, yeah, maybe we should also visit the game of Artemiev, because he's also the co-leader of the tournament, playing against Lenier Dominguez, because we haven't even had a chance to look at it. Because it's a rather slow affair, it will be probably a draw. Looking at its symmetrical position,
he only has 55 seconds left, but it's Artemiev. And by the way, Lanier loves to be in time pressure as well, but I think Artemiev has him beat.
I think this one looks like
we can move on from this.
This one looks as drawn as it gets, especially in the hands of these two very capable
And what
players.
about Erdogmus versus Arjun Erigaisi? It's also kind of a slow affair, symmetrical position, but this will heat up. And the clock situation might be very crucial. Yeah, only 3 minutes for Erdogmus versus 8:40 for Arjun, the experience. Let's just treasure in this position. It's almost completely symmetrical, the pawn structure is, but there is this asymmetry with black's bishop on d8 and white's bishop on g2. This creates quite some difference because there is some idea of going b5, bishop a5, and say hello from there on this diagonal. Yes, so I feel like black's bishop, seemingly very passive on d8, can become a very strong piece, and that's why white plays h4. He wants to get the bishop to h3, also activate the worst piece on g2. All to play for.
It's definitely all to play for. And this one is going to depend on a lot of maneuvering as well, both sides with very strong knights. So things are really not looking that simple in the open. When it comes to the women's section, things really might have clarified. Goryashkina doing extremely well, I would say almost winning against Mungunzu. And I just want to check in on Zhuzhina. She, unfortunately, didn't do very well in our poll of the day, where the results are in, by the way, guys. And the winner of our Who Got the Best Achievement of the Year in 2025, it was, you guys voted for Javakir Sindarov with 59% of the vote. In second place, Levon Aronian and Anish Giri, third. And Zhuzhina, she has a fantastic year. You know, she's now one of the highest rated women in the world. She also won the Women's Grand Prix. Now, she's given up in exchange against Katerina Lagno. And I would like to know your opinion on this.
Well, actually, she has two pieces for the rook. It's a very confusing kind of situation because I was also trying to count the material. It was
I didn't get that far.
So confusing. Yeah, you were still looking at the results of the poll, so it's normal because, yeah, it seems that black after all is okay. And if someone is better, then it's black because, yeah, white has very powerful rooks in the center, d1, e1, and white will be winning the e5 pawn. But still, the knight on f6 beautifully protects the king. The bishop also covers very important anti-squares. The queen on f8 is nicely placed. If that rook from a8 would be already in the game, we would be calling it a kind of a technical win for black. But that rook is still very far from the game. Bishop is about to enter. White has chances to hold this. It's not going to be easy, but probably...
The position is very open, though.
That's why the rooks are also...
Yeah, exactly. And that's a little bit troubling, I think, for black.
Well, or imagine that bishop gets to d5, but the bishop cannot get to d5 because then the files would be closed.
Right. Do you know what I love about your style is you're always looking at consolidating. If I put a bishop on d5,
exactly.
Everything is protected.
You know, cemento.
It's a pleasure to listen to. Whereas I'm just going, yeah, go g5, h5, attack the king. And talking about attacking the king, well, Maurice, what do you got for us? Because I can see that that is exactly what Hans Niemann has to do against Magnus.
I got to
He
tell you.
sacrificed the pawn. Has he generated compensation?
He has indeed, more than compensation. In fact, he's back in the game fully. He played some marvelous ideas. For one, this move, bishop to e6, you know, when you're down material, you're not supposed to be trading off pieces, but he said, this bishop is too strong, and I need to go after this pawn. Magnus played knight to e4, attacking the queen. Queen dropped all the way back, and I love what happened next. After rook c1, I was quite surprised to see this move. Bishop takes on b3, queen takes. I thought the engine says queen d5 is the best move here, which was surprising to me. It turns out, though, you can't trade queens because there's a knight d3 problem coming very quickly. So rook to b8 instead, though, by Hans. And after queen to e3, knight to e6. That knight we thought was attacking over here, now saying, okay, I know, I got it. You know, you've got the extra pawn, but I'm going after this. I'll play my queen to d5 if you take on c6. Magnus played conservatively in this moment, and knight takes d4 is not a bad move. You could just play it in this position. It is a little bit tricky because you have to worry maybe about a move like this one, although knight f3, I'm just curious. Queen takes, and maybe this pawn is a problem because how do you defend it? Let me just make another move, something like queen here. I meant queen here. Could be hit. Maybe, is this possible? No, it cannot be hit that way because this move would be a blunder. I was looking at this tactic. Doesn't work because the queen could take. But this move, knight d6, however, does hit the pawn. Queen and rook on this pawn. So that's a problem. Hans decided he did not want to go into any of those complications. After b3, he played the move a4. Engine not really liking that move, but very ambitious move by Hans, to say the least. This one hitting this pawn, he's just almost like he's just playing loose. I'm just throwing my pawns up, pieces, active, put them on good squares. I'll get counterplay. Let Magnus think about it. The clock times are just about even now. Both players under 4 minutes. This is high tension time in this game. The next few moves will decide a lot.
Yes, black is trying to liquidate fully. The big question, will he be able to do that? White grabs on c6, rook takes c6, white is up 2 pawns. Clearly, black's intention is probably to take first on AB and then take on d4. But how do you take? That's a big question. If you take with the knight, then AB, knight takes, then you won't be able to put pressure on the b3 pawn. Then it might just be a healthy pawn up for white. And there's even rook d6. Wow, Magnus has played.
He just took on. He took on d5.
Yeah, so he took on d4. Yes, rook d6 played by Magnus. Knight takes f3, queen f3. This is the current situation. Pawn is a pawn. And there is even some attack. The knight on e4 is a very powerful piece, as already Maurice was showing that somewhere some knight f6, imagine some queen f5, rook takes h6, gh, knight f6 kind of ideas. They are all looming in the air.
Yeah, there's also knight f6 ideas as well, you know.
Queen a5 played.
That's a nice move. The queen on that open line is able to swing over to the king side. So I like this move. It gains time and also sets up defensive ideas.
Yes, absolutely. You stop this queen f5. But white will put something on d5 on the light squares. And white will also be looking later to play some g3, king g2. It's a very thematic kind of move, getting out of the very powerful dark squares range of black's bishop.
The next few moves are crucial.
Yeah.
Rook b4 is the engine's choice, blockading that pawn firmly and maybe even prepared to double against that pawn at some point, maybe even treble against that pawn, in fact, with the major pieces. But you're going to have to leave your king side just a little bit, and you better watch out because anything could happen on the f7 square if your f8 rook leaves. This is a moment for Hans to figure out his setup, and he's in fact, he has not even gone in that direction at all. Did he really play the move rook b8? He said, no, I'm going to stay dynamic and loose, leaving the rook on f8 to make sure that f7, there are no accidents. Can that B pawn turn into a threat while also combining it with ideas on the other side?
Oh, the B pawn, I think, is something that is going to be used with great effect later on in the game. And rook to d7 is a really powerful move.
This is what I meant about the f7 square.
Exactly. And also this g3, king g2 will be coming. Rook on d7 is clearly very good. Bishop b8 played.
Yeah, knight d6 was
knight d6
an idea or a threat that you needed to watch out for.
Very much threatening. And g3, yeah, that's the professional move. You know exactly want to play g3, king g2, making sure that everything is under control on the light squares. Well, white is actually up a full pawn and has the better position.
No, the engine hates the way Hans has played now.
Yeah, there is no compensation at all. This should be a technical win for Magnus.
He's been playing passive moves. Rook e8 looked like it was doing something. Again, it looked like he was just floating with his moves. This looks good, stop this, stop this. But that pawn on b3, it's permanent.
Got breaking news as well. It was a draw, as we predicted, against between Vladislav Artemiev and Lenia Dominguez. Nothing much really happened there.
Yeah, and there is another draw between Lazovic and Giri. Two very solid players.
That means if Magnus wins, he's in clear first.
He's in clear
first.
Yes. And look who's watching this game. Artemiev there, just observing what is going to be happening.
Exactly.
Because this is such an important game for the standings.
Indeed, this could be the end, by the way. Just the end.
Well, knight d6 played.
The engine's not thrilled by this particular move because Hans can take the knight and go for this queen, this major piece ending where if he sets up a blockade, the B pawn will never move. I mean, this is a big problem in this endgame. When you have major piece endings, it's often very difficult to push this pawn by itself. You have to combine it with an attack on the other side. And if you don't get something going over there, which is kind of tricky that you could do in this position, although you do have that pressure on that F7 pawn, but you've got to cross all the squares, B4, B5, B6, B7. You got to get all those going. By the time you get to B7, you're winning. But it's a long way to that.
Yeah,
and he has taken.
Yeah, he has taken, and I believe that Magnus probably is envisioning some queen trade that he will move that rook from d6 to b6 and go for some rook bb7, threatening the pawn on f7 so that black will have to stay passive and then start advancing the pawn. That could be a strategy. Of course, if black is able to activate his rook somehow from f8, creating counterplay against white's f2 pawn, that's the Achilles weakness of the players. But for the moment, he has opted for rook b8, so no queen trade here.
I got to tell you, even though the engine is saying that it's not really deadly serious for black, the biggest problem now is the clock. Defending this position with only 119 against Magnus down a pawn.
Not gonna work.
Not gonna work.
Not gonna work.
Not gonna work at all.
That's my feeling.
Well, you know who else has massive time problems, but it does have a very, very promising position is Erdogmus.
Wow.
Who has a big advantage against Arjun Erigaisi, but
Whoa.
just 20 seconds on the clock.
Well, we can check it out.
Can we check it out? Because this game, it's still kind of brewing, and Magnus is going to be doing his Magnus things.
By the way, Shakhriyar has done Shakhriyar things and is winning completely against Nordebek Abdusattorov.
Wow.
Who saw that coming?
Probably Shakhriyar,
maybe we should actually go to the Shakhriyar game, because this one actually will probably end.
Well, Maurice, you can just... okay, you were on the camera, now not anymore.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now. He's up 2 pawns, but this a3 pawn, he's going to deal with. The engine's giving king to h8, and now rook ge6, looking to trade off a pair of rooks. Rook ba6, and now rook to e1, and after a2, you can play rook to a1, and he says, this is not going anywhere, and this guy will start doing even more munchies. What an incredible idea. It looks very powerful. Now that you look at it, this pawn is frozen. You would think black has something to do here, though. But rook e2 is always a problem in the position, and this pawn has to be watched, and all of black's pawns are bad. White is sitting pretty with the extra pawn. So Shakhriyar looking like he's going to win this game.
The thing is, though, this whole rook to e6, in order to put your rook on the most passive square of the position.
But it blocks the pawn?
It does block the pawn, but you feel like, especially after that check, and the king is driven to.
But guys, forget about it.
He played king f8,
it seems
by the
like
way.
it's a good position for Shakhriyar.
Yeah,
let's go on Erdogmus and Arjun, because they both have seconds, and it's a very wild position. By the way, here's Shakhriyar, and we can see that he's very happy. He's very satisfied. He knows that he's winning, and he's setting up the checkmating idea. But this is the tension. Here's the crazy tension between these two incredible young players fighting it out. Nothing is given here yet.
Queens traded in the Magnus game. We do have a rook and pawn ending where it's all about the B pawn, as a pair of rooks are going to come off the board. Looks like Magnus is going to be able to convert this one, in fact. So let's stay on that game.
Yeah, because this is very crucial. Erdogmus, how does he do it? Yeah, he's 14 years old and creating chances against all these top players.
How old did you say he was
14.
Again? Say that again.
14.
I'm not hearing you right. I'm hearing 40. Are you saying 40?
Yeah, he's 40.
This kid is playing like an experienced veteran against all these players. Can you imagine him in 4 or 5 years if he's doing this?
Well, Shakhriyar said that he thinks that the next 2800 player in making. Bishop b5, a4. Was it a4? Maybe we can even zoom in fully on the board. Yeah, a4 was played, and the bishop hides on e8.
The only issue is that time just ticking down inexorably.
Rook c7, trying to set up some pressure against the g7 pawn there, but with the light square bishop on, and the weakened light squares with white's king, there might be always some serious counterplay.
But
15 seconds. And 9 seconds, bishop f7. Exactly, that's a move. Activating, getting maybe ready to push g5 at the right time, kicking away that knight, and then getting access to the long diagonal.
The pawn is on free, so you has to start advancing. b4 played, and then now big question is how to continue as black Do you clarify?
Rook E1.
Rook E1.
Setting up the G5, bishop D5 idea. Be careful with few seconds. It's so easy to blunder something.
And he knows it.
He's reaching
very
for the
nervous.
H pawn.
7
he wants
seconds.
to lock it down. Yeah.
And now he's playing
H5, locked down, yes. This clarifies the situation for the moment. But wait a second, some D3 ideas.
Look how nervous he is right now, though.
And Rook B1, okay, going behind the pawn.
Okay, now he's showing his youth, inexperience. 6 seconds, 5.
Rook E2, he's going for a mating attack. Rook E7, but now D3 will be played.
Rook E7.
And Rook E7, the Shakriar business.
Yeah, is going to be another immortal.
Shakriar did win his game against Nordebek. Magnus turning the screws should win his. All eyes on this game, though.
Yes, Rook F8, because there was no time to queen because you get checkmated after D2. Rook F7, Rook G7, Knight G6, and
He's just giving +5.
Well, you're going to collect the D pawn, right? There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Precise move. And the D-pawn will drop off the board. The kid's winning completely.
Yes. And also Knight takes DC, Knight E5 is a possibility. Rook takes B4. Will he go Knight G6 or will he just pick up the pawn? He goes Knight G6. He's very ambitious, going for the maximum.
Yeah.
With good reason. He's completely
can't take that
winning.
knight because Rook takes G7.
Yes. And then 8G and you get the mating construction.
Yeah.
It's over.
It's over.
He just has to not blunder as he is playing now with... And he has captured on G6.
Okay, Rook takes... Okay, he goes for the mating construction just now. Rook takes G7 is going to be a checkmating idea. And now Rook H7 followed by the other rook coming to G7. That is going to be a blind swine checkmate. And for Arjun, it is over. He moves the rook away.
This is not mate. The G6 pawn is the wrong pawn. You need the H6 pawn to mate.
Whoa.
But he can also collect simply the D3 pawn. That's what he's going to do. He can just collect and enjoy.
He's trying to calm down. What is he doing?
Now he has time.
He's just calming the nerves because this has been tense.
In a big moment right here.
No, he's back to maximum tension.
And he takes Rook H6, Flipper G7. He wants to go G7, Rook H8, checkmate.
There are different ways to win, and he found another one, and he knows it. Rook C6, only way to stop that move.
Arjun being tricky. So you can take on D3. But is that so easy once the king steps up to G7?
Well, it's a technical win, yeah, and he takes. But now he might regret having included Rook takes H6 because Black's king is activated. And the pawn on A4 is about to fall. Who knows, with all this nervous tension, energy, it's not a given. Also, Parham is looking, Ray is looking. Okay, they are moving on. Rook H4, but wait a second, Rook H4. This is almost like, well, but it's HF pawns, but yeah, there is the A4, A6 extra pawns that should help White to win.
Yes, but now it's changed. It used to be easy.
Exactly.
Now it's quite technical.
Well,
and he's not clear on exactly what to do here.
Talking about technical, it is a complete technical win in Magnus's game against Hans Niemann.
It's been technical for a while.
Yeah, but now it's completely clinical.
Yeah, no.
It's another level where Magnus is just simply going to create some
Yeah, we can
cover.
also move on there just quickly because the resignation is about to happen. Maybe let's just not miss out on that. Let's go to the Magnus position quickly and then we come back because this will still be played for a long time. Here we go. And the handshake. Magnus Carlsen wins a very important game against Hans Niemann.
And it was such a struggle for so long in that game for Hans. It must be super frustrating. Magnus didn't give him another chance once he missed his opening opportunity.
And he moves into the sole lead with just 2 rounds remaining.
You can see
in
the real dejection on Hans's face right there as he knows his chances of winning now just no longer in his hands.
I'm also keeping an eye on what's happening in the women's tops boards, and Goryashkina, as expected, she won her game, but Humpy is winning against Lei Ting-jae. She has a winning king and pawn ending, and Zhuzhina is winning her game against Katerina Lagno.
Could we go back to the other game though? Like,
yeah, of course.
What is happening with the youngster? It's gonna be a huge result in the game with Erdogmus and
yeah, because we might be seeing Magnus up against Erdogmus if Erdogmus is winning this.
Yes, here we go.
But he's a little frustrated. I mean, how did he end up in this position from that completely winning? Yeah, it should be a technical win because of this A4, A6 pawns. But he made his life
a lot
easier. I mean, much harder. Yeah, let's zoom in because the transmission collapsed. We are not following the game. Yes, that's it.
Okay, so he could put his pawn on F5, right?
Yes, and then got the rook to E6, kick the rook from B6, and then the pawn on A6 is hanging.
Right.
That's the winning construction. So, in fact, it's easy.
So just
rook C6, F5, rook E5, rook E6, and it's game over.
Here we go. Does he find it?
Yeah, definitely he will.
Because the rook, he's
okay, he moves
waited
out
just a moment.
immediately. Okay, it does the job. Rook D5.
You know, so now A5 is playable.
Yeah, everything is winning now because yeah, you can even sacrifice it. But why would you? A5 exactly.
And with 20 seconds on the clock, and the king is going to be driven back. He's just winning now easily.
We actually saw that in how Arjun managed to hold the ending against
Magnus, but without those pawns on the board.
But the whole point was that his king was able to hold on G7 and F7 and go to H6 when checked. And here he's just going to be driven to the back rank, which is exactly the situation that Gukesh managed to win because he was able to do that.
Yeah, plus Black's rook is overloaded because normally you were giving checks, but now you are losing the A6 pawn and it will be third pawn that is lost. Now rook D6 and the pawn is falling. You can give rook C5, check F5. You can try to take on A5, but then you will lose on the king side. And Erdogmus is looking around. What's happening? Am I leading the tournament? No, you are
Forget
not
about
leading
that,
yet.
kid. Finish the job that's in front of you right here.
Now he can just give a check, drive the king backwards, and then slowly march up with the remainder of his pawns.
Quickly, king will show up.
Well, pawns can only move one square.
Yeah, that one that's on H6 is only 2 squares away, and this is almost resigns. That's a what is this? H7
inviting H7
doesn't just win on the spot. Like you have.
It wins, but why even?
Why bother? This kid is evil. He's like, it's over. What game?
Absolutely. What a game there from Erdogmus.
How old did you say he was?
Erigaisi.
He's about to become 15 soon, yes? In half a year or 1 year, yes?
That makes it better. I refuse
Only
to believe
for
we're looking
you,
at a 14-year-old. What is happening here?
Yeah, well, he finds himself in second place. Next round, he could be facing Magnus Carlsen in the penultimate round. And if he wins the World Rapid Championships,
no way,
he will become the youngest champion ever, absolutely shattering the record that was set by Nordebek Abdusattorov.
No way.
In 2021.
He's got a long way to go. He's got 2 big rounds to go. Let's just appreciate what he just did, by the way. He beat Arjun Erigaisi.
Yes.
In this setting. And he's just getting started as a 14-year-old. I believe Shaq, 2,800. Might as well start writing that in 3 or 4 years' time.
And just to let you know, it's now a 3-way tie in the women's section. And 1 round to go. Goryashkina, Humpy Koneru, Zhuzhina are all now leading the tournament.
But we spoke about Shakhriyar. Shakhriyar beat Nordebek on board 4.
Yes.
Is Shaq playing Magnus the next round? And here you have his student? They must be thrilled. They can't believe it. Or will they play each other? No way.
In the last round, yes? Playing for the title, yeah?
What?
Well, Shaq is on 8 points.
Yes.
And Artemiev and Erdogmus are both on 8.5. Magnus is on 9.
Magnus plays
so
the
Magnus
first.
plays Erdogmus.
Yeah,
well, and then the teacher may get a piece of the beatdown or maybe revenge.
But also here, very important for Maxime, if he can get a win, squeeze out a win from this rook end game, then he will also be joining the mix It's a very crucial game. By the way, Sindarov has beaten Parham Maksodlu. Vaslisov has beaten Ray Robson. Shimanov has beaten Daniil Dubov. And Gukesh was held by a draw. What a tournament Cristobal Henriquez is playing from Chile. Sensational stuff. He keeps on getting some monster after monster, and he just refuses to lose.
And Nepo, Fabi, Grishchuk, and Sarin and Prague all won their games. So they've moved point-ish range out of first place. With 2 rounds to go. That's important, not just one.
It seems like UNG is holding on because Black's king is boxed in. We see a little bit similar endgame like yesterday, Motilov versus Elham. That was a crazy rook endgame. It looked like White has chances to win. Black was holding. Now it is White trying to hold this pawn down position, but Black's king is boxed in. The White rook is active in rook endgames. Activity, active rook is all that matters. But wait a second, he let the king get activated, and after rook a7 check, we're gonna see king c6, giving up the f7 pawn and going c5, c4, and who will stop the c pawn? This is a big chance for Maxim.
Yeah.
Or is maybe even king c8 a move?
No, king c6.
Out he comes.
But king c6, of course, this is the natural move. Rook f7 and c4.
And the
It's
f
over.
pawn can't even come to the rescue because of the pin.
What a horror. Yeah, you still have moves like rook f8, trying to rely on rook c8 check, but it should not be enough. The c pawn is coming. Rook f8 played.
Okay, go rook.
A careless rook a8 check. Yeah, just when White's king was boxed in. King
in comes the
d5.
king.
As Jovanka, you so beautifully said in the queen endgame that how the king is hiding, and here also you are looking for this way of hiding and then supporting your pawn, and that should give a victory.
Big result. Having Maxim still in the mix. Although he's already played Magnus, so whoever's going to slow Magnus down, as he's in clear first right now, it's not going to be him. And we know Maxim can be very tricky, but he missed his chance against Magnus already.
And look at everyone is following this game. So many people. It's so important. And we are keeping his chances alive to fight for something big.
And there's just no way for White to even generate any counterplay by running with the f pawn, because this is just what basically it'll get swapped off, and the e pawn will be falling as well. So in comes the king. One more step along the world we go.
We are expecting king e4. There is also an argument for king c5 and then rook c8 check, king d4.
Well, he played king e4.
But yeah, king e4 is the natural kind of move. Rook d6 played. It was the only chance. That's why I was hesitant that maybe if Maxim was thinking maybe king c5 is an alternative, because there is suddenly some confusion. It should be objectively winning, but
You got rook f3. I mean, I was thinking c6, but that probably is not enough. But rook f3, I mean, you pick up the f pawn.
But okay, I take on e6 and I claim I also have a passer.
That is true.
I also have a passer. With clock ticking down, 40-something seconds. Of
He
course,
goes
rook
for that.
f3, correct. Rook e6, rook f4, king g3.
But I think the thing is, though, the black rook is still going to remain active. And it is the black king that is going to shepherd the pawn forward.
Yeah, if everything goes according to plans, then black should win. But also white is, if he's in time to collect the h6 pawn and then come back to c6.
Okay, he took on a...
He gave rook f3 check. Also, black is collecting a pawn. But this is a wrong direction. I was calling it out. It's not a given. This is a very tricky kind of stuff. If you go
Ninja's
pawn
giving
hunting.
a draw now.
No
It says that black
way.
has thrown the game.
Okay.
Crazy.
Takes rook c6.
Going after the a pawn was a mistake by Maxime, and he has blown a golden chance.
Okay, but this is not an easy position to hold.
Okay, within one move, now black is back on top.
Yeah, it was incredibly...
h6.
Rook
Even
a1.
h6 played.
And
Because
then
you
the
can't.
rook is going to get behind on rook h1.
Yes, you have to. And it's still so difficult. Okay, engine holds this kind of things. Well, good luck with few seconds on the clock. How do you navigate?
Yeah, and then a swing back again to even. But again, as you said, it's all about It's all about the clock and playing precisely in these endings.
So White's basic plan is that you want to win the A pawn.
Well, if
And
you can
preserve the H pawn.
Yes, so rook h1, king g5 is the idea, and the question after c3, he will have rook a5 check. Oh my God, the intermezzo rook a5 check is the saving check. Probably this is what...
He plays...
Yeah, he plays h6. There will be this crazy intermezzo with rook a5 check.
Maybe dawning on Maxime now that he has let something go.
He pushed c3, h7.
You have to go.
And still rook a5 check after rook h1, rook a5 check, intermezzo saves the day.
Wow, going after the A pawn was just the wrong direction. Should have taken the E pawn instead.
Can we show that line? So
Yeah,
rook
afterwards, yeah, definitely. But yeah, now let's stay here. This is dramatic. Rook g1 check first. Also a very tricky kind of move. Please make up your mind. We're expecting the move king f5 would be the natural move. Just we don't want to get into this possibility of the black pawn queening with a check. Janji is taking his time. That's a very correct decision. There is so much to calculate.
Oh, I have the table base in front of me. King f3 is the only drawing.
Move. Wow, crazy.
King f5, king h3, everything else loses.
And king f5 played. Of course, it's the natural move. Rook h1 and rook a5 check. He's trying to rely on my defense.
And a rook h1.
And there will be rook c7. That's why. So rook takes a4, rook takes h7, rook c4 is met by rook c7. And the king had to stay closer to the... Wow, but yeah, with few seconds on the clock, it's impossible to spot this.
Rook and pawn endings are so nasty.
Crazy, crazy swindle by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What a genius he is.
And he played king g6 with no time on the clock. He had 1 second when he played it.
But it's just losing. Yes, c2 is coming. And the pawn will queen.
Magnus with, Maxime with 40 seconds, and he's just checking the variations, just making sure.
But hang on a second. So the plan is to go rook h5.
Yeah, but then you lose the queen at the end.
Then you queen.
No, that is not the plan. He just wants to give... And anyway, king g6 was a panic reaction because he understood that the planned line was losing.
Yes.
Now here, there's no way to stop.
No, it's
No, it's
resignation.
Now it's
It's over.
design time.
It's resignation. Rook a6, king c7.
Pawn's queening, simply. In fact, he can resign now. 4 seconds, 3. He's played his last check to get a few seconds, but he's going to look at the board and say there's nothing to do to stop the c-pawn and the h-pawn going nowhere. There we have the resignation.
The handshake.
Well, we have to break down that endgame.
We're not going to break it all down. That was total chaos up and down. But a huge result for Maxime while we gather points and see where that puts him.
And look at this, the finger points that king f3 was the move. And Maxime says, oh, wow. And Yuanji goes crazy. He has spotted the drawish idea with king f3.
But first of all, there were like 2 key moments. Like going after the a-pawn, that was incorrect. And then the next moment was this king f5. That was the final big blunder.
All right, we can focus on those as the players now will be walking away. I don't see any super critical games going on. All the top board seems to have concluded. But we can look at this real quickly, if we may.
Jumabayev in action against Hari Krishna. I can immediately recognize this is Hari from behind.
Yeah, and this is not one of the key games you would say.
Yes,
So
we can, yeah, Jovanka has asked us, Maurice, deliver, please.
So this position here is a very interesting decision to make. You basically have to give away your material advantage, which Maxime did not want to do. If he plays rook f5 now, rook takes on h6, rook takes on e5, and now this move, rook a6, take this dangerous one, take this one. Now you're no longer up a pawn. You were, but it's gone now. So you go, wait a minute, why am I doing this? Well, the reason why is your king sucks. That's the technical term, by the way, sucks. And my king is a beast. King d3, this pawn here is a monster. And if you try to play rook to a8 and c3 rook to d8, guess who is perfectly poised to give shelter? That rook sitting on h5. And, okay, maybe in other wins as well, but this is ideal. The C-pawn is racing down the board. Your A-pawn's going nowhere, and your king, the aforementioned king, is not able to come back in the game. This would have been lights out, easy, without all the craziness and that old sine curve. Okay, let's now go to the moment you're talking about. King F3 here. Rook to G1 check. The king had to come back in this direction to look to corral the pawn. It looks a little far away from the pawn, though, if you look at it. Now in this position, rook to H1 can be met by rook A5 with check, and if king to C4, you're taking. The same line he played in the game was king to D6 when you take now, and you capture here. Well, the beauty is, here comes your king. And your king is able to catch up to that pawn, and you will not lose this position. Good luck, though, with seconds on the clock. Even the best players in the world miss these nuances, and Maxime was the one who got fortunate and won the game.
But, you know, I'm part of an endgame group on Facebook.
Good luck with that.
Yes. And it's very nice to see these rook and pawn endings. I'm sure that this one will be making that group as well, because so fascinating, because it's so natural. You know, you advance your king to support the pawn. That is going to be the compensation. In the end, it's like Nimzovich. His words were proven to be true. A passed pawn is a prisoner, must be kept under lock and key.
Yeah, I also feel like Yuanji was so unlucky because he was exactly so much focused on the defensive idea with this rook a5 check intermezzo that he thought like I thought personally that this is the saving rescue, and that Maxime, because the king was on d5, yeah, so you imagine like rook a5 check, king d6, I take on a4, and then I can get behind the pawn with rook c4, but that the king fall back to d6, and that gives the chance for black to play rook c7, rook h1 to take on h7, and then to c7 in time, and exactly with my king on f5 I'm not able to stop the pawn. Yeah, you need 1-2 minutes in order to be able to picture everything together with few seconds on the clock. How do you do that?
It's impossible.
1 or 2 if you're Peter Leko. You might need 3 or 4 if you're some normal human trying to figure all that out. That was not easy at all. And unfortunately for him, he missed it. And the problem for him, too, is knowing that he had a draw. Losing this game, he's got no chance of winning the tournament anymore. That's the end. You hate when you play the game that makes you know it's over. Like, I could win my next 2. I'm not catching the leaders. So Yu Yang-yi knows it's time to fight for 3rd or 4th or something.
No, well, even to get a good prize, to get back to top 10 contention, he has fallen out.
Yeah,
he's out of the top 20 even.
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah, those are the heartbreaks. Yeah, we are talking about the title, Magnus Carlsen going for the first place. For him, only first place matters. But these players who are fighting, they're giving their all. They want to reward themselves finally with a great paycheck.
There's a lot at stake, and we are inching ever closer to the finish line. Let's take a look at the results of the round. It was a hair-raising one. It was full of surprises, full of excitement and drama. Magnus Carlsen just keeps on leveling up. He showed us why he is fantastic with the endgame, fantastic with his technique. He defeated Hans Niemann. It was a very calm draw between Vladislav Artemiev and Lenia Dominguez. And the sensation of the round, I'm going to say, is Yazkhan Erdogmus, just 14-year-old, just defeating Arjun Erigaisi. He moves into clear second alongside some of the other players. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, his coach, winning against Noribek Abdusattorov, again eliminating the competition.
But it's not clear second. It's two-way tie for second, right? It looks like Magnus has 8, Artemiev has 8.5, and the youngster also has 8.5, and no one else has 8.5. So they're top 3. He would love it if it ended right now. Okay, I'm saying he would. We would say this was a spectacular result if it ended right now. Magnus winning, and then you have the two-way tie for second with a 14-year-old. But he now has to navigate Magnus. Right. That's going to be the pairing.
It's going to be the pairing.
Magnus,
the big question is that who will get white? Because if I'm not mistaken, then the leader has to change the color.
Well, hang on a second. Didn't Magnus get a double white?
He already got it. Yeah, basically it will be Erdogmus with white against Magnus Carlsen in the next round. That will be our pairing. The fairy tale continues of Erdogmus, or will Magnus show who is the boss?
I hate usually a very simple answer to that question, but we will see. And Artemiev will take on likely his coach, Shakhtar Mamadyrov, who we haven't been talking about pretty much at all this event.
No, but he's there in the mix. He is there with 8 points. And moving on to the women, I mean, take a look at the top. Victories for Alexandra Goryachkina, Humpy Koneru and Zhu Jinet mean that they now share the lead. It's a three-way tie at the top. They are being chased by Ekaterina Atalik, who moves to 7.5 points. And alongside, is there anyone else on 7.5? I don't.
Well, Savita
is also on 7.5. Wow, so all of a sudden we have these unexpected names there in the fray. But for the women tomorrow, it's going to be their last round.
Exactly, and it's a crooked number. It's not 2, it's 3 at the top. 3 players on 8 points, which means whoever's playing, have they all played each other already? Did Humpy already play Goryachkina?
Yes.
Yes.
So then they all played each other.
Yes.
And if they all played each other, that means it's boards 1, 2, and 3 against 3 contenders, knowing that a draw on your board is likely not going to cut it. So you got to go for blood just to even maybe make a tie, which could be a 3-way tie. That sounds completely mind-blowingly insane.
Well, also, we've got to not discount players like Ekaterina Atalik and Sri Savita, who will now be playing the top players.
That's what I'm saying.
If they win,
you got the 3 people here who are going to be playing 3 players below them all, and even if they all win, it doesn't matter because you're going to have tie breaks. By the way, you said the rule is only 2 of them will go forward. So a tragedy to somebody who will not be able to play the tiebreak.
It will be heartbreak for that person.
Oh, man.
But we have to get there first because there's still one round ahead of us.
There is also not a given that the leaders will be winning because they're under tremendous pressure. So the underdogs might be coming up with a surprise and overtaking them. It's a crazy situation.
Well, if they beat them,
exactly.
Yeah.
They overtake them.
But the underdogs would have to beat all of them to overtake them. One draw would do the trick.
Yeah, but
so they'll catch up.
You remember?
You have to win your game.
You remember the candidates 2013 when both Magnus and Vladimir Kramnik lost their last game because they didn't know which result they need. It's a crazy situation.
No, you know what results needed now. Win the game. Win the game. That's what you need to do. You don't think about anything else. Win the game. Because I think a draw just doesn't cut it. Just unless you're happy with second or third.
Well, you heard it here first. We are just building up to what is going to be the perfect finale to the Women's World Rapid Championship. From Maurice's mouth, the players just have to win the game if they want to secure themselves one of those top prizes. The gold medal is at stake. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to break down absolutely every little detail. It's simply incredible. You don't want to miss it.
Most FIDE events have a fun football match on the agenda, and the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Chess Championships in Doha is no different. Behind me, you can see we are at the sports complex at the Qatar University, where a friendly match is about to take place between players, officials, everyone just taking a break from the chess to have some football fun.
Always love to play football or sports, but it was always also a tradition during World Rapid and Blitz. I think since 2014 in Dubai, we were playing every year football. So yeah, it's a nice thing to keep.
And you're playing every year?
Yes, I always play.
Do you think it brings you good mood, good luck to have this in the event, take some seriousness out of the chess?
Not luck, but yeah, good mood for sure. And sometimes it helped in the tournament. Although I don't know, we'll see tomorrow how it goes. But anyway, it's nice to play, and we always play chess. It's too serious, and then here we have time to spend with each other and have a good time.
Before this game, we already one game played, and we already understood how to play with the boys. And we always try from the corner kick to immediately give a pass and shoot. So that's why I said we have to keep the same strategy and play. I hope second half we will play well, and hopefully we will be next.
Do you think this is going to help your chess going into the next Rapid and Blitz?
No, for me it's not about chess only, because I really like to play football. I'm also sometimes following from the stadiums, and it's very good that the organizers did this, and I'm enjoying my time here.
Well, I feel like on the board I'm just trying to not look like too much of a patsa, and I'm just trying to play my best, and on the field as well. It's just a great experience.
Yeah, so my chess is not the best, at least today, so I think it's nice to be active and have some fun and just have some break from the chess.
This friendly football was fun, but now we get back to the competitive chess.
At Total Energies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, Total Energies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. Total Energies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
We are back here in our glorious studio awaiting what is going to be the perfect finish to the World Rapid Championships. It's a 3-way tie for first place in the women's in the Open. Magnus Carlsen leads the competition, and we're going to go straight to Charlize, who is going to show us live from the playing hall exactly what it's like.
We're live in the hall for the final and 11th round of the Women's Rapid World Championship. And it's an exciting round since we have 3 co-leaders, Karyashkina, Humpy and Zhu Jun are all fighting for the title. Of course, if there's a tie, only the top 2 will go to playoffs. And it's going to be an interesting round because Humpy and Karyashkina are playing with the black pieces, where Zhu is playing with white. But she is playing with a compatriot, Tan Zhongyi, who they've been very chatty and friendly before the round. So let's see how the game goes. Stay tuned to the broadcast. We're going to be crowning our Women's Rapid World Champion very soon.
Thank you very much, Charlize. And yeah, we see it there. Can you imagine Arjun in Zhu Jun's shoes? You have a chance of glory, and it's your countrymate, it's your friend that is in your way.
Yeah, we could even see it on our camera that the 2 players were discussing something. They were smiling a little bit like, we don't want to be in this situation. Why we have to fight it out against each other? But yes, she has the white pieces. She is fighting for the title. She has to go for it. But also keep an eye on the other games, and definitely the players know the tie-break situation because the top 2 players, if there is a tie, qualify automatically to the match and the playoff. And knowing that Zhu Jun was leading the tournament for most of the time, I think her tie-break is very good.
Yeah, well, she started with 4 out of 4. That's like the perfect score, especially when it comes to tie breaks. And it is a 3-way tie. But let's take a look at the final round pairings. Zhu Jun, we just saw she is going to be facing off against Tan Zhongyi, a former women's world champion, but Ekaterina Atalik, with her win, she plays against Alexandra Goryashkina. For Humpy Koneru, she has the black pieces against her countrymate as well, Sri Savita. Again, that's going to be difficult as well, you know, because ideally, you know, you don't want to be playing against your countrymate in such a critical round. You kind of want to be playing someone else that you know you can go 100% in for the win. But 100% in for the win is exactly what these players are going to need to do. It would be history in the making if Humpy Koneru wins the title for a 3rd time. It will be the first time for Alexandra Goryashkina if she wins. She's never yet won a world title. And if Zhuzhina does it, well, it will also be the first time for her. So much on the line. The players, now is the moment where the nerves are going to start to jangle.
Yeah, there's this tremendous pressure, yeah, because the two leaders are playing with the black pieces. Yeah, so it's very difficult to make up your mind what do you do. So you might just stick to your game plan that I'm going to play my game and see what happens. Zhuzhina, on the other hand, has the white pieces, so she kind of has to make this decision that, yeah, I want to be aggressive, I want to win. And of course, in the open section, we have the young prodigy, the sensation of the tournament, Erdogmus up against Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, you talk about jangling nerves. What's going on in the minds of that 14-year-old? 14 means, you know, you're just breaking into your teenage years, and now you're playing the #1 player, not only in the world, but maybe of all time. He's not known a time when Magnus was not the #1 player in the world. Just simply start, stop. What's in his head? Like, this guy's always been the best. That's just the way the world is. You know, the sun rises, water is wet, and Magnus is the best. Like, that's what he knows. And now he gets a chance to actually maybe even take Magnus down. That would be an insane story that would resonate far beyond these halls.
And they are playing a classical Spanish. Erdogmus looking at Magnus, looking aside. What do I do? Do I go for 6d3 Spanish? Do I go for the Marshall? Is Magnus planning to play the Marshall against me at all? You never know exactly. Magnus is so flexible. He can play anything.
He can play anything. And I also wonder what was the conversation between Erdogmus and Shakriam Mamedyarov, whether they discussed a few words, whether Shak gave him some advice.
Where castle is played, so actually for the moment it looks like Magnus is setting up. Let me make the moves, the board was not updating yet. He has already made the move castles. And now the big question, if white plays c3, will Magnus go for the Marshall where white has many ways to be very solid? Will he try to play for a win with black against d6? And there you go, c3 played, and Magnus is not liking this because he has to make a very tough decision. He would have liked if Erdogmus blinks first and goes for some Marshall a4, hc move, but no, c3 and d6. It will be a classical Spanish.
I didn't think that Magnus would be playing into a Marshall because that has been so worked out that it's very difficult to play that line for a win.
Yes, on the other hand, one could argue he's leading, so why does he need to play for a win at all?
Excuse me, are we talking about Magnus? Like,
yes, we are talking about Magnus.
He wants to win this game. He understands a draw could have somebody catch him.
Yes.
I don't think Magnus is at all, let me play for a draw against a 14-year-old. And let's play chess. Why am I the best of all time if I'm afraid to play against a young player? I think Magnus is like, we're not just handing you any old draw like that.
But okay, that means that he had to blink and he had to play the Breyer.
There he goes.
Yes, here we go. And now the big question, how well is Erdogmus prepared? Did he check my incredible course? Because exactly in this classical Spanish, I opened my whole soul. I was showing everything, my repertoire, especially the Breyer chapter, all the World Championship match preparation, everything that I have ever analyzed till move 50 in some insane lines. How much does he know about this?
You're talking about your chessable course, yeah?
About my chessable course. It's only one, and I have exactly devoted it because I felt like if I do it, I want to do it in a I want to make in an opening where I'm ready and willing to open up with everything.
Well, this kid just blitzed out, moved so quickly that they haven't even been able to keep up on the live board. He just whipped it out. His knight is now sitting on g3, and the board will catch up shortly. And maybe he has seen your course. I'll tell you, yours is one of the few courses that I actually own myself, or I requested from the Chessable group. I said, I need that one for my students. So make sure you give me Peter's course, please. Thank you very much.
I gotta
Because I
send
know
my
it's going to be
apologies.
your
I never knew you had a course, but I did request yours, Maurice.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But all the nuances that you shared, Peter, well appreciated. And here we go. What do you have to say about this? This position is pretty classical.
Yeah,
We're still well in the opening.
We're still very much in the opening, but the drama is happening in the women's as they battle out to find out who is going to be crowned champion. So let's go there. Let's check in on Katerina Atalik against Alexandra Goryachkina. I've played Katerina a few times. She's a very solid player. And Alexandra is going to have to play very radically in the opening if she wants to destabilize White's opening play.
Yeah, because I think we also should mention, Katerina Atalik, she's married to Suat Atalik, a very experienced, fantastic grandmaster, very good theoretician. He was always a big theoretician. I was spending a lot of time with him in my childhood. He was in Hungary. We played a lot of blitz. We had great friendship. And later he was also the second of Nigel Short and so on. So I'm pretty sure that Yekaterina knows her stuff very well. But I also like what I'm seeing from Alexandra, that she keeps the game alive, and White was doing some kind of a provocation with this knight FC, E3, B3 kind of stuff, inviting Goryachkina to play a rich game, but clearly, and there we see the road of Alexandra Goryachkina in the tournament.
Hasn't dropped a single game. That's a performance.
It was close against Humpy Koneru, but she survived, and look at that score.
Yeah, +6 with no losses. This is a big round. If she wins this and wins the tournament, you can say, yeah, that lady deserved to be champ.
But you know, the thing is, she might very well win.
Yeah,
she may not win the event.
Oh, yeah.
Because there are two other women joining her, potentially joining her. Can we, so this position is...
It's a slow affair.
It's a slow affair.
Yes, I just wanted to say that actually the reason why Alexandra will have good chances to win this game with black, because Yekaterina is playing for win herself. So she's not thinking that, how do I stop my opponent, Alexandra Goryachkina, but how do I create chances for myself? So all to play for. Let's move on to the second board, I believe. Yeah, just to go step by step on each of these boards. And Savita against Humpy Koneru, 4 knights, e4, e5, opening just very quickly, so that, because it's a very strange kind of looking position. How did we reach here? Yes, this is a modern kind of treatment after bishop b5, knight d4. It means Humpy was ready and willing to agree to a draw. White could have taken knight d4, ed, e5. It's a very drawish line. But once again, the player playing with the white pieces is fighting for herself. She wants to take the glory by winning. And bishop c4, c6, castles, b5, bishop d3, knight takes f3, queen f6, d6 is on the board. What a crazy kind of position.
And just to mention something about Savita, she is an excellent rapid player. She came third back in 2022 in this event. And since then, you know, it's very difficult to shine in Indian chess because you have so many talents. But she is definitely up there, and she should not be underestimated.
No, for sure. Okay, if she's
already there.
fighting on the second board in this crazy field, because, and there we see Humpy Koneru's road in the tournament. She also hasn't lost a single game in the tournament, and she was very close of beating Goryachkina. Look at just today's games against Zhuzhine and Leitingie. Yesterday finishing it against Goryachkina the day. What a tournament.
Let's go to the next game. And trying to keep up the pace with all these games.
Yes, and that is Zhuzhine versus Tanzongji. And it seems like Tanzongji made an opening mistake because seemingly White got this knight d2 f4 kind of trick. This is a very tricky kind of stuff. We have to see it from the start. Yes, we are still seeing Humpy on our screen, but this is the, this is still Humpy. But I'm already talking about the game Zhuzhine against Tanzongji. And this is this a6 kind of business Normally you do this if you play for a win. Why do you do this? Yeah, there we see the two players in action. Bishop d3, bishop d6, rook c1, c6, castles, castles, knight d2. And this has a purpose. f4, knight f3, and then knight e5. If that happens, it's bad news for black. Queen c7, f4, knight g4. She's trying everything, but can she?
That's a mistake, because accidentally, while I was trying, I checked, I pulled up the game and I saw the engine, and the engine says there's a stunning move here that you can play. It's you just go knight takes d5.
Oh my God. Yes,
like
it's so easy to miss.
Yes.
Because you are threatening knight takes d6. It feels like white has to react, but there is knight takes d5 using the pin, and she takes it.
What a moment. Her heart must have been beating in her chest thinking, what are you doing? Don't I just win a pawn? And she has won a pawn straight, just like that.
Oh no!
I mean, it's not a maybe pawn. It's okay. Well, the queen could drop back. Let's go back
to the center pawn. You mean after knight takes d5?
But instead of a knight takes d5, there is some calculation to be done, because the queen could just move out
That's
of
what
the
I mean. It could drop back.
Problem is where. So let's go to
a5. Maybe you have to go to a5.
I'm a bit afraid that it might get. Yeah, let's go to a5.
But then I also have some f5 business.
You also have f5.
Right, f5.
I have f5 business.
F5 looks like the business, actually.
Oof.
But bishop h2, it's check is possible. King h1 and
okay, let's
f5 is a losing move, in fact.
Yeah.
f5 is a losing move, so it's not so easy.
Okay, but maybe you can go on the counter. This is very typical of the Indian school of chess, where you just go h3.
Yeah, just tranquilo.
Yes.
Just tranquilo.
h3 is...
And then, okay, you take cd, we take ag, and we are still threatening f5.
Oh, that's over. h3 is the killer.
Demolition job.
No,
she can't believe it. She can't. Both players probably shocked at what just happened. A blunder by one of the world's elite, and suddenly the player with white is thinking, am I really going to win this game? Or at least am I really winning a pawn that easily? Doesn't mean she's winning the game. We've seen enough turnarounds in this tournament to know that you're far from victory. But hey, it's better to have the pawn in your pocket than not. And it's a center pawn at that.
It is. And it's so easy to miss that kind of move, because d5 is protected not only by the bishop, by the pawn.
That was what she was doing when she was stopping to think, because she couldn't believe she was just picking off a pawn, and she was stopping to think, what will I do after this queen moves? And she had already anticipated this move.
I got some breaking news for you, actually, in the open section. Draws between Vladislav Artemiev and Sindarov. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So also finished in a draw.
Whoa!
So
they've just
and Shimanov Dominguez also draw. It means that they are not believing already. Magnus is running away. Let us guarantee some great paycheck.
Oh my goodness!
Is that the strategy?
There must be the strategy. I mean, this event, you know, it has fantastic prizes, and let's not forget that we are talking about potentially life-changing sums of money. 70K.
Well, for example, for Artemiev, actually, he doesn't really get any invitation to tournaments at the moment. His rating dropped. So yes, and he also had this fantastic performance so far. I think many people are rooting for him to get on the podium and get a real paycheck.
But can I say this? Here's the problem. You let Magnus win this game, or Magnus take the lead, you might be the one that plays Magnus next round. And Magnus may not be the one that's saying, oh, I'm just going to give you a nice little draw. Magnus says, oh, no, my friend. I got white. I want to clean your clock, too. So it's a risky business taking those draws in this situation. And it just quickly draws. I mean, board 2 draw, board 3 draw, board 5 draw already. I don't know, dangerous strategy to use going into these rounds. I feel like the second to last round is the round that's your setup round.
I agree, but sometimes, you know, there are external factors at play. You know, we're talking about big sums of money here, and, you know, some people have sponsorship. They can play with their band, and others have bills to pay, and I can understand that.
But that's 6 players you just talked about. All 6 in the same situation?
Well, Artem is actually a father.
He's a father,
yes, he's a father.
And we don't know whether he gets any sponsorship from
very
anywhere.
Hard to believe,
it's very difficult. So I can understand
MVL
that
and Wesley So,
they don't care about money. Yes.
They don't care about money at all.
But they faced each other. That was the problem, yeah? And probably Wesley is so solid. And we have felt like, what can I do?
It was a Berlin, by the way, in the Berlin endgame, and he got nothing. So that's that position. Maybe that's what contributed to it. And then you have Shimanov and Dominguez. Well, there's also Sindarov himself. I mean, he's got candidates money coming. He's got sponsorship coming. I can't imagine he was that worried with the white. Oh no, he had black.
Maybe they're going to go all in on the final round.
Yeah,
that's what we hope for. We'll see.
And he had the black pieces. But yeah, let's not talk about the guys who drew their games. That was their mistake or clever strategy. Let's talk about the games that being played. We have now on screen Abdusattorov against Sam Sevian. I am not exactly sure why we have those two gentlemen. Yeah, this is the match we want to see. And this is a classical Breyer, but with a new twist. Magnus is playing this very fashionable kind of new stuff, not committing with G6. That was the whole essence of the Breyer before. After Bishop F8, Knight G3. He plays this A5 thematic, and I just love the way how Erdogmus has reacted, because this A5 kind of business was played by Magnus Carlsen against myself in Vaikanzi 2008, and he surprised with A5, and I also reacted with this Bishop D2, Bishop D3 kind of reaction, and this is exactly what we are seeing here also from Erdogmus. A5, Bishop D3, B4, Bishop D2, just slightly challenging those post structure, and also making sure that you are kind of nicely developed. C6 played, and here, well, he's aggressive. The kid is aggressive. He opted for Knight F5 immediately. I might have done a prophylactic like Queen C2 or something. Yeah, just a small little adjustment, maybe getting ready for Rook A D1. Maybe I'm going to go Knight F5 next. In any case, things escalated after Knight F5 takes. Bishop A6 takes. And Queen C2 on the board. We reach the live action.
Indian giving just a teeny tiny edge to white. That doesn't mean much in this position. It actually didn't want to see Bishop takes on A6. Bishop C2 would have been ultra sofisticado to not make sure that that bishop stayed on A6 and you kept your bishop in the game. But he did trade, and he still has a slight edge, keeping a little bit of pressure on Magnus and just testing Magnus to see, will he be able to equalize? Magnus continuing to just play the game. He doesn't have to do anything serious, especially if Magnus has looked over to his left and to his right and behind him, up at the screen, and said, wait a minute, why are so many people walking out of here? Oh, they respect me that much. Good, okay. So I can relax just a little bit on my board, knowing that nobody's catching me from behind.
Yeah, basically now he has the luxury of also playing very solidly, secure a draw, and that will mean that in the last round with the white pieces, he will have his own destiny in his own hands.
Dream situation for him, in fact.
Because I think against Erdogmus, this is some kind of a psychological pressure. Playing against a kid 14 years old, you know that normally I have a fan base, everybody's rooting for me. I'm Magnus Carlsen, world #1, greatest player of all time. But I'm faced with this 14-year-old kid who gets all the sympathy from all the world. Whom are they rooting for? I'm pretty sure that it crosses his mind.
I'm not sure how much it does, but it's a very good point. You beat up on a 14-year-old. Well, come on, man. You're like 20 years old, 21 years older than this young man. And you're not going to get anybody clapping for you if you beat him. But if he beats you, sensation around the planet. You just lost to a 14-year-old. Remember what he did to Gary when he was only 12, and Gary was the best at the time, and they drew in that rapid game.
Yes.
And Magnus, even a little 12-year-old, got up from the board while playing Gary, which just showed how calm he was. Well, the shoe's sort of on the other foot now.
But Magnus has been exposed to that kind of attention, especially on online chess. I remember there was a huge sensations around the world when he lost to Pragnananda, he lost to Gukesh, and, you know, everyone went crazy. So he's kind of a little bit immune to that now.
He's not. They weren't 14, though. Right? They weren't 14 when it happened.
Prague was 16.
16,
yeah. Yes.
16, yeah.
They're getting younger and younger.
Okay.
Soon they're going to be 12.
Okay, so this is still very thematic. Let's head over to the women's section where Zhu Jina, she is just doing exactly what she needed to do. She was gifted a pawn, And now she's just maximizing her advantage even more.
Now, people can maybe wonder that how could that blunder happen on this level? Well, the trick was, and now because the position is, of course, winning for white, there's not much to talk about. I just want to bring that position back after f4. That Tanzonji is a very strong player and a great strategist. She knows exactly that white wants knight f3.
Hang on a second.
Yo,
Sorry.
what just happened?
She's going to lose a knight.
What?
Sorry to
well,
interrupt you.
she's going for queen c3, queen takes e3 business or something. She wants to mix things up because she felt like I'm losing anyway. Then why can't I?
But what are you talking about? Her
I mean,
bishop
rook
on
takes
d6
b6. Yeah, queen takes e3. If you play bishop f2, I take queen takes f2. I mean queen takes f4. Pardon me. And then you will have g3 and the bishop on d6 is hanging. This is the line we're gonna be seeing. Rook b1, queen c3.
That looks disastrous.
It's game over.
I mean, literally, this is just like the easiest win ever. What is this?
Famous last words.
No, not famous last words. Famous busted. What are you doing?
Yeah, now white is threatening the bishop, threatening to come back with the rook.
But you take, well, okay, so just show queen takes e3.
And then bishop f2.
And then
maybe I also have rook, but
queen takes
f4, and I thought like we have g3 here, hitting the queen and hitting the bishop. What am I missing?
Nothing, but can you just pretend that you're not two pieces down? G5.
Yeah, okay, let her find her way, because I'm not seeing any chances for black to survive this.
There's not even like an alt threat. Like maybe you play bishop to c7, for example, and then take the pawn on e3. Or maybe you take on e3.
But then rook b3.
Maybe you take... Oh, but bishop every move is tempo. Every defensive move is tempo. So queen e3, bishop f2 is hitting your queen. You have to do something.
I think queen
e3 f4.
It's more or less forced, right?
That's what I'm saying. But if you play queen e3, bishop f2 is with tempo. You're losing another piece. Oh, you have queen a3.
Yeah, but okay, this is also a queen a3, I have knight b1, winning the bishop. So you can't.
It's another. You've just lost a piece. Did you get a pawn? You got your pawn back. So you're down a full piece. It's literally resigns.
But you picked up how many pawns?
Nothing.
Nothing. It's even pawns.
It's even.
You don't get.
When you pick up the she takes on e3.
Take e3.
If she picks up, it's kind of automatic. Bishop f2. According to computer, it's not even the best move, but it's so natural. Bishop f2, queen takes f4, g3.
And we're going into this line.
So tell us what's the next move.
G3.
Yeah, she will have to play queen g5 and then bishop takes g4, but I'm not a believer. This cannot be.
That's two pieces down.
Yeah.
And you're not getting the g3 pawn ever.
No.
So
you get nothing.
Disaster.
Is there any hope with some light square attack?
Nope.
You know, queen.
Yeah. Well, if you want us to try to sell it, then yes. If you want to hear the truth, no. Yes. Yes, that's it.
No.
And she did play queen g5 other than resigns, but it's rook d6. Bishop g4 is just nada. No, you can stop that dream. That's just not going to happen. Maybe white will get an attack, putting the queen on the line.
I can see that black gets a little bit of play. Like I'm just thinking, you know, rook takes bishop, bishop takes pawn. The rook comes down to e2.
Yes, this is what we will be witnessing.
That's exactly what we're going to be witnessing. Yeah.
It's two pieces.
I know, but it's still not 100%.
Well, one could argue that we are two pieces down, but we have 3 pawns for the 2 pieces, which means that we are only 1 piece down and we have some attack going. Let's try to package it like this.
We can tell the fans that this one is busted. That's all that is. Let's get to the other 2 boards, because it's going to be much more crucial to see what happens on the other 2 boards. If this is a comeback of any type, that will be a miracle.
Well, we'll keep you posted on what happens in this game. But yeah, I agree. Let's head over to, first up, Katerina Atalik against Gareshkina.
I already have it. Well, this is a slow affair. I think it's roughly equal. Yeah, the computer also confirms 0-0 type of position. White has this d4 square to put the bishop on d4, blocking the isolated pawn, but this isolated pawn is not really a weakness here. It's more of a strength because it gives this outpost for black for the rook on c4. After bishop d4, I'm expecting the black queen probably to go to e6. Of course, it's not forced, and then play some rook dc8. G6 kind of moves. Perfectly fine position for black. And what else is happening in the Savita Hampi Koneru game? That's a big question because, wow, according to the computer, Hampi is in a lot of trouble. She has just sacrificed the pawn on b4 because she is hoping that with d6, d5 she will break out in the center. A very double-edged kind of position. I don't dare to say that the clocks are, I mean the computer's evaluation are correct here because humans are playing the game and the last move was bishop c8 to b7, so she just gave up the b4 pawn. Will Savita...
Nope, she didn't bother going for it.
Yes. She played knight g4.
Yes.
She played knight g4. But what is knight g4? Knight g4 is not a move that I'm afraid of. Takes. Okay.
She didn't want to go for it.
And d5.
She trusted Hampi.
She trusted her opponent, said there's a lot of chaos in those lines. I don't want to get crazy with it. And yeah, it might come to haunt her later.
Yeah, d5 blitzed out, of course. Yeah, Hampi has to watch out for her clock situation, down to 4 minutes versus 7, and it's still a lot to play for. But now black has stabilized everything. I think now Hampi is kind of happy, and this also gives us the chance maybe to move somewhere else. Any news?
No. The only thing I want to ask you is going back to, I don't know, I'm like a dog with a bone here, just quickly against that Zhu Jiner Tan Zhongyi, because somehow I feel this is not as easy as we're trying to sell it. Because first up, where's the queen going to go?
Yes. Well, let me also highlight that white is not so easy because if knight f3, there is queen h5.
Yeah.
This is a huge problem, and king g2 runs into queen h3 check. And this is automatically kind of a drawish mechanism. Yeah, if this would not be possible, it would be very simple. So this means, as you highlighted, the queen has to move. The other option of going rook d5 is also not so effective. Yes, you can transfer into this very pleasant, good endgame, but if you are 2 pieces down, you don't really want to go here. That leaves us with probably queen c1 as the only move because the knight on d2 needs protection.
But then you have moves like rook c8.
Rook c8, yeah?
Yeah, and I understand it's 2 pieces. I understand all of this, but...
the rook on d6 is a
and
tricky
also this
business.
bishop on f2 isn't the best piece. You know, these 2 extra pieces. Somehow or
well,
other.
normally, to be honest, if we have 2 extra pieces and they are perfect, the opponent has to resign, right? So, yeah, it's logical. There is some martialish vibe in the room. Maybe she will then pick rook takes d5 and go for this technical position. And, okay, it is not so simple, but she knows that this should be very good after all, but the a4 pawn is hanging as well. That was disturbing me, yeah, that where do I put the rook? For example, rook c5, bishop takes a4, and then vamos like knight c4 or vamos like d5. How exactly? Because if black gets grip on the d file and blocks the pawn, black will be fine. So we have to be energetic.
Yeah, you know, make it an argument. I'm coming around. You got to find some moves here. And those positions are not clean. You want a clean one. And
she's down to 2 minutes, 40 seconds. So she's a little bit running out of time.
Yeah, she's definitely the competitive situation has transformed itself, and she's showing some indecision, indecisiveness.
It's not an
right
easy
now.
position. Like sometimes chess is unfair, right? You do everything as you should, and still your opponent has a little bit of counterplay that is not so easy to get a grip on.
Yeah, that normally drives you crazy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but she needs to make a move now. Now I'm starting to worry about her clock as this momentum might shift, and she's looking for multiple lines to see where she might have a chance. And boy, with the clock ticking down, look out. She's at 153 and frozen.
And what is the computer?
And she's playing rook takes d5.
What was the computer's suggestion? Like, you know...
The engine shows Queen b1.
Well, that ain't happening ever.
Queen b1, giving away the knight, then taking on d5 as best.
Yeah.
Just being up, saying it's a piece is good enough.
Yeah, but the problem was it was the only move that did not cross even my mind, right? I was showing rook d5, queen c1, knight f3, all the logical options, yeah, and then the computer says, forget about all this nonsense what Peter is talking about, there is queen b1.
Yeah, but that's never going to happen
Crazy.
in a million
But
years.
this line, the engine loves too. Like this line they're in with your move to knight c4, The Indian thinks this is just absolutely fantastic.
Okay, this was the simplest solution.
This is what we're gonna see. Rook c5 on the board, and the big question after bishop takes a4. Now she has to, but she first moves the rook. Rook b1. Okay, but wait a second. After rook b1, b5, we never get knight c4. And I was afraid if we are unable to activate our knight, then if we calculate material, black has 3 pawns for the piece. So actually, material we are not up. We had to, my vision was that we have to dominate, we have to control everything.
So still d5 after that reminds you that there's a pawn that white has that's very powerful.
Okay, so b5, d5, rook a d8, and then what next?
This reminds me a little bit, I know it's a completely different position, of the Arjun Erigaisi against Artemiev. I'm getting that kind of vibe.
Ah, with the A and B pawns.
Yeah, black's plan, very simple, you know, just push the pawns, and white is the one that has to contort and play precisely.
Well, I'm becoming a pessimist here for white, yeah, because knowing the whole scenario, how it happened, and it looked like it will be an easy win for her, and then suddenly she gets technical difficulties with little time on the clock. This is a nightmare scenario. b5 played. Missing the knight c4 move, that was a huge mistake.
Yeah,
because after that you carry on with activating your pieces.
Flows.
Yes.
There was no need to play rook b1. In fact,
no,
there was no like a real need. And she has found the correct move.
Okay, but what is the follow-up? d5, rook a d8, and without an engine, I don't see a natural follow-up because rook e5 is a threat, and you can never protect it with rook d1. So maybe you will have to play some knight f1, knight e3. But this is artistic with little time on the clock. If that is the
You have rook b4 to rook d4.
Yeah, but again,
knight e4.
Okay, she played knight f3. This is again a computer, rook b4, rook d4 kind of transferring the situation. She opted for knight f3. Is this good enough? Probably. Stopping rook e5 and setting up knight d4, knight c6 ideas.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
There's no queen on the board for black, unlike the Artemiev game.
Yes.
So, and it's opposite colored bishops. So unless you get something concrete going with those pawns, your pawns are going to be frozen, and you can't compete against white's bishop. If that bishop joins the party, then that d-pawn could be a problem. So that knight on c6 will be a huge piece. So she's still got some control over this game, but it's not what we had anticipated. I certainly oversold it, that white was just completely winning with no chances for black. It looks as though there's some hope, but definitely white for choice here.
Yeah, white is the one that is pressing. Can we just do a spot assessment on how things are developing between Erdogmus and Magnus Carlsen? Because somehow I suspect that Magnus is going to be doing Magnus things.
Yeah, well, he has already done Magnus things. The d4 square, the lovely knight on c5. This is a dream come true for black. He will be winning this. There is no way that anyone against Magnus can hold this. And look at this. This is also the feeling that you have in this play. You know that you have everything under control. With every single move, you will be improving your position.
Yep.
And with 2 minutes, 50 seconds, good luck defending.
No, this is exactly what I meant by why do I need a draw? Let me see what this kid can do. And we're going to be playing some nice Ruy Lopez with all the Spanish nuances. And how much does the kid really know, as I've done this for 20 plus years? By the way, Goryatskina is in big trouble in her game.
Wow.
Yeah, let's head there because white is about to get active with the rooks.
White looks great in that position.
7 in the air. The question is, can you do it now or do you have to bide your time?
Well, she just played rook c1. And so black has to deal with this threat.
And she cannot play rook d7, the thematic with pawn on h7 she could. But here, after rook c8 check, there will be some rook h3 checkmating idea in the position. I don't know where to put this bishop, but just to highlight that suddenly when this check appears, it's checkmate.
What did she do? She did it very quickly and not too cleanly. You see, she just pushed her b-pawn, and you see how the b-pawn is not on the square exactly? Yes. She just kind of hurried the pawn to the square, so it looks like she is extremely nervous about the situation, and the rook can just drop on c7, and it has done so. And this is trouble.
And Yekaterina, I think, is a very good technical player. Rook c7, bishop d8. This is a horror kind of scenario. It's totally passive. everything is protected. White might also slowly create pressure against the f7 pawn. Yeah, there will be some rook d2 unbalancing the bishop on d4. So it's not that easy, but looking very bad for black. The nerves.
It is the nerves. Also, you know, white can just stabilize the king and just enjoy having that rook on c7. You don't need to rush with rook f3 is what I'm trying to say. You know, you can also start targeting the a6 pawn, which is vulnerable.
And Humpy Koneru is also worse.
Yes.
It's hilarious. All three leaders, right? All three leaders. Trouble for Humpy, real trouble, in fact, not deep trouble for Humpy, but real trouble for Goryachkina. And Zhuzhina is like, maybe a draw might be in the offing if she doesn't really rein it in properly. Instead of one of them winning, maybe none of them winning.
Now that would be sensational.
Yeah, but I told you, nerves are in play. You don't know what are you playing for. You need to win. Is draw enough? What's going on? You don't play the game, and Humpy is down to a minute. I think her position is kind of still under control, but the clock situation and clearly, are the players looking at the screens just to get an info how things are going in the other board? Wait a second, breaking news. Bishop e3 according to computates now equal position in Zhuzhina versus Tanzon G. The last move, Bishop e3, just when white seemingly activates the bishop. That's what we were calling out, that if that bishop ever gets activated, then black will be in a lot of trouble according to the computer. This was not the right time to do so.
Incredible. What a swing. Oh, she missed a great move on the last move.
Why is bishop e3? I mean,
Rook h2.
Rook h2 just swing over.
Yeah, it was super active square with your king on the back rank. And this one is now being called equal.
Well,
imagine being two pieces up, and now suddenly the game has completely turned.
And only 25 seconds for her. If there will be any shock, not that she ends up losing the game. Because there is no guarantee suddenly.
No, none at all.
In this crazy nervous situation.
Yeah.
Incredible turn of events we're seeing here. What drama in the last round.
And she's played it. Rook h2 on the board.
And her opponent is not yet adjusted to the fact that she is in terrific time pressure. If we could zoom in on the board and the clock, we'd love to see what, so we could see how it's ticking down horribly. Seems like, how much time on my board? I see
92 play.
She has 16 seconds before she played knight to e2. That bishop is kind of blocking the time there, but 5 minutes plus for black.
Rook h5, going after the d5 pawn. Wait a second, how can you protect the pawn? Wait a second. Knight c3, only move. Already we are talking about only moves for white.
But you trade off the pair of rooks, then the pawns might start moving.
And also some bishop b3, the bishop can also regroup
you can go bishop
herself.
c2.
But she plays bishop c2 first, even a tempo. Apparently a mistake by, according to computer, rook b2. Black missed the chance to trade the rooks.
Yes. This is still a wild game. Mistakes could happen on almost any move. She felt the need to activate her bishop and bring it back into the cubbyhole.
Meanwhile, the position has clarified between Atalik and Goryachkina. There, Goryachkina will have to hold an endgame.
How did she save this one?
Pawn down. It does look like it's within.
She will do it. But wait a second. Zhuzhina played rook c6. Isn't this a blunder because of rook hd5? I was thinking like there's this rook hd5 trap. No?
No.
Is this the position? Yeah, rook hd5. No, and she misses it. But she also gives rook h1 check. But she missed
rook hd5 was just definitely winning a pawn.
And who knows? Already white would have been fighting for a draw.
You're going to put the king in case she moves closer to the rook. That's the right decision. Yes.
Turns out king d2 is the wrong decision.
Oh.
It's the wrong decision. Knight's a draw. It's repetition. King c1, rook h1. You cannot play knight d1 because then you lose the pawn.
Unreal. She should have played king e2 and bishop back to f2. Instead, now she's forced to accept the draw.
No, well, hang on a second. She's got no time as well. 20 seconds.
Wow.
You know, it's just a draw now.
It's just a draw.
She could have played king e2 and bring her bishop back. She decided to move closer to her rook, and now her opponent is thinking, is there a way I can play for something? Likely not, given the circumstances.
No, you're down.
What a stunning way to not win the championship if she goes down. And she's just opened up a whole Pandora's box, and they have drawn unbelievably. Well, Black's chances are now done. She cannot win the event. White has to pray for good results on other boards so she can...
But you can feel the emotion there, the
Of
disappointment from Zuzhine.
Totally.
And Humpy Koneru, well, once again, she might be doing exactly what she did last year. She is winning her last game.
Yeah,
If she does that,
A4 and
she
queen C6.
will emerge Women's World Rapid Champion for another year.
You know, it's really funny. Champions show themselves, and they do it in the biggest moments when the tension is high. Who keeps your cool? And that lady has been a champ not once, right, but twice.
This will be her third if she wins.
And when you want to bet on somebody, you bet on somebody who's done it before. Zuzhine is her first time, maybe can win this thing. Oh, good luck. Goryatskina, the same. Both of them have faltered right at the finish line. And this lady said, I've done this before. I know what it feels like. I'm not scared. And she is now overwhelming her opponent. Still ways to go, but it looks like she should pull it off.
But this will be a repeat of last year, where there was a whole pack tying for first, and Humpy is the only one that wins.
Heart of a champion.
Well, D4 played, which means that this is a piece sacrifice. And now the big question is, do we take on A2? Do we have time to take on A2? Because clearly White cannot play D7 due to Queen D5 double attack. But D takes E5 is the plan. After Queen A2, D takes E5. And she refuses this line because it's too complex with little time to calculate. So after D4, she opts for Queen C6.
And this one's simple as well. Threaten checkmate on G2.
D5 and Queen takes D6. You eliminate the danger pawn and you are pawn up. You have a lovely pawn structure. White's bishop on C1 is dead. Bishop on A2 is also just protecting the pawn. Slowly you will regroup, and knowing Humpy's technique, she should be converting this.
It's just a matter of holding your nerve right. She's not got too much time on the clock.
That's where we are. It's all about the nerves, all about being able to manage it. This is not as winning as the one we just saw. So I would say there's still a long way to go. I'd bet on her, but there's still a long way to the finish line here. By the way, Magnus now is just completely dominating the youngster, and a win guarantees him a minimum tie for first, even if he loses the next game.
Well, if he wins this, he won't be losing the last one. I can guarantee you that.
I'm just telling you the math. I'm just here to report on the math. He wins this, he's guaranteed a minimum tie for first. The white pieces against whoever he plays, I get the feeling he'll even try to go for a win in the last round just to make a real statement. But, okay, we'll leave that alone as he's really giving the youngster a lesson. Meantime, the champ, will she remain champion, the defending champ, looking to do it once again?
22 seconds. Clock is ticking down, but she is up material. The queens have come off the board, and now it's just a case of utilizing the whole army. Now the king is coming, and the A-pawn, that's going to be the MVP at some point.
Yes, and Black's king is in time to protect the D4 pawn and target the D5 pawn. So it's a dream scenario. So White, exactly for this reason, opts for King F3, tries to confuse things. Now King E5 is impossible due to Bishop takes F4, and against G5, we might be seeing some H4 break.
But you can't do that just yet, can you? If you go G5, H4, isn't there G4 business?
Yeah, okay, King E4, I have to close my eyes, and you have 20 seconds. I have to muddy the waters, otherwise, if the king gets to E5, I can resign. It's already not about can I or not, I have to.
Well, Humpy
on the board.
has her hands forced. She has to defend F4. And now
H4.
Yeah.
You have to try H4. It's the only move to disbalance things, and you have to blitz it instantly, not to give your opponent a chance, time to get ready for it. She's moving towards King E4. That's also a possible move. The
Her
problem
time
is
under a minute as well.
the big problem is, however, that the pawn on D4 is not hanging. Yeah, bishop C8, beautiful, setting up, because king takes D4, bishop E5, and the B2 pawn is falling. Or can we maybe
It's a draw
agreed?
between Atalik and Garyashkina. So now everything hinges on
Yes.
this game. Can Humpy win this one?
King takes D4,
defend
bishop E5 check, king C5. This is getting a bit murky. There is something to play for with white. D6 played. But still, the problem is the D2 bishop. It's kind of dead. Bishop
And that
C3.
last move, bishop C3, really insisting on how dead it really is.
And it also protects the B pawn. So if you step away from the trade with bishop C1, A5, A4.
You
A5,
have to,
A4 is
you
coming,
can't
yes.
trade.
You can't trade.
Trade is just over. And she knows it, and she's looking at this board. There's just no move. She has to play bishop C1, but the A-pawn races. We are seeing the crowning of a champion right now. There it is.
Can she try to mix things up, after A4 go H4?
But it's already too late. Okay. Oh, but of course, she has to. She has to try everything.
Meanwhile, got breaking news. Magnus Carlsen is winning against Erdogmus, maybe even...
I mean, did he win?
Win.
Because we knew he was crushing his
I think
opponent.
he's won.
He was.
He's won against Erdogmus. So
Yeah, he was completely crushing.
wow, Magnus coming into his element,
Yeah, which means that
This
actually
event.
Magnus kind of
He's
sealed the tournament for himself.
finishing with 3
not
victories.
sealed, right? Somebody should be on 1 point behind him. I know you're predicting he's not going to lose the last game, but
Yes.
mathematically the game's not over. I mean, the tournament's not over. It's a question of will the player who he plays against just take the draw and take the money, whatever that gives him, or try for more. But here we are looking at...
Wait a second. What happened here? B3, D7, bishop takes D7, king D7, B2. Bishop takes B2, bishop takes B2. This is the situation. Opposite colored bishop endgame, but black's king is probably in time to start attacking the king side. Bishop D4.
This is the best she could have done.
Why did she allow this F3?
And now the engine is saying it's a draw.
Yeah, F3. Why did you allow this? And then the white king will come back.
Oh my goodness, life has suddenly been breathed into the opposition. The position is now equal. What a stunning development.
Wow.
Wow, shocking development. King D5, and then okay, she might even not move the king. There is no reason, but okay, King D5 would be the professional. We just get closer, and then no matter which direction black goes.
How did she allow this? And now she is absolutely not winning. This is a pure bishop of opposite color situation where your king cannot penetrate. You can't leave the H pawn alone. That's the problem. And if you leave, the moment you leave that H pawn alone, she's going to play bishop F7, force you to push it, and then your pawns are anemic. And then you just put your king on A2, bishop on G4, and it's a draw.
Yeah, but
No matter what happens.
even you don't need to do anything. You can just sit.
Yeah, the king can't even get around your king.
You can never. You can always just block with the king.
This is stunning.
It's
We
a
were
dead
crowning
draw.
a champion, and now all of a sudden, all the leaders have faltered. That means other players are in play suddenly.
Exactly. Everybody's in play.
Who was
No, it's not quite the case because Atalik, she was on 7.5.
Yes, but I
She
mean,
drew.
Goryachkina, Humpy, and also Zhuzhine, they will all be
They-
So those
sharing.
three, but
They'll
who
be
else?
sharing,
but
but,
everybody else drew. Below them, Anna Muzichuk drew.
Leiting J, she's finishing.
Where
with
is Divya
7.5.
Deshmukh right now? What score does she have? Not that it-
Divya has, I will tell you, Divya has 7 points. And she's still playing.
the leaders have what now? 8.5?
8.5.
Okay, so then all the players who could have caught them no longer are going to catch them. So it's the three of them.
It would just be the 3 of them. And then you remember, it's going to come to tie breaks. It's going to come to those book
Yeah,
holds.
exactly.
That's right. Somebody is going to be disappointed after this round.
Someone is going to be heartbroken.
And it could be her.
It could be, because actually she was third before coming into the last round.
Oh my goodness.
At least, I don't know, otherwise why would have been she the third one on the list?
Well,
this is absolutely
everyone will have to get their
stunning.
calculators out and
But that was exactly the reason. You remember, guys, that what was her move? Because computer was saying that it's still winning, but I looked at it,
D4 is the
and
move.
it was kind of the position that we are getting this opposite colored position, and I'm not liking this. And yeah, we are having now action. Bishop e7, h4 was played.
And the white king is coming in.
Yeah, bishop d6 check.
And now this is most definitely nothing for Humpy.
Total dead draw.
Incredible. What?
And it all hinged on that one moment.
She played bishop d4 and allowed
Which,
f3.
yes, she
That was
allowed
the moment.
f3,
She had to play
g4.
g4.
Yeah, but it already got complicated. It was a winning technical position.
And a
You
draw.
should, yeah,
We
draw.
had a draw.
Oh my gosh. What a story.
Three-way tie at the top. All three leaders faltering at the last hurdle. We're going to be seeing tie breaks, but it remains to be seen between who.
By the way, Goryashkina was busted. She was dead.
Completely.
She was dead. And so the fact that she actually drew and had to walk out like, oh, geez, I drew. I have no chances. And then Zhuzhena was completely tough winning, but still winning. She blew that one. Here, it was even more winning than you could imagine. And she blew this one. And one of them will be knocked down based on the way the tie breaks work in the women's section. One of them will be knocked down.
Yeah, but wait a second. There is still action in Niemann versus Shakriya Mamedov game on the top board. One of the top boards. So let's jump into that action. It looks like a draw, but we know so much is at stake. By the way, all the games finished draw. Artemiev, Sindarov, Vasilagraf, Veslisov, Disvinu, Shimanov drew, Dniepo Prague draw, Stadana Caruana draw, Abdusattorov, Sevian draw, and Arjun Erigaisi was the player who won. And Yesipenko has beaten Gukesh, and Giri has beaten Henriquez. Wow. And then again, a lot of draws, and then Daniil Dubov, but that is already far away. All eyes on Hans versus Shakriya Mamedov. Whoever wins this, well, actually, who can win? Nobody can really win this. It is a draw. Rook Knight versus a rook. Those pawns, g5 and h4, probably will be falling sooner or later, but you don't need. Sometimes it's better to get rid of them and just make sure that your king escapes, and then you just play the theoretical drawn position.
Yeah. And it really means that Magnus is almost untouchable there with that 1 point lead.
He's a point ahead.
He's a point
right?
ahead of Artemiev. Artemiev's the only player on 9 as it stands, and there's a whole load of players on 8.5 points. But
Nobody
Shaq,
gets
if
to
he
9?
wins, if Shaq wins,
Shaq's not going to win.
then Shaq will be on 9 points. Also Hans as well, but Hans also looking.
Yeah, but be careful. The king, yeah, he has to push h3, has to destruct, because and it's losing because knight f6 king. There are all these mating nets.
Oh,
according
no.
to computer,
What?
it's losing. Yeah. Okay, I told you this pawns, this construction is dangerous. Knight f6 played.
Wow. He is being mated with this structure, this formation.
Yeah, because king g6.
Oh yeah,
rook f7.
I remember the first time.
If you
I was
can
like
remove
15 years old when I first saw this setup, and look at this.
Look, the
You're getting
checkmate.
mated. He's stunned. He was.
Oh.
And look at the smile on Hans's face and the disbelief in Shakhriyar.
It means that Hans moves to 9 points. If
He can't play Magnus.
No, he can't play Magnus, but if, for instance, Magnus loses, then he might have that chance.
Oh, wait, what does Magnus have right now?
Magnus right now has 10 points.
Okay, so Magnus is sitting on 10, which means Magnus just needs a draw, and that's it.
That's it. He's won.
But Magnus is going to play somebody lower down on the totem pole. So whoever he plays somehow has to get in their heads that they might have to beat him.
Well, he could be playing someone like Arjun, Anish, Wesley.
Yes.
Lenier.
Yes, that's what's going to have to happen. And if you take a draw against Magnus, it's not clear that you're winning much because people are going to just overtake you, right? So, but it's Magnus, and a loss is even worse. You're going home with almost nothing if you lose this game. So, yeah, Magnus is in the driver's seat 100%, but Hans is thrilled. Hans is in clear second now.
He's in clear second.
Oh, wait, is he with Artemiev in second?
He's with Artemiev.
He's with Artemiev in second. And they've played already. They've played already, no?
No, Artemiev with Shakryar, no.
No, I'm talking about Artemiev and Hans.
No, they've...
No, they also haven't. No, yeah,
yes,
they played today. This Italian draw.
Right. So they've
The
played.
first game of today.
So other people trying to catch them as well, not just give them first, second, and third. Wow. I can't believe what happened today. I mean, just this last round. The drama and the Swiss twitch turns crazy.
It was a crazy,
Well, maybe
crazy
we even
round.
have to revisit in quiet situation what happened in this Hans Niemann Shakryar Mamedyarov. Yeah, that how did he really get mated?
We'll definitely come back to it, but let's take a look at the results of the round. You know, he had twists, hands. It was a thriller. But we have no clarity in the women's, but in the opens, it looks like the Magnus Carlsen show. With that very convincing victory, Magnus Carlsen moves a point ahead of the field. He moves to 10 points, and a result in the final round will mean that he will be crowned World Rapid Champion for the 6th time. It was draws, very quick draws between Vladislav Artemiev-Sindarov and also between Wesley So and Maxim Vachilegrov. Hans Niemann there with that very nice victory there in the end, that checkmate against Shakryar Mamedyarov, and a lot of draws. It just seems that everyone is beginning to get a little bit nervous because the results, the end is in sight. But when it came to the women's, I mean, what a finish we saw in the final round. It had drama aplenty.
But looking at this, by the way, just quickly, Anish is on 8.5. Yesipenko.
Yeah, Magnus might be up against some very big gun.
If we might bring that up again, I'm just saying in terms of anyone feeling any security whatsoever, there is no security. Anish was 7.5, Yesipenko, Arjun on, wait.
8.5.
Sorry, 8.5.
They are jumping to 8.5.
8.5. They jump. Anish, Yesipenko, Erigaisi, all on 8.5. So is Maxime, Wesley, who else?
Shimanov,
Sindarov. I mean, what the heck? You can't draw the next game and think you're going to do anything because there's all these players. Plus, Erdogmus is on 8.5. Like,
but Magnus can with a draw.
Magnus stays his own beast. But what I'm saying is, everyone else who kind of, maneuvered their way in the round that just passed and just took quick draws, suddenly there's just a litany of players right next to you. And any one of them wins, you don't get a silver, you don't get a bronze.
Forget about silver. You are all about glory, Maurice. Yes, the prizes are shared. Yeah, so you feel like you want to be part of that cake. You know that you get a big slice.
I understand that, but if you see the first, second, and third go where they're going, you might not get fourth or fifth if you draw again. Fourth, fifth, sixth. You'll be sharing 7th through 20th.
Yeah, that is not good.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes. If one of these people end up at 7 out of 7th, tied for 7th through 20th, what did you do? You had such a great score, and now you might walk away with...
If you lose, Maurice, you are out. So this is always the problem. How much risk do you take? But
not
it was
looking
a
good
final
for that
round.
group at all.
But or they are very happy to be part of that group, yeah? I think there is some group placed on hundreds or something, and they would be dreaming to be part of that.
Yeah.
It's crazy what a tournament it is.
It has been absolutely spectacular. But a tournament has finished. It is the women's that has finished. And let's take a look at the final round results. But it hasn't quite finished because we are going to be treated to tie breaks. Because those three draws at the top means that we now have 3 leaders for 3 people tied for first place at the top. And we're going to be seeing a tie-break, but it's only the top 2 that will be playing that tie-break.
Which tie-break is it based on?
It's Buchholz.
Buchholz, yeah. It is crazy.
It is absolutely crazy. And let's take a look at some of the other. Letingje, she had a good finish. It was a draw with Anna Muzichuk. And it's very important because Letingje was also there with an outside chance.
Yeah, but she lost the penultimate round, right, to Hampi. She lost one. Yeah, that's why she was out of the contention. And draw is not necessarily that great because, as Maurice said, all the other people with 6.5 winning, they are catching you, and you are sharing with more and more people, and suddenly the great prize fund doesn't look that great anymore.
Also, I just wanted to. Ju Wenjun did not have an easy ride in this event at all. She lost to Polina Shuvalova there in the final round. She'll be looking to remedy all of that tomorrow when the Blitz begins. But
wait a second. Vaishali finished very hot, yeah, with 8 points, winning her last couple of games. What a comeback. And she will be tying behind the leaders immediately.
Yeah.
Actually, that 8 puts her in
almost sole fourth place. No, because the Savita and Atalik also, they had 7.5. They drew. But
you're right.
But okay, anyway, a fantastic finish.
Fantastic finish.
Yes.
That's what you want to do, is win that last game.
Exactly. It makes such a big difference.
And now,
so she'll tie 4th to 6th.
And now the big news is that we have a tie-break. We don't quite know who will be playing in the tie-break. The calculators will come out. The computer will be deciding who is going to be first, second, third. And those 2 top finishers, they will be battling it out in the tie-breaks. And just to remind ourselves of the tie-break rules, the 2 players will be playing a match of 2 Blitz games at a time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And if the match is still tied, then everything will be decided by a sudden death game.
Yeah, but I'm already feeling so bad for this player who will be missing out. And don't we start a petition that this should be the last championship like this? I very much feel like, I remember when this Fabi and Magnus were missing out. Okay, we don't want to see something like this happen.
Yeah. Actually, it's funny because the very first time I actually met you, so to speak, or heard of you, was in Wisconsin in 1990. And you were involved in this big tie-break for 3rd place.
Yes, I had to play a tie-break.
It was my brother who just got eliminated from that tie-break because they said, no, you make an odd number, and so he had the worst. And he was crying. He was only 12, and this was his chance for glory. And he was so upset, and my dad was very furious. But I mean, it really can't be like that. You should give everyone a fair go.
It's crazy, yes. Whoever shares that, he deserves the chance, at least, whether it's on us.
Yes.
I think the sudden death game, okay, bring it on. I want to have a chance.
Absolutely. I don't care what happens. Just give me a chance. And by the way, whoever gets kicked out in this situation is guaranteed last place of the 3, which is the bronze, right? Yes. So you guaranteed the bronze, but you didn't play. So you didn't have a shot at the silver. You didn't have a shot at the gold. Yeah. So even if I play, I'm guaranteed the bronze. So why am I sitting here just getting it when I could play and lose all and still get it? Yes. But I could possibly get gold and silver as well. No way. No way. This is not a...
Well,
this got to be the last.
We're still waiting for the arbiters to let us know who will be playing the tie breaks. But Humpy Koneru, she came so close to making this a three-peat, repeating exactly what she did last year. Maurice, can you break down that key moment where everything just went wrong?
It was one moment when, it just stopped from being a clean victory, but she had to find the move. By now, if I can just find this position here and go back to this moment in the game. She had allowed this opposite colored bishop position to happen, and the last thing you need is for your pawns to be blockaded, because this pawn can easily be corralled, contained, at least. And here she had to play g4. She could not allow f3. g4 now would be a whole different ball game. The problem for white is there's a threat of this pawn going down to f3 and cracking the structure, and then this pawn is way too dangerous. So she has to play the move F3 herself. She could also take here, but once this capture happens, then this pawn is the problem.
No, this is a dead draw.
Oh,
this
wait a minute.
Oh,
sorry.
AG you play F3.
This is the right move. Yeah, this is the typical plan. You're right. 100%. This and now H4. So this is the breakthrough that we all know and love, actually, this kind of technique. So in this position here, she can't take. She has to play the move F3, but then that allows the king to march right in. We just take this one, move the king up, and here comes the king to this pawn. This pawn will be the problem pawn, and you're just dead in the water here. White will not corral this one because his bishop is waiting for you. So she'll just keep everybody, play this. This bishop has to stop this one. This one will drop. You have another H-pawn coming through. That was the technique. Play G4, get the win, become the champ, walk away smiling instead of sitting here biting your nails, wondering, am I in? Am I out? Will I have a chance or not? Just based on some math.
Oh, what a nerve.
Yeah, but I remember it was exactly that moment when this B2 happened and opposite colored bishops, and I was thinking like, wait a second, this is a dead draw unless there is some study-like kind of way. And we, in such an important game with 30 seconds on the clock, you don't want to put yourself in a position like this where you have to find some only moves to potentially win. Just
you know, it's
don't
funny
allow
is
this
when I
D7.
sit in this position, the bishop, you're always able to bring your king back if this pawn advances, right? So bishop here would have been a really star move because push in this position just allows this move. So it would have been very useful to get your bishop out of here. She decided just to go for it because she just saw herself losing the bishop. She didn't give herself the additional resource of being able to bring her king back to be able to stop this pawn with her king. And if white plays something like king here, well, you can just ignore that because this push doesn't get the job done because of this check. And now if you move forward, you're just pinning your pawn in the position. So sad for her. This was her clean win. Bishop F5 was the clean win.
The other one with 30 seconds and not being able to adjust and to spot this G4, G, F3 idea.
Yes.
Was already too tough. This would have been the easy way.
Oh, and the heartache continues for Humpy Koneru because Humpy is the one with the worst tiebreak. And so it will be a match between Zhuzhina and Alexandra Goryashkina. Such is life. Our congratulations to Humpy, so close and yet so far away, but such is the way of life. And now we have another tiebreak. It will be between Zhuzhina, Goryashkina. Who do you think will be in the better shape?
Well, I'm losing my mind already. What kind of better shape? I hope that Humpy will survive this, because we have all been there. We are chess players. We know how it feels that you were just one move away of the title and then you are sharing. And I remember seeing the list of our standings, and it was always Humpy was the third listed. And I thought like alphabetically it was not right. So probably she has the lowest tiebreak. So I was already feeling very bad. But now that we have this final confirmation, it's very sad.
We've got to see a change in these rules. You don't fight this long to tie and then end up in this situation. Very tough.
It is very tough.
But to answer your question, right now, what do we have? It's emotional too, right? Part of it. Zhuzhina was winning completely. It was over. She had the title. Okay, there was some technical stuff, but then she just mishandled it and ended up not winning the game in many moments, by the way. But Goryashkina was busted. She was gone. And her opponent let her come right back and draw the game. So it may be a question of how do you feel? You were in the toilet. You were going, I'm gone. I'm dead. Wait, what? Wait, it's a draw. Oh, I'm dead again. Yeah, she drew that one, but Humpy's going to win that one. Wait a minute, she didn't win? Okay, maybe I'll get knocked out. Wait a minute, I'm not knocked out? I mean, if I were her, I'd be partying right now. Like, wait a second. It's my tournament to win. Somebody just lined it all up in the stars, and she just needs to buckle down. Let's see if that's the emotional uplift she needed to try to win this event.
I suspect that both players went through that emotional roller coaster because Humpy was the last person to finish.
Oh, definitely.
And they looked at her game and they said, okay, it was busted. Well done, Humpy. And then they're probably on their way out when suddenly they get wind of the fact that actually Humpy hasn't done it. And now there's a nerve-wracking moment as to whether their tiebreak is good enough.
My point was it was double for her, for Goryachkina.
Yeah, for Goryachkina.
From losing to that feeling, unlike for Zhuzhiner, who was in a different situation. She was up and then down and back up again. So let's see how they manage these nerves. It's anybody's tournament to play.
Either way, it was a very impressive tournament for both of these players. And let's take a look at Zhuzhiner's road to victory. She's tied for first, tie-break ahead, and she started off with 4 out of 4. She slowed down in day 2, but day 3, it was very impressive, 2 out of 3. And she played all of the top seeds.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to say. Already starting from the very first round, playing against Mamedjadova, then Belayeva, Danielyan, not an easy pairing at all.
And they played, of course, in round 5.
So it's very understandable that she had the best Buchholz, because if you face these players, then that's guaranteed. Let's take also a look at Goryachkina.
Goryachkina also had a tremendous performance, starting off with 3 victories, draw with Stefanova and Hamdamova. I mean, defeating Hamdamova today, nice result, Mungunsul, and she also played a lot of the top players as well.
Yes.
So
but the bottom, I don't know. Those last 3 games.
But I can tell you, Hamdamova, she's a teenager, big talent.
I understand, but still, those last 3 games, she kind of got a little bit of less of bunch of wolves, bunch of absolute top players. Not knocking these 3 players at all in any way, but she got a little bit of fortune there to play these.
Yeah, no Leitingie, no Vaishali, no Muzichuk sisters. Yes, just to Lachno. Yeah, so of course, these youngsters were up there. It's not their fault. This is how it goes. And I would really love to see also Humpis, but probably that is not ready because she's not tying for just to get a feeling that why was her Buchholz the worst, yeah?
Right.
Well, we can actually just bring that up, right? And have a look at who Humpy played.
Yeah, because she had a little slower start, or what was
I mean, her first day was more modest. So she began with a win, but then she drew against Begim, Torkin Jonova, and another draw with Corey Dacey. And then she started motoring on the second round where she won like 3 games in a row.
Against
and
top players?
Please call out the names.
Well, they're very strong players because I played most of them. Natalia Buksa, Mungunsul, Japova, Sarah Kadam, and then she played Goryachkina, Zhuzhiner, Leitingie, and finally Savita.
Right. Yeah, she had a tough last day, but she had a little easier road before. Yes.
Yeah.
They're all strong, but
exactly. Tohir Novau in the second round.
But it's just different rating-wise.
Right.
Those who are established versus those who are good players, but not the elite of the elite.
My understanding with tie-breaks is it's all about how you start. It has the biggest impact. And I remember Vidit, when he won the Grand Swiss, saying actually, because he lost the first round, he felt like he had to win every single game from then onwards because his tie-breaks were going to be so bad.
Yes.
By the way, a game is still going on somewhere in the hall.
Wow. Wow.
Well, we can turn
People love playing chess, right?
Okay, well, maybe we can sniff out that game and find out who is
which board is it?
In playing.
Well, it's not on the very top boards.
It's not, but we have... Is this... Oh, well.
Just when we came to it, they decided to stand in the way.
And you don't know which board it is? Board number?
It's board 73.
Chiao Tong, the Chinese player against Pranav. Wow. 2 great talents fighting it out. Chiao Tong seems to be winning, and he was one of the boys who was playing against me in this Nanjing Simul 2019 when Chen Yining was there as well. Yeah, the boy, he was fighting already back then like crazy, was driving me crazy. Oof. and he seems to be winning.
Curious onlookers there. Can we pull up your board?
Yes, I have the board already. So we can try to combine the situation. And Ivanchuk is there. Yeah, this is the position. Black seems to be winning 2 pieces and beautiful passers. The G and H pawns are marching.
But looking at this particular position, how many moves do you think has been played?
Well, I know the answer.
I'll ask
Maurice.
Maurice, how many moves do you think?
Rook takes H5 just played. Rook sacrifice.
Say 53.
Congratulations, 136.
What?
Yes, exactly. That's why the game is still on. And look at this Chucky.
136?
Chucky, eternal young. He's still there.
I guess I should have guessed a big number given how late it is, but I didn't realize just how late it was. Wow, 136?
And King F6 now, according to computer, it's a big mistake. It's a draw.
It allows the queen to come in to give a check.
But where and how? Queen E5 check and then Rook F1.
Yeah,
is
Rook
that
F1
the problem?
Boy, then you got to play Knight G7.
And then Queen C7 check. Then you already start collecting down business. Not that Black loses this.
Actually, this could go wrong for Black.
Easily. And it's on the board.
Dramatic. Salem is also there. Yuyanji there. Everybody there gathering.
So you got to play King G6 and put your knight on G5?
He played King
put a
G6.
bishop on G5.
But then Queen E6,
No,
you can't
bishop
play,
on
yes.
G4, so you have to put the knight on G5, allow check.
Rook G1 check, King F7, Rook F1 will be played. Maybe you have to settle for draw with King G6. I don't know, because this Knight G7, Queen C7 check, Queen takes B7, you don't want to do that.
Queen E2 then.
Yes, but also where do you go with the king? Yeah, King G6, there is a repetition. Black is down to 10 seconds.
Because you can't go King G8, maybe because of Rook G1.
Rook G1, yes.
Oh, boy.
Chess is tough. This is move 141.
Oh, my gosh.
Just
with all this on the board.
On the third day on round 10, yeah?
Well, lesson of the day.
Round 12, pardon me.
I was going to say lesson of the round is that it's not so easy to win 2 pieces up on occasion.
Yes, twice. Knight G7 played. So, of course, Black playing out of frustration will never agree to a draw. And by the way, there is always this Queen E2 idea, as Maurice already spotted. There will, but I don't think that it's a winning idea. It will probably just be enough to save.
Is the key move.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm hitting that knight on G7. Yeah, Queen C7 check, King G8. Now we are playing Rook G1.
Yeah, but Bishop
and
G6.
I thought Bishop G6.
Yeah.
Yes, and then you want to play Queen E2.
Yes.
Yeah, but something is in the air. Wait a second. Can I play Rook take G6 after Bishop G6, Queen G6, Queen B7? That will be my reaction.
That's annoying.
That will be my reaction.
But wait a minute. Is that not almost...
Well, you can start check with Queen G1, Queen B1. You should be fine, but
and it's a forced draw.
But probably just a draw. What a crazy game!
But that's all forcing. Rook G1, Rook.
Okay, Bishop G6, yeah.
And like you said, Rook G6
and
now.
Rook G6.
And take on, and the Rook is trapped. You have to go for the draw.
This is the line we are thinking about, and it will happen. Pranav will not miss this chance.
Queen B7 looks like a blunder.
Yeah, Queen B7, Queen E2. That was your trick. Devilish trick. Rook G6 then, and Queen C4. Key move, as you highlighted, and Rook A5 checkmate. All eyes on Pranav.
Rook G6, the key move now.
But can he go Queen to B8, throw in a check first?
Okay, King H7. Intuitively, I don't want it. Maybe it doesn't spoil anything, but I...
Yeah, Queen takes B7 is the juicy move. So if you just sacrifice...
he goes Rook G2, setting up the Queen B8. Rook H2, kind of. Is he playing for a win? Is he playing for a win?
He's so serious.
Cannot
it's
be.
A crafty move.
Incredible move.
But wait a minute.
And it's also the kind of move that's going to really scare
Queen D1 and you check, I can play the bishop back to E8.
Then Queen takes E8.
Hang on a second,
check.
the king has to run.
Wait.
It has to go out to the open.
Queen H1,
King F7.
Queen H1, Queen B8 check on the board.
But now he
now
can
it's
play...
going to be Queen C7 check.
Now what can he do? He has to play King F7, only move.
Oh, he took on B7?
Yes, and then go back to G8 and then with Queen B1 in time to give perpetual. Don't let Black lose this game because then we have to have the ambulance ready. Really, the ambulance has to be ready. Someone call the ambulance because this is crazy.
No, okay, the players are repeating. Queen B8.
There's no way to stop Queen B1. I mean, he's only repeated basically once, right? He can't take the C6 pawn because then he can't get his king out along the C6 line.
Yeah, there won't be any time for this. Yeah, Queen B7, you have to go to King G8 and okay. Oof. We don't know what happened before in the game, but if Black felt like he was completely winning all the...
Tragic.
Then he will be kicking himself.
Oh, hang on a second. What's happened here?
Aha,
What's
King
happened
F6,
here?
Queen
King
C6, Knight E6. Black plays, continues to play with 1 second on the clock. Really? Rook G6, Queen E6? He will lose this.
Isn't the rook?
The problem is that after you lose the D5 pawn, actually White can just...
Trade
the
queens?
king... Yeah, exactly. Everything is winning. Every endgame is winning.
Oh, my goodness.
No.
Unbelievable.
No.
You know, after 3 days and 12 rounds, fatigue set in not just for them, for us too, right? Your brain starts to go to mush.
And there we see, yeah, let's get that camera angle, yes. Oof.
But wait, he did not take the pawn.
No, he's throwing in a few checks. He doesn't need to rush this. He can build the time on the clock.
This is the current, and there is nowhere to run. King G6 played.
And King B5.
King B5.
And there's no Queen F1 check.
There is no king, and the pawns are winning.
You've got to do something about. By the way, Rook A8, Queen.
You can go B7.
Queen D6 check.
B7. What about
Yeah,
that?
but just B7.
Oh, B7.
But okay, B7, Queen B1, King C6, Rook A6, King C7. Good enough.
The reason I want to play Queen D6 is you can't step up because Queen D5 check wins your Rook.
Yeah,
Okay,
Queen
well,
D6 played.
So there it is. You've got to go backwards.
You have to go back, and
for this gentleman, this is life and death kind of situation. Everybody thinks, they are fighting for nothing. No, they are fighting for their lives. That's why I don't like just to focus on these top guys because, okay, everybody takes chess so seriously.
but also it's the kind of loss that ruins you because Black was 2 pieces up.
Black was.
And
he could have settled for a draw many times. White was trying to give perpetual checks.
Was Queen C7 and D7 winning just now?
Yeah, B7 was winning already before as well. Oof, King G6 played.
And now King C6.
King C6. Jovanka has told it. Yeah, this was your secret sauce, no? That you are just hiding your king in queen endgames. And that's it. It's a method. Very nice method.
Rick takes
I don't know, though.
But you can start to snack on some pawns. B7 still in the air. Okay.
Yeah, Queen D6 check.
It's...
What a picturesque position.
Amazing.
King G7 has to be...
The
No, he
is
goes
so
forward.
helpless against that chain of pawns.
Maxim, Lashielagraf, Shakriama, Magyol, Ivanchuk, everybody's following this game.
You don't know what's going to happen. It's high drama. I mean, White is supposed to win now. Black was doing well. It was a draw. Everywhere you look.
Is there fair play in chess? Then it's a draw. But I don't think so. It's not the way we play this game.
Chess is just
Queen takes
hard,
D5 check.
Is.
King G6.
And, you know, note that they've been playing with seconds in some cases. And Black right now is under 20 seconds. I can't quite see how much time he has left, but...
King C7.
What move number are we on, by the way?
We're on
160. King C7 was just 160.
Now, you cannot play Queen check because of...
Queen
D6
Queen
check.
D6 wins.
Yeah, against this check, Queen trade. That is the problem for Black, that Black can't even trade queens.
And now
B7, Rook A7.
He's going to lose his rook now, right? King B6?
Well, or even just C6, and then you
then
will...
King B8, King C B6.
There's no way to trade. There's there's no angle.
No.
But every move wins probably. That's the only problem.
And he's played
King v6. Okay, we will sacrifice it on b7. We take on e3 and rely on the e pawn. Yes, that's what he does.
Okay, this is little shades of maybe.
But c6.
I know.
Unfortunately, the queen is in front of the pawn and we don't have a check.
Also, the queen is beautifully centralized.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder if like queen e1, but queen d6 check guards the b4 square. There's no entry point.
Now look at this, yeah.
Can't believe it.
This is chess. This is in the cruelest forms.
And then you have another round to play after losing this game. And he's played the move I just said, but it looks like a simple... Well, he's hoping for queen b1 as well.
But yeah, it's famous that against the c pawn you cannot fight. This is the only pawn that automatically wins. And with the d4 pawn as well, queen d5 construction.
Yeah, his pawn needs to be on e3 to even hope. But on e4, not useful at all. King c6. What move number? Is 170 yet?
Not yet. 66. 166.
Another check.
And now king d7.
King d7 allows...
Well, queen h3 and then queen e6 check.
Resigns.
It is over.
There's no more check. A new queen appears next. He can finally stop. No, he's played it. Queen e6. And he just realized, oh yeah, that move. Move number?
Move number 168. Poor
shake of the head.
Poor Chiao Tong. No, this is why I feel like this is the toughest tournament, and everybody has his own story. You can make Netflix series, you can make Hollywood movies of just focusing on one single participant. Just cover his story in the World Blitz and Rapid Championship, and there you have your movie.
Well, the players do have that one extra game to recover. But it's been a dramatic round. We have a tie-break match in the women between Juzhina and Alexandra Gryashkina. That will determine who will be the champion.
Does that start right now?
That will start at the beginning, as soon as the final round begins.
So it's simultaneously. This is also so unfortunate.
Yeah, we shouldn't.
Well,
we petition for them to wait?
Well, what we're going to do now is we're going to go on a short break, and when we return, strap yourselves in, folks, because we are in for a ride as we find out who is going to be crowned the World Rapid Champion and the Women's World Rapid Champion. See you in a few.
I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
At Total Energies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, Total Energies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. Total Energies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
In 2025, we marked the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion, as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma. In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection, and September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.
Welcome back, everyone. And this is it. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. It's the decisive final round in the Open. And in the women's, we are headed into tie breaks between Zhuzhina and Alexandra Gryashkina. And just again, to refresh your memories on what the actual rules are in the tie breaks, take a look at this. So the players will be playing a 2-game match at a blitz time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. Perhaps this is warm-up for tomorrow's blitz. And if the game is drawn, then it's sudden death game, which means that the players go off to another room. They put in their bids for what time that they would like to play in order to get the black pieces. And the player with the lowest time gets the black pieces and those draw odds. And white will begin with 4 minutes, but gets a 2-second increment. And, well, we are excited. Everyone's excited. The playing hall is filling up. So let's go over to Charlie's, who's live.
We are live in the playing hall where the playoffs for the women's title is about to take place between Alexandra Gryashkina and Zhuzhina. And it's quite an intense one because both of them went into the final round as part of the 3 leaders, where Zhu was actually winning her game and so close to just taking the title home. But now she's here playing against Gryashkina. They're playing 2 blitz games, and if that is still tied, a death match. So everything on the line, both of them fighting for the world title. They're drawing the lots, going to play with the different colors, and we'll see who gets that Armageddon. But stay tuned to the action. We're about to crown our women's rapid world champion.
A new Women's World Rapid Champion will be crowned today. Will it be Alexandra Gryashkina? Will it be Zhuzhina? That's the question on everyone's minds. And in the open section, Magnus Carlsen is just in the lead with 1 point advantage over his closest rival, Vladislav Artemiev. Things looking excellent for Magnus there.
Yeah, however, we got a very interesting pairing. Magnus Carlsen up against Anish Giri. Yes, Magnus has the white pieces. A draw is enough for him to secure the win. However, we're talking about this with Maurice, that what does a draw exactly give to Anish? Not that much. And why not to try to, you know, create some mess, some controversy that, wait a second, Mr. Champion Magnus Carlsen, I can play on your nerves. Maurice, what are your takes on this?
I think a draw does nothing for Anish. Anish, he's a candidate. He is playing for the World Championship title, that is the classical World Championship title. To come here and make a draw and say, well, I didn't lose the last round, and I came in, what, tied for 5th maybe? Something?
Not even. No.
Maybe not even that?
Not even that. Maybe top 10 at best.
But
kudos to you. Congratulations. What did you prove?
But wait 1 second. You are playing black against a man who has won 5 games in
Forget about it.
Forget about that.
Forget about it. By the way, the clocks had been pushed, no? The clocks had been started.
And he's played Magnus many times. He's been beaten by Magnus many times. You can show fear here or go for the glory and see what happens. Now, it depends on what attitude Magnus has at the moment. But look, it's do or die. When Nepo found himself in this exact, well, in the situation last year when Magnus had won 2 games and was up 2-0 in the tiebreak, Nepo found it in himself to come back and win 2 games. You could have said that about Nepo. I lost the first 2. I only have 2 left. It's Magnus. It's over. He was able to mix it up.
And it's a Sicilian.
And we got a Sicilian on the board.
But C3, Magnus is so professional.
Oh, Magnus is going to make sure.
Exactly. He knows exactly what he needs to do. This is the way to do it. He's going to keep the position close.
Line. Not the D5 line and keep it simple. Play the knight f6 line and see if you can find a little something that makes the position last a little while. But clearly, he's up against it. We all know it. But at least show that you want to fight.
Okay, we're going to keep our eyes on this one, but we really do have to take a look at the playoffs between Alexandra Gryashkina and Zhuzhina.
And I got to tell you, I have a magnificent view from above as the ladies are down on board 1 below us. And it's just incredible view of the top board. And this is it for the title. We'll definitely go back to Magnus to make sure, but you know, clearly he's trying to draw that game, but we got to look at these ladies who are trying to become a champion for the first time.
And a trade on f6. It kind of feels like we've seen a very similar position before.
Well, this is a slow kind of play.
Very
I think
thematic.
Maurice already has the position, but yes, I don't know what is the best way to cover everything. Okay, I went for the women's section, so I'm also having here, but go ahead.
No, I just have it on screen, that's all. I just have the board.
Yeah, so basically then we can go on my screen. I have the game up. Then we can see the players.
Yeah, sure.
And we will be doing the commentary that way. Yeah, there we have it. And we are ready to show our chessboard as well. So it was a slow kind of, well, yeah, it was a 6d3 Spanish. That's the current position. Yeah, there was a trade on the f6 square. White has given up the dark squared bishop with bishop g5, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and got a bind on the d5 square with the knight on f1, a very typical idea, and via f1 reaching the e3 square, bishop d5, and potentially the knight from f3 will be also maneuvered to c4. If the knight lands on c4, and you can even put a5 and then follow it up with knight b6, that's the dream scenario. Black will be fighting against. a5 on the board.
It is on the board, and you don't really want to be going knight takes a5 in this position because you allow all of White's troops to infiltrate on the A line.
Yes, it's a very tough spot to be in for Black in this position because White's play is so easy. I feel like Goryachkina managed to trick Jurine in the opening position. Wait a second, there is some bishop b7 move, and there we see bishop b7 collecting the pawn on a6, and whenever you finally go rook a8, there will be bishop b5 hitting the rook. That's a huge pawn. Maybe it wins the game.
It looks incredibly strong. You're just simply collecting the a-pawn, and the a-pawn isn't exactly timid, shall we say. I mean, it's a monster. It's going to go forward.
All White could have hoped for.
Yes, and I feel that the thought process that Maurice highlighted there, that Goryachkina coming up from the deads, yeah, she was out of the race and she survived and got the chance to play the playoff. She has the best mindset.
And how frustrated must Jujina have been leaving, thinking about the fact, I was killing her. I could have been done. I'm talking about the last round against her compatriot. And now I got to play this when I was just winning, and now this is happening on the board? Boy, your mental toughness is going to have to be really at a high level to be able to save this game.
Down to a minute also, rook b8, bishop takes a6, because he's in a state of shock. She's in a state of shock. She did not expect this. She thought like this will be a slow kind of Spanish regrouping back and forth. She has this idea of going rook e7, rook a7. So White has to watch out not to lose that a5 pawn, but it is too slow.
Hitting the knight. Now bishop d7.
Yeah, and there is no rook e7, rook a7 anymore.
But if you give me the chance to play bishop b5, I'm going to take on b5, queen b5, knight d4, and create counterplay on the king side after knight takes f3. I destroy the pawn structure. You don't want to do that with White.
That's a hope. Keep hope alive.
Even maybe you can sacrifice your queen. But why would you? Bishop b5, rook b5, queen b5, knight d4, knight takes d4, bishop b5, knight b5, then cement c4 and a6.
Wait. We got to show though.
It's a lot of arrows. Sound like
it's
the board right now.
But it's a blitz game, yeah, with 1 minute. And if bishop b5 is not happening, then I don't want to confuse everyone. But yeah, there are crazy tactics if White plays bishop b5.
She's glanced over at her clock.
Down to a minute. And she goes for it. Did she?
Here we go.
She touched the bishop. She moved with the bishop.
She's put it on b5.
Wow. So rook b5 is the move that probably you have to play. Yeah, and she will. Yes, there you go. Rook b5, queen b5, knight d4. And I'm expecting now that, but after knight d4, I can take cd4. I have cd4. So wait a second. This is escalating.
No,
B6.
queen to b6.
Okay.
That one's a lot more natural, right?
Good.
No one wants to sack their queen.
Yes. Oh, no, actually, we would love, but black takes CD. That was the big problem.
But here it comes. The queen has
Queen
to show up
H4.
on the king's side with queen h4.
There's
She's
some
looking at
hope
either
here.
the check or queen h4.
This
And
is
she's
a
played the
hope.
full queen h4, and this is the hope. The king can start to run, though.
You have to.
King f1, king e2, then looks like a nice
And
little nest.
It's put on its marching shoes. It's going to hide
Yes.
on e2.
How do you make any progress after the king lands on e2?
It was very important because if black gets bishop takes h3, you are in this queen g5, queen h4 kind of repetition, but now the king escapes,
Now
and then
some-
white should be winning.
Some random hope with rook to e6 and rook f6, but the king is now on e2, and man, that a-pawn is going to be very fast, but
Okay,
she's
still.
hoping for tricks.
Yeah, still, you have to play on the nerves of your opponent in a situation like this.
So knight d5, look,
Yeah, d5 is...
killing blow.
Well, then we have to sacrifice f3, but she plays rook g1. She wants to cement it with rook g3, very professional.
Can she try some d5?
d5 on the board. Yes, she does. Very nicely spotted.
Yeah, well, the queen is going to move.
She's
Queen
down to
d8,
12 seconds.
setting up a pin is natural, but she didn't play that. Queen b7.
She played queen b7 or queen b8. Let's wait. Yeah, queen b7. Wow, why queen b7? Giving this bishop c6 tempo. Okay, queen c8. Ah, the queen is now also protecting back.
Now queen to g4 is going to be cementing white's advantage. Okay, well, wait. Be careful with how you take that pawn back, because the pawn on f2 is vulnerable.
But wait a second. Do we have some craziness going here? Bishop takes e4.
Queen has come back. Maybe we could just focus on the
Yeah,
players,
focus, because we
they are
cannot-
playing way too quickly with seconds left on the clock.
Forget the analysis
And-
board.
Let's
And
zoom
now
in.
a trade of queens has been forced,
Yeah.
and this is a massive problem now, as she is desperate, trying
is
to
gonna
get
come
play,
in.
but nicely done there, not allowing anything on c4. And now she said, if you want my pawn, you can have it. I'll get rid of your bishop. And now here goes my a-pawn, protected by a rook, forcing resignation. She's taken game one.
Very convincing there from Alexandra Goryashkina. From start to finish, perfect opening, worked like a dream. The players will have some small pause, and then they will begin again, colors reversed. And meanwhile, let's check in on the game between Magnus and Anish, see what has happened there.
It has been dead equal, by the way, for a while. Right out of the opening, Anish just hoping the pieces will last. As you can see, it hasn't been a quick draw, if you will. There's still an imbalance on the board. Imbalance is, we say there's, white has the isolated d4 pawn right in the middle of the board there. And white has castle, black hasn't. Black has given up his light squared bishop for a knight. So there's some tiny imbalances leading to basic equality, but at least the game's not just dead.
Yeah, it's not dead, but it's equal. And the good news for Anish and for all his fans and everyone who is rooting for some miracle, that he's up on the clock. He's 3 minutes up on the clock. On the other hand, we have seen this from Magnus, that he just wants to make sure that he controls the situation. He's in no rush whatsoever, because he feels like as long as I know what I'm doing and why I'm doing. Did Anish play the move a6? Is he trying to clarify things? I was just imagining like he was moving on that side of the board. I think so, yeah, a6 happened, bishop takes c6, we'll be trading on c6. How did he recapture? After bishop takes c6, MVR is walking around. Why is MVR walking around? What is happening in MVR's game against Hans Niemann?
He's still playing.
Queen takes c6, yeah, so Anish offers the queen trade, hoping that, wait a second, if I get an endgame, I might not need to castle. The king can come handy protecting the c6 pawn with king d7.
Looks.
Magnus takes and goes look ac1, I believe.
Yeah, still going to be difficult to win this against Magnus.
Because you feel like, yes, d4 is weak, but then so is c6.
Yes.
Like, where is White's problems?
No,
Because
White has no problem. White hasn't made a mistake, so why should he have a problem?
Just a game.
But I'm just saying that in light of the tournament situation. Like, Magnus 1 point clear of the field. He's very comfortable with the draw. It will give him another World Championship title.
Absolutely, but Anish is also not in a must-win situation. He's basically he is very happy that he got a game. It's not an automatic draw. He's trying because I don't think that he before the game could have expected that maybe I can beat Magnus. He knew that I'm having another chance that maybe I can, you know, create some mass play with Magnus's head. But that's all you got, yeah.
That's all you can hope for. Don't play some ridiculous position and just get stomped. Keep playing. Play good chess. Let the moves come. If you get a chance, you get a chance. If you don't, hey, you have black against Magnus. That's just not easy to do. So you don't have to go all in. Just try to play good moves. By the way, one very big point to make. Remember how we saw quick draws on other boards in the last couple of rounds, even 3 rounds? There are no quick draws anywhere on any board right now. All the top boards, 11, 12, no board actually.
But wait a second, then we have to check out Artemiev, because if Artemiev is not winning, then Magnus runs away with it, no?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Artemiev is, I mean, they're in the middle of a rich game. They're in the middle of a rich game, very complex position there with Wesley.
Let me switch.
So Artemiev hoping Wesley goes for it, hoping he gets some chances. But Wesley is playing, by the way. Wesley's not playing for a draw. Wesley,
of course.
Wesley knows how to make a draw with the white pieces. I've seen him do it too many times. He's playing.
And talking about needing to make a draw, Alexandra Gereshkina. She is leading in the playoff. She just needs a draw with the black pieces against someone who is going to come at her. I mean, what kind of strategy should both these players employ?
Well, I think they just have to stick to their guns because they are very exhausted. Nerves are at play. You don't want to change anything in last second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Stick to their guns, be consistent,
yes.
Play the familiar.
Basically, I think Zhuzhina is anyway known to be, you know, very aggressive with white, yeah, keeping all the tension in the position. Alexandra clearly Goryachkina will be trying to shut the game down. And there we see Vladislav Artemiev going undefeated.
But also 5 draws to close out. Remember those little half points he gave up? We were saying, why are you taking the draw in round 8 and a couple of rounds later? He said, I think round 10 especially, not round 8. It was rounds 9 and 10 after he defeated Magnus. And first it was
Arjun,
and then Magnus. And then he took that quick draw to close the day. And then he had another quick draw. And you say, boy, that half a point, well, somewhere, somehow, you might have tried to grab a game. You could be right there. Magnus would not be comfortable taking a draw right now.
Yes.
Exactly. If you were to contrast Magnus's road, you would see that, okay, he's not been undefeated, but as soon as he lost, it was like win, 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 win.
That's
exactly okay, right. But let's move. This is still a very solid kind of position. What's with Maxime against Hans? I want to see it because they are playing for so much. There's so much at stake. Also the podium. If Magnus runs away with it, okay, let him run away. But definitely this gentleman playing such a great tournament, they want to get silver or bronze or the chance to reach that.
Absolutely. And right now, black is perfectly fine. White trying, okay, your queen's hanging, so you got to do something about that. But black got that d5 break. And has great pieces, at least, in the position.
This is lovely. This is a dream come true in all this anti-martial kind of stuff. In fact, it was the old classical castle h3 bishop. We sent d3, d6. We see a lot of d5s, the pawn sacrifice. But Hans felt like, okay, let me play the old traditional way. And yeah, this is a very fashionable line. Hans knows his stuff. Rook c8, bishop f4, knight c4. B3, knight e5, a4, and this is how and knight g6, d5, very typical. You eliminate, you kick that bishop away, and you are able to strike in the center, and white is unable to push the e5 pawn because it's controlled.
By the way, very quickly, if I may, on the cusp of history, Sitting at the board now is Goryashkina by herself. Maybe if we can get a camera on her, but she is sitting by herself knowing all I need is a draw and I win this title. And she is, who knows what's going on in her mind, in her heart right now, trying to control her nerves, trying to stay calm. A world title in her pocket right now would be such a tremendous accomplishment. Look at that steely face of determination. Just a draw, and you get one of your life's dreams.
Yes, and probably she has been very close already so many times, but this seems to be the closest. She got the lead. And all she needs is a draw, and she has a very solid repertoire.
Well, she has challenged Ju Wenjun for the crown. That went to tie breaks. There, Ju Wenjun was dominant. But here, she gets the moment of a lifetime.
And another Chinese player.
Of her dream for so long, exactly. And now in her way stands Zhu Jian'e, who, playing with the white pieces, is in a must-win situation to take this to tie breaks.
And I think the toughest thing to adjust to is the time control. It's not only that it's 15 minutes and suddenly it's 3 minutes, but the increment that it's just 2 seconds instead of 10. So when you normally get into this time scramble where your instinct, your reflexes meant that you have 10 seconds and you only have 2, that can change everything.
Look at her face as well. I can't even tell. Just looking at her face, it's like a mask, not giving anything away. How nervous am I? How nervous is she? One of them has the silver. That's clear. So that's a given. But they don't want the silver.
Of course.
They want the gold. And that's what they're fighting for, is moments like this that you live for as a chess player. Peter, you've been there, right there, almost in your hands. I don't want to relive any bad memories, but right there where your match against Kramnik, it was just about at the finish line. And that feeling that you miss out on the final goal.
Yes, it's very tough, but this one is a 3-day event. That was almost like a 1-month marathon. Yes. With every day like 10 hours of preparation plus the game and everything. It's by the end of the match you are losing your mind.
That was tremendous effort on your part. We all remember your epic efforts there. Well, this is not quite that, but still a very important event to win. They know they have the silver, but that's not what they want.
Well, the nerves are jangling in this moment. You could feel it. You can see it on their players. They are not entirely relaxed. And it's B3. It's the cowboy opening. How is Goryashkina going to respond with D5? And she goes perhaps for some kind of reverse London setup. Knight to F6 first.
Yeah, and E3, F4.
Here
Trying
we go.
to mix things up.
Is the bishop going to come out to F5? How will Goryashkina handle this? Will she also fianchetto?
Pressing pause a little bit.
Bishop
Finally
to
does
F5.
play it.
It's a very clever kind of choice from Zhu Jian'e, and maybe it's her only chance, and she knew it, that if she lets Goryashkina play her established openings or her solid stuff, the structure that she knows, then she will not have a chance. By the way, how does she forget about the chance that she had against Tan Zhongji, just to seal everything? Yeah, that's also probably somewhere in her mind, at least in the break, it must have been. But now all eyes on the game.
If she doesn't win this one, that is a game she will never forget. Just simply never. If she wins, whew, okay, I came back. But if she doesn't win this one, that is a game that will be talked about back home, and one that she'll remember forever. But she's got to focus, as you said. This is the game. Can she pull it off? As this opening has started very slowly, and one thing you would like to have is an edge on the clock in Blitz. It's not the Rapid tournament you've been playing for the last 3 days. This is Blitz, and it doesn't have the feel of Blitz just yet.
Not yet, yeah, because the players are not yet really accustomed to this new time control.
Okay, those last couple of moves were played apace. Easy sort of moves to play.
Knight now develops.
Yeah, knight BD2, A5, A4.
I'm expecting some kind of castles, Queen E1.
But since white played the move H3, yes, one could argue that was also to stop knight G4. because otherwise the e3 pawn will be vulnerable. But is she eventually also planning to play g4 at some point, and that's why she's not castling yet?
She's played 95, I think.
Oh, but 95
Yes.
is very strange.
95 on
I
the
don't
board.
like 95 at all, because why do we trade and give our opponent a chance to clarify the situation?
Which way do you capture? I mean, if you capture with a pawn, you shut in your own bishop. If you capture with the bishop, well, then you invite further trades.
Yes, no, this 95 should have never been played. Just do some Jobava stuff, g4, rook g1, craziness, try to create a mess, but this one helps Goryachkina. So yeah, she captured with the pawn, knight d7 castles. But
And the game with Magnus is over. Magnus and Giri are done. And Magnus is the champ. We see him leaving the building now. Magnus taking a 6th title. We expected it, but now it's official.
It's congratulations to Magnus Carlsen with an absolutely incredible, amazing, splendid, all the positive words recovery after he lost that game. He leveled up into monster mode. He kept on winning and put in a dominating performance. So massive congratulations to Magnus Carlsen, who is the world rapid champion once more for the 6th time. History in the making. I mean, Magnus is just taking the Guinness Book of Records and just ripping everything up and throwing out the window and saying, I'm here to make a legacy.
We may never see somebody win 6 again, maybe, but we can safely say we probably won't see it for the next 20 years because somebody has to come and dominate the way Magnus has dominated over all these years. And he didn't do it year after year after year. There were years he stumbled, still being the #1 player. So it's a hard thing to do, terrifically hard. Only person in history to pull off what he's pulled off. He reminds me of Tom Brady in football or American football, winning 7 Super Bowls, and everybody shakes their head and says, nobody's doing that. We don't know another 50 years before that happens again. So kudos to Magnus on that performance. Now that we've decided that, this game decides the women's, well, may decide who wins the title, but this match certainly does decide who wins the title on the women's side.
But now already also c5, c4 breaks are hanging in the air. Of course, black does not need to rush, but we have to highlight. However, she goes for clarity, f5. That's the move that probably you want to play when you feel like you only need a draw.
Yeah, and we must not forget that for Zhuzhina, she is in a must-win situation.
By the way, Arjun Erigaisi is smashing, and I mean smashing, Shimanov right now. Just a complete beatdown. The other games are even, so he's trying to get himself way up on the podium.
And Zhuzhina now under the minute.
Yeah, but at least she managed to create some kind of an imbalance. That bishop on h7 is shut out of the game. Yes, there is a pressure on the e4 pawn, but this pawn structure gives white the chance to eventually try to play on some squares. But let's see how it develops. Black is very solid. Queen c6 putting pressure on the e4 pawn. I know, she first took knight g4, queen g4, and then queen c6.
Also, black's play is relatively straightforward. It's just a case now of putting the rook on the d-line and mobilizing the pieces.
Yes, well, but I can try to play against this bishop. Yeah, if rook a d8, I capture on f8, I start moving my knight because...
maybe you capture on f1 first, and then you get the time to go rook to d8.
Maybe, yeah, because the knight should not be allowed to start jumping.
But you're right. Black needs to be precise, because otherwise there is going to be...
And she captured. She captured on f1. Yeah, very smart choice. Takes rook f8, I believe, had been played.
She played rook d8.
Rook d8, okay, yeah. Rook d8. Also the same effect, queen f4, bishop g6.
Mm-hmm. And the big problem for white...
But sorry, maybe we can just zoom in. Yeah, we won't be able to follow everything live. Yeah, let's zoom in.
Let's zoom in whilst the players are playing very quickly, both of them around the 30-second mark. And for Zhuzhina, she needs to mobilize the knight from
Yes,
b2.
rook e2, knight f3, just protect that pawn on e4. Is she able to do that? Mm-hmm. Because if rook e2, knight f3, then you can start jumping. But rook e2 maybe at my rook d4,
yeah,
not allowing.
A bit of a problem.
Yeah, queen e5 played.
But an offer of a queen trade, which is not something you really want right now.
But what can you do?
Well, you got to accept it.
And rely on your knight. Yeah, rook e2, knight f3, king to e3, protect that pawn and switch to Magnus gear.
Yeah, absolutely. That
king g1, she's playing it. King g1, king f2, king e3. It can be unpleasant with bishop on g6. Maybe that bishop has to move back to c6, but then the e4 pawn is not under pressure. She goes for it. Bishop e8, regrouping the bishop.
Yeah, but the king on e3 will also, and this is the move she wanted to play, b5.
Nice move.
Big decision of a c4 and then king e3.
But wait a second, now the rook stays on d4 because you can never play knight f3 with the hanging e4 pawn.
More trades.
But now you can...
Oh, no, the c4 pawn is weak.
Yeah, but the knight protects everything, and if you can get the rook behind to attack the c5 pawn.
Okay, hopes.
And the clock.
We should point out 7 seconds to 12 seconds. Critical moments right now.
Very critical.
Oh, there's a rook d3 check possibility. And she's done it, but she's able to back up. And if rook d4, how do you...
The knight is such a good defender.
Yeah,
everything
rook
is
d3,
rock
she's
solid
going
there.
after, but rook c8. Exactly, and now king moves away.
And you
if bishop c4, rook c5, you are
able to
pinned.
capture? Why not?
And then you will have rook e3 check.
And rook, you would play rook e2 if you step up, so you have to move your king over.
Almost lost on time.
And 2 seconds, 4 seconds against 7. Critical last moments here. 4 seconds each time as they
rook
move.
g3.
And oh no, now she's dropping her pawn, and black is winning.
And the bishop is very strong.
And another pawn, well, not quite yet, but looks like another pawn will drop. Pure desperation on white's part here.
There's still hope because the e-pawn is still on the board, and it's moving forward.
But in the worst case, oh, she can play rook takes knight right now.
But then bishop f7, king d4. Yeah, it should be winning. But you have to calculate. She has no time.
She's 6 seconds.
Wait a minute.
And it's taken out, and she
goes
goes for it.
And then she just plays h5.
That's
you must move your king, take the rook, and push the pawn again. And you're certainly not, like, that's it. It's busted. Well, no, it should be.
It should be, but okay, it's a win for Goryachkina.
No matter what, she's not losing this anymore. She can put the queen on the board, and she knows no tricks. I can just start checking, and you have nothing to do. She can offer a draw at any moment. Her opponent must accept.
And as long as you're careful with where you put the king, players are repeating. A draw. And it is Alexandra Goryachkina who is the new Women's World Rapid Champion. What a performance. Undefeated in the event. And there, just showing us how calm, collected, and killer-like she is in the final moments. She needed a draw. That's exactly what she did in the first tiebreak game. She played it to perfection. Great opening. She controlled every single step of the game, controlled the pace, and she is a worthy winner. Congratulations to Alexandra Goryachkina. What a performance.
Yeah, big congratulations. It was a very convincing performance in the playoff. And Jojine and Hampi Koneru will be very upset that they let this happen.
That's what we're talking about, the psychology of how did you feel coming in? She felt totally relieved. I can't believe it. I survived that last game. Meantime, Jojine will just regret forever. Well, maybe not forever, but you know how this is. You lose certain kind of games. It stays in your soul. You can grow from it, though. You lose, you have to get it behind you. She did win silver. Congratulations to her for doing that. And we know the top 3 in the women. Now we need to establish second and third in the open section.
Yeah, this one looks very balanced. It should be a draw between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Hans Niemann. I'm believing, you already mentioned, that Arjun is crushing Shimanov. Yeah, there are no surprises. It's a complete massacre. Maybe the game Sindarov against Yesipenko is a big game. I'm not exactly sure who can do what, but a win would definitely let them finish extremely well. It's on board 5.
And Arjun Erigaisi, how has he done? He's still playing.
Yeah, he's crushing Shimanov. He will win.
Yeah, he's winning because Vladislav Artemiev has already finished. He's on 9.5 points.
So
out of 13.
what happens if there's a tie? Is also tie break?
No,
right?
no.
No, I mean Buchholz.
It's Buchholz, and Lenia Dominguez is in with a shot. And maybe we can take a look at Arjun's game.
Yeah, Arjun's game. I have it up and running. It's a complete crush.
So just to establish things, we have Magnus with the gold, Artemiev sitting right now waiting to see who joins him in second. And
if someone joins him, well, Arjun has a chance, right?
Is Arjun the only one with a chance, or can someone else join him?
Well, Hans Niemann can leapfrog him.
Yeah, but that will be a draw. I mean, MVL, Hans is a dead draw position.
You said can leapfrog him or join him?
Leapfrog. He's on 9 points out
so
of 12.
So a draw by Hans ties him.
Ties him. But
and if Arjun wins?
No, but if Hans wins, Hans will go to 10.
Understood. But what if Arjun wins?
He will go to 9.5. He will
tie him. And then somebody's going to lose out on a silver or a bronze based on Buchholz again.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
The calculators come out. Our programmers work furiously to make sure.
Look at this crazy king on h8. This is in lot of trouble. The G file is opened. Not only the G file, also the E file is dominated by white. This monster knight on f5. Black has no coordination. Rook on c8, rook on a6. I think Maurice wanted to show this incredible knockout blow of bishop to g6 after queen f7. That was a very pleasing kind of move. Queen d7, bishop f5. And after trade of the light squared bishops, the knight jumps into f5, bishop f8, knight e4. And white is attacking without sacrificing. This is a dream scenario, and he also has all the time in the world, 4.5 minutes for Arjun.
You should have shown the variation, though, that bishop g6 and the rook e7 line.
Yeah, okay, after bishop g6, 8g, you can choose. You want to start with knight g6 and then follow it up with rook e7, or you want to be fancy with rook e7. It's, Maurice, what do you prefer?
Rook e7,
rook e7,
sure,
okay, rook e7, queen takes e7, knight g6, check. And there is no good square, and okay, I can't look at this position anymore. It's finished. So poor Shimanov in a lot of trouble. Let us move to Sindarov against Yesipenko, because I think there is a lot to play for, unless, Jovanka, you have something.
Yeah, no, I was going to note something, but I realized it was a little bit of fake news.
Okay,
I was looking at Dominguez against Erdogmus.
We will be moving there because Andrei is actually squeezing, putting pressure against Sindarov. He has the better pawn structure, but probably white should be able to hold this despite being in an unpleasant situation. Very little material, normally good drawing chances. Well, very good drawing chances and almost no winning chances against a top player in this position, but you are squeezing the position.
Fabi's losing again against Liu Shenglei on board 8. Oof. Just a forgettable event for him. He'll be looking forward to the blitz. Getting destroyed, actually.
Yeah, but actually Sindarov has just 36 seconds. That changes a lot. There is so much to play for Andrei Yesipenko this case, and he plays the move rook e4. He has to keep the game going. Sindarov was e6. That was the idea. He sacrifices the pawn, but eliminates the weaknesses. And he will say that I will hold this endgame being a pawn done. But okay, Andrei will say, thank you very much. Pawn is a pawn. I can play. Queen takes e3 check. Well, he needs to win. Andrei needs to win with black, with being a pawn up. He will be squeezing. He's also making a great comeback. What a day for him. Yeah, he has won many games, so that he's up here.
Well, Andrei Yesipenko has 8.5 points.
So he can finish 9.5.
Him tied with Artemiev.
Yes. Wow, sharing second. Yes, if he wins, so lot at stake, lot to fight for.
That means another, like a 4-way tie for second?
Well, maybe more, who knows. Let's check out Lenny against Erdogmus, because this is an endgame also. Lenny is putting pressure, but how much pressure it is? Clock situation, well, he's putting pressure on the clock as well. 3.5 minutes versus 18 seconds for Erdogmus.
And the win also puts Lenier on 9.5 points, and up there with Artemiev.
And also Nepo in action. What is Nepo doing against Sevian? With the black pieces, he's in a lot of trouble, apparently.
He's in a big trouble, and Nepomniachtchi is on 8 points.
Yes.
So they are not going to be on the podium, whatever happens.
Yeah, no, and it's also hopeless kind of position. By the way, Mamedov has beaten Sarana, Dubov has beaten Makaryan, so they are finishing the tournament on high note, but it is already irrelevant for us. Let's focus on Hans. Let me go back to Hans to see, is he squeezing out something? Somehow I don't believe against Maxim that you can create anything in this position. Because Maxim is controlling the clock very nicely, 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
But Hans is the only player who can leapfrog Vladislav Artemiev.
But look at the position. Will he? No. The answer is no. It will be a draw. So that means that Hans will also be most probably tying for second.
Right, with a draw here and then hope, cross his fingers and hope that
but
he
his tie-break is not so good, his defaults. No, I don't think so. Because he had a slow start, kind of, but you never know exactly. Now, okay, Artemiev should be winning any tie-break. That's why he's feeling so confident by making all these draws.
Silver and bronze in the balance. Only one loss for this young fighter against Magnus Carlsen. That was the game.
Yeah, but I mean, he had a very difficult day today, starting with Magnus Carlsen.
Well, it has to be difficult, right? Because he had quite a nice pairing all the way up to that moment. And yeah, Bishop E3 played, I believe, by Maxim. It's a very solid move. Okay, there is nothing to talk about in this position. If any miracle happens, we will jump back there.
Arjun has a forced maiden 4 coming in his game.
Okay, well, actually, I just see it's just finished. Maybe we can quickly show the end.
Yeah, they traded queens, and the bishop moved off of the back rank and gave the knight a square. And we know this mate, knight to f7, is just final. There's nothing you can do about it. Just the only thing you can do, in fact, is just move your rook over and hope to take this piece, and then he can just move his rook and say, guess what? I'm going to play rook down. This is completely nothing. You're in computer mode now, sacrificing this rook. So a mating attack actually happened even with the queens off the board. So Arjun now moves to
9.5.
9.5. We now have 2 people sitting at a tie for second, excuse me, second and third. Will more join them? That's the story.
Yes, so Yesipenko is still squeezing that position against Sindarov. The good news for white is that there are 2 pair of rooks on the board. As Maurice, I think exactly today highlighted that you can be sometimes pawn up, but if it's a double rook endgame, it will be very difficult to move that pawn ahead. Black plays rook b7. All right, white just stabilize with g3. You want to hide your king. And this gives us the chance to move on to Dominguez against Erdogmus.
Sam Sevian did beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in the last game with a nice tactic at the end.
Yes, but this is not Dominguez against Erdogmus. We can, I think, jump in there because that's more dramatic. Black has only 12 seconds against Lanier with more than a minute. And it's a scary situation because the black's pawn structure is compromised. The c4, a5 pawns are weak. But how is white able to break through? Is there some rook c5 kind of idea, keeping an eye on the a5 pawn and then getting ready for rook d4? I think...
Because all you need to do is get rid of a set of rooks, and then the queen side
rook
is going to
c7.
start to tell. Rook c7, okay, perhaps it's threatening to line up both rooks
With
on
rook
7.
f2, yes,
rook
or rook
f4
f2. Yeah, rook
F2.
f4, you have to stop rook f2. That is for sure. And how is black would love to also get the counterplay with rook f5. That's why I thought that rook to c5 makes sense. Yeah, on the board, because you have to protect this g5 pawn.
Mm-hmm. But it's going to be actually very difficult for white to use the rook on d2.
Yes, so I have to combine it with rook b5, and maybe the king will go to a2 just to hide from checks. It's a slow maneuvering game.
Hide from mates, even, if you're not careful. The rooks on the back rank.
Also on A2 you can get mated against a talented kid, but then you take on A5 and king runs out. Yes, so black has to sit and wait with rook A7.
Yeah, I like your king B1, king A2 maneuver.
Okay, rook
Makes a lot of
B5
sense.
is played. After rook F2 check, white has a choice. Will he play king B1 and then rook B7, rook B5?
He did, on the screen.
On the screen. If rook B7, we have rook B5. Very unpleasant to defend this with black. In fact, he's in a lot of trouble. He goes rook F5, it's a total panic. This should be a simple loss, yeah. There we see this is a total loss. King G6,
Yeah.
played out of frustration.
Now rook to
Go back
C5.
C5, and now it's totally
C
busted.
pawn is, and yeah, Erdogmus had such a dream event, finding himself in second place just 2 rounds ago, but a loss to Magnus Carlsen and now losing to Lenier Dominguez. But he's got to take heart from the fact that Magnus Carlsen said that he's the strongest 14-year-old the planet has ever seen.
Well, I think he will say, forget about it.
Yeah.
I almost became champion and
Yes.
I'm losing the last 2 games.
Yeah, no, he's definitely, I love this attitude of his. Forget about solace and moral victories. I wanted to win this tournament. I had a chance, and now I'm going to lose, and I'm upset. His coach is probably going to tell him, wow, great result, and he's going to say, I can't wait for next year. By the way, he still got the tournament the next 2 days, the Blitz, so he's going to be highly motivated.
And actually, Lenny, if he wins, which seems very likely, is he joining second?
Yes.
Yes, wow. What a performance by Lenny Dominguez. Incredible, but he still needs to win. Everything seems to be winning because his rook is so powerful and black's rook is tied to the defense of the A5 pawn. Passive rook never saves a game in a rook end game, but he just can't activate it, then it comes at the cost of losing another pawn.
The problem is that the pawn on A5 is there on the same line as the pawn on G5,
Yes.
and this rook is a multi-dimensional piece, you know, defense and attacks. And now the white king is just simply going to come in, and the C pawn is going to be the winner.
Well, there is some pawn race here going. That's why Lenny opposes that king B5, rook G6, king takes A5, rook takes G5, and then suddenly you have to calculate some pawn endgames. Do you want to calculate that? You look at his eyes.
Eyes go back and forth.
Back and forth. He can also do king B5 and then C4, C5.
Yeah, but not chosen.
Ah, okay. After rook A8,
A8.
knights. Thank you very much. Yeah, now it's very comfortable.
By the way, Maxime is a half a point out, right? He needs to win.
We have a result in the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Hans Niemann. Did finish in a draw.
That means Hans is the only one that moved up.
Hans is the only one on 9.5 points now.
Sharing
He's
second.
just sharing second with Artemiev and Arjun.
And Dominguez if he wins this one.
Dominguez will be up
Be
there
a
as well.
four-way tie, and we'll have to wait to see who takes home second and third.
That's it. Already it's the second pawn gone on A5. All the weak pawns had been captured.
Poor kid. Look at that look.
Yeah, he might not even finish in top 20. Yeah, because everybody is catching up. This is how the Swiss tournament is happening. Total heartbreak.
But it's just one game in the scheme of many, right? And this kid is destined for greatness.
We know
He's
that.
just 14 years old, yeah. So
We know that.
although this loss is painful, you know, I'm sure he'll bounce back tomorrow.
Yeah, we can zoom in. There is no need for me to make any moves here.
Yeah,
Now rook C7 is coming and resignation.
yeah. The black king is cut off. The
Yeah,
white
let's zoom
king
in
is
on this image
perfectly
here.
placed.
That's basically final. He does not want to resign.
King C8, then
That's
A7.
going to be, okay, one more move, and that's it. Lanier joins the group at second place. And that's a four-way tie. Are we done? Nobody else can catch them.
No, well, Yesipenko against Sindarov.
He could catch them too?
Yes. But it will probably end in a draw. Sindarov is showing some very nice technique how to defend a difficult Dukan game.
This game is over.
It ended in a draw. They are discussing it that, yes, you did a great job. Unfortunately, you did a great job defending it. So Yesipenko was unable. But what a comeback story for Yesipenko. So he was far away. He must have won 3 games today to be up here.
Mm-hmm.
He beat Gukesh at some moment, I believe.
There are games still going on that will they affect what we know?
Grishuk is still playing against Sahidi Samir. Wow, this is an endgame that can also go on forever. And Pragnanda drew with Aravind. Firuza in action. Let's maybe check out on Firuza against Bai Jinshi.
Peter, I love your enthusiasm now that the tournament is decided, first, second,
yeah, now
third.
we can enjoy,
now you're
you
like,
know?
let's just go for the games that don't matter at all.
Yeah, well, because, okay, Alireza can win. He has a very nice position, a lovely knight on c5. We have to show this. And already you are getting ready psychologically for the blitz. So you want to finish on a high note.
Absolutely.
Very important. Yeah, this is the position of Alireza. Is he winning? Yeah, the computer confirms it's winning, but not so easy. Baijinshi is fighting, because where do you put the king? If king f5, you run into bishop g4. You don't want to do that. King f7 is a mistake, so you have to play king e7. You hide and look at this knight on c5, beautifully protecting the e6 pawn. By the way, the pawn on h4 is falling.
Yeah, oh, there's no way. And instantly, a win would mean that Alireza finishes on 8.5 points. So he manages to claw back some.
By the way, Gukesh has won his game. Also, he was fighting for his honor. Andrei Kim won his last game. Max Todlu won his last game, just showing that many of the players who already think about the blitz, they want to carry on with this energy. Yeah, that, yes, now I'm ready. I had a horrible start of the event, but now wow, and he played king f5. Because he's winning. Okay, very nice.
Okay. Bishop to g4 check.
And king h5, that was the key move. And now suddenly the h4 pawn is falling, and this knight on c5 is dominating everything, protecting back on e6.
And the white bishop cannot do a single thing.
Yes. It's also nice to see Arja catching fire, because this is what we are expecting tomorrow. Another spectacle, the blitz. All the players who have been disappointed in the Rapid, believe me, they will be coming with a rage tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. But how do you adjust? You know, you've played 11 games in the women's, 13 games in the open of this rapid time control of 15+10. And then the next day, you're going to be asked to play an insane amount of blitz games at 3+2, where there's a sudden difference.
It is a very big difference, especially the increment. The increment drives the players crazy, because you will be seeing in the first couple of games, we will have crazy time scrambles in the early stage of the game. This is what we also witnessed in the freestyle event between Magnus and Fabi in their blitz play, because they remembered we had 10 seconds increment and suddenly we only have 2. But knowing from many players, actually, that they don't practice rapid. Yeah, when they are coming for the Rapid and Blitz World Championship, what the players are practicing? Exclusively blitz. Nobody practices rapid.
But are they practicing 3+2?
3+2.
Or is everyone practicing 5 minutes, like in the good old days?
No, 3+2. Everybody exclusively just 3+2.
They feel like if I'm quick, I'm going to be quick anyway, right? So rapid should be fine. So why play these slower games and the pace? Try to figure out that exact time.
And also, if you play a rapid game with all these increments, it can be eternal. While in 1 hour, you can play a lot of blitz games. Yeah? And the players love this, you know, the dynamic, plus also getting more games, more possessions to play with.
We should also point out that last year, there was a day off in between the rounds, in between the 2 tournaments.
But that was a unique situation.
Understood. But still, last year, that allowed for a day of rest and recuperation. Now, sorry, it's over. You just finished. I heard you're tired. That's too bad. You've got a lot of games to play in the next 2 days.
Well, funnily enough, I think the players were consulted as to whether there should be a free day, and they said no. We just want as much chess as possible in 5 days.
Well, then there is also the trick that Jan Krzysztof Duda did, because he had a horrible event, and after seeing that he has no chance to fight for anything today, he dropped out of the tournament, and he is one of the Blitz specialists. So he's actually getting mentally ready and physically ready to show his absolute best. Maybe it was a very clever kind of strategy.
Interesting. So, kind of from what you guys are saying, it feels like the players actually attach more importance to the Blitz than they do the Rapid, because everyone is practicing the Blitz. The Blitz is like has some kind of honor because it's so random, it's so furious and frantic, and it's a real test of nerves. And there we see Tabatabai. He's consulting with
against
his opponent.
Levon. I think this is Levon.
Against Levon Aronian.
Yes.
Why isn't the board moving in the Fallujah game? It's kind of a weird angle. We see.
Well, probably because the players are playing very quick.
No, they slowed down because
angle we have?
Because Alireza had a lot of time, or he still has a lot of time, and this was a draw. By the way, Aronian also was fighting for honor, as told to Maurice, and he made a comeback because he had a horrible situation, and now we see him at least somewhere where it looks better.
This camera angle is probably not the best one.
Doesn't do justice, but we see Parham checking out on Alireza's game. But yeah, this is an elemental win now with the 2 extra pawns and the knight jumping around. This is, as we say, if this is not winning, then we stop playing chess, because because this wouldn't be, it would be crazy.
Yeah, it's just a question of maneuvering the knight to give a check. And
he's headed to
then you start
or E5.
inching ever so slowly forward.
It could be drawn. It could happen.
It would require a miracle for white.
So actually,
we've seen such miracles.
We have seen a lot of strange things happen, but I'm sure...
Wait a second, guys. Just let me call out so that we treasure the tournament. Board number 14, Pragnan against Aravind. Board number 15, Aronian against Tabatabai. Board number 16, Alireza Firuza. Board number 17, Gukesh. Board number 18, Yuanji. Board number 19, Andreikin. Board number 20, Max Todlu. This is the World Rapid Championship.
Not even on the top 10, those guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, basically, who is playing on the 20th board, it's like top 40.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Those animals.
Yes, and already we talked about that Levon made a heroic comeback, that he is here.
Even here, yep.
Yeah.
That shows you how rough this event really is.
Yeah, okay, Alireza will win this. What about Grishchuk against Sahidi Samir? Because Sahidi Samir is playing the tournament of his life. I just played him in the European Team Championship. I was unable to beat him. I was very upset, but he played a very good game, and I'm so happy to see him in action here. And Grishchuk still squeezing. This is not an easy draw. Forget about the 0-0. Nobody's... Yeah, this is the position. Forget about that. The computer says it's 0-0. This is a very tricky kind of endgame. You can play on forever.
You'll be happy to know that your charge, Vincent Keimer, did win his last game.
That means he won his last 3 games. Also, he's coming back, getting ready for the Blitz after a horror start.
And Faustino Oro, the 12-year-old, youngsters are feeling the distance in this tournament. He did lose his last game on board 32, as did Andrew Hong, another youngster.
And we see Grishchuk in action. And this is Sahidi Samir defending this very unpleasant position. Will he be able to hold it?
Well, Grishchuk doesn't have too much time, although...
But here's still 10 seconds increment. It's not yet the Blitz. We have only seen it at the lady. You see how confusing it is. Yeah, we have witnessed there the playoff, the big tiebreak for the title, and already we don't know what's happening. That's what the players are faced with.
Mm-hmm. A shake of the head from Grishchuk, but...
How do you win this position?
Yeah, well, you don't. That is the problem. Where you have to shuffle back and forth, and try to play on your opponent's
you can
mind.
Step up with the rook.
Well, if you would be able to push f5, f4 check, that would really cause a lot of damage for white, because then suddenly f3 pawn, but white keeps checking after king e6. I believe he has given a check.
d6 is going to be the response.
King f7 looks like it was played.
Yes, king f7 now ready. f5 is not a threat. King f2. Yes, sidestepping.
E4 was a threat.
Yes, e4 was a threat, and you have to balance, of course, very carefully. With white, it's a long and difficult task. King g6. The big problem is that black can play on forever. Yeah, you won't be. By the way, the last capture was f take g3 on move 77, only 9 moves ago.
Yeah,
it's still a fresh position.
King f5. Not sure you're threatening anything.
No, you are not threatening anything. You don't. You just want to pretend. This is the so-called pretending game. Maybe you can even zoom in fully because
I don't know that they have the angle.
If they have the angle, they cannot.
Maybe they can zoom in a bit
well,
more.
if there is a chance, let's zoom. Yeah, that's good.
That. It's hard to see where the black rook is in this.
Well, it's on a3 and white's rook is somewhere on c6.
It's easy for you to say, Mr. World Championship candidate.
Well, it's on the light square. The white rook is well on c6.
This angle for most of our viewers might be a little bit more problematic to imagine.
Yes.
Than
well, we are calling out the action.
GM,
yeah, rook e8, rook b6. So now we don't see black's rook because of Sasha.
We can't do that.
Yeah, but it's there and it's activated. We tell Sasha activate your rook.
Bring back the other board. At least this gives a clue.
Okay, this is good.
Let's just have at least a clue.
The hidden rook joins the party.
You're trying to train people with blindfold just over there.
He's setting some ideas, right? He wants to advance with the king and any checks.
You got to bring back the board.
On the fourth. Yeah,
you see, our producer thinks about our viewers that maybe you practice this anyway. You know, it's a lovely
No, I think they're just trying to move the board out of the way of the, on top.
But in all seriousness, we could be seeing another situation where it is a rook and f and h pawns against rook. I'm just seeing that the king will step up to f4 if the white rook checks.
But
okay, how to do it? How to do it without losing the f6 pawn? Well, that's another issue.
Yeah, with white, actually, I don't want to get into fh pawn. Yeah, that I feel like would be a moral victory for black. But who knows? Maybe at some moment I will be happy to.
All right, like now, you got to be careful with where you.
Be careful. Rook d4 is coming, and he's lost. Finished. Rook b4, rook d4, and we win the pawn end game. And it is all over. The king went to e3. Goodness. This is how you lose this endgame. You just shuffle back and forth, and Sasha will maybe win 10,000 more euros thanks to this win. He's climbing. You know, it's crazy situation. They are playing for a lot.
Wait a minute.
He's absolutely playing for a lot because Sasha's on 8 points. A win takes him to 9.
What?
And
what happened there?
No, the rook is not on b3. The rook is already on a4. It looks like on the board. Yeah, the white rook is on a4.
Wow, he
missed it. He missed
it after rook b4. He missed rook d4.
Yeah, somehow.
After rook a4, he played king e6. Can you just confirm if really rook d4 was winning? Because it felt like
rook d4
rook d4 was winning. Yes, rook d4 winning. Takes and king f4 and it's all over. And Sasha missed it. So
he missed it.
Wow, and I have seen on the body language of Samir that he has spotted it, but he kept the poker face for Sasha. Sasha was not looking at him. Too much focus on the position.
Look, I got to say, 13 rounds and 90 plus moves in, you could miss things. It's easier when we're sitting here.
Of course.
And we're tired, much less them having gone through this entire journey. So tough on the players.
Also, the evaluation bar gives us a big clue, right?
Absolutely.
When it shoots up, immediately you start looking at those
give the players the evil bar and they become, no matter how tired they are, become geniuses immediately because, okay, then you get stability, security, you get hint all the time.
That everything is okay or no, there's
it's a life-changing situation. The whole point over the board chess is that you are always in the dark. You never know exactly what's happening.
So, well,
rook
some progress has been made from Grishuk.
Yeah, he's making progress, but where will be the final progress? That's the big question.
Well, also how to hide the king as well, because I'm thinking if you go rook to b4, trying to hunt down the pawn on h4, then the white rook starts to check. And this is...
So he pushes f4, yeah, it's correct.
Now, do not step up with the king.
Well,
you step up with the king, you can, but you're
don't
living life
then look
dangerously.
D6, look D4, mating business, but who knows?
No. You could just play rook B4 and rook D4, no? Or no?
Okay, but then king, at least it's not mate. Yeah, it's oof. 30 seconds versus 30 seconds.
No, but if you
he moved back king F2.
Yeah, if you stepped up and check, you could play check king D3, rook B2.
Yeah, and you are cut.
And then you may not be happy about that.
Well, luckily, maybe you have rook A6 check, but it's already unlucky.
That's already not what you want.
Yeah.
But hang on a second, you step back, so we're expecting
After
rook
rook
B2.
B2 check, which happened, he has to play king, king G1.
If you go
he needs to keep an eye on the H4 pawn. Rook
Exactly.
H2 is a threat. Well, actually not a threat, because rook takes H4, king G2 would trap that rook. Yeah, it's but
okay, let's quickly just show.
yes. Okay, I think that this is bad, but just to highlight that if black takes, then with king G2
it's happened.
Well,
I mean, part of it has happened.
It happened
he just
on
played
my
rook
board.
H1. No, I'm telling you, he just played rook
Really?
H2 and king G1. Well, somebody's in our way right now, and Grishchuk realizes it, and I think he moved his rook back away. It did happen.
Wow,
he played
yeah,
rook
Parham
H2.
is there also. Everybody is intrigued with this endgame because rook H2, king G1 happened. The rook moved back to D2.
Yep.
There we have it. It's a very tricky endgame, and basically when you are pawn up, you feel like this is not correct if this is a draw. And pawn up, and the white king is cut on the back rank.
Unfortunately, we can't get any physical look at the board because everybody's suddenly surrounding the players in front of the one camera it seems we have.
Well, and suddenly they also removed the board. Yes, we are in the dark. Probably the cameraman is trying to come from the other angle.
Oh, we can get
look
the board
at
back
the gathering. Look at the gathering there.
Yeah, give us at least the board to work with. I mean, I have it here on my screen.
Well, this is the final game remaining in the competition.
And it is about really lot of money, because if Sasha wins this,
but where's the board? You're gonna show it here, or can you show it on your board?
Well, this is what I have. Yes, this is the current position that we have, but probably we are already behind action. But just that the people are blocking the angle.
Well, let's at least get something. I mean, if this is the one, you can zoom in on this or zoom in on your board, just so that we have something more to look at.
Yes, well, then we can zoom in on my board that at least I can show some arrows or something.
Yeah.
Rook B2, yeah, trying to set up the second line defense, so at least the king is able to somehow move up.
But it's not going to be that easy, because I'm seeing that there's possibilities for the black king to snake its way to F5. And then what you do is you go E4 and you clear the G4 square.
Yes, he's also coming from the other angle. In any case, black has all the freedom. That's the advantage of being pawn up, that you can try every angle, and then it did not work. Okay, I'm gonna go back, and that's the really frustrating thing for a defender, that actually you can defend for 30, 40 perfect moves, and then another test is coming, another test, and you always have to pass the test. One mistake will cost you the game, which
That's
actually could have already at one point.
Right.
We have witnessed this.
It's the grinder's mentality, right? You force your opponent to be versatile. You know, you just tire them out. You try going on the queen side with the king. Then when that doesn't work out, you go to the king side, and then only when you're nearing move 50, 50 moves without a pawn advance, that's when you use.
Yes, well, now actually it was move 96 F4 check was the last pawn move, and we are in 108. Yeah, only 12 moves. So we can forget about this 50 move rule.
And
it
still
will not happen.
Big crowd.
The big crowd, yeah, because this is a very intriguing, very special endgame. You just as a top player feel like maybe it is a draw, but there is a chance for black to win this.
And here it comes.
Yes.
Now white will have to make some preparation for
because
black advancing.
Can play rook a5 and then already setting up this e4 business, and we might be seeing finally FH, as you called it out 50 moves ago.
That is true, and we've seen that an awful lot in this tournament.
Yes.
And we've learned a few subtleties, like when you're defending, you don't want your king to be driven back. That's how Alan Pichot lost to Gukesh.
Yeah, on the back rank it's lost. Yeah, that is officially lost.
Yes, whereas We also saw Arjun successfully hold it when he had his king there on the 7th rank, and he made sure that his king never got driven back, and he held it with some nice, very cute side checks.
But this is the problem.
Will we get there? Okay.
This last move, though, stopped that from happening completely.
The rook b8 move was amazing because he was threatening.
But he moved his king back. Why didn't he can't go rook h2?
Yeah,
because the king g1 again.
Exactly. This beautiful motive will be hunting Sasha, and will, if Samir holds it, he will be very grateful to this motive and his family, because then it will be a payday. Yeah, with draw, they will not be winning much, but I think for Samir, that draw and that payday will mean a lot. For Grischuk, really the win is what he needs.
And he's had a fantastic day so far. You know, in round 10, he defeated Richard Rapport, and then he defeated Vasil Ivanchuk, then Jules Moussard. So really nice. He played Ali Reza, lost to Ali Reza and Nihal Sarin, but great event.
He's the only international master on the top 20 boards. Right? The top 20. That's a statement by itself. You're the only one in the last round in the top 20 boards, and you make a draw against the wins he had and make a draw against Grischuk. That's for an IM, and you pocket some money. You might, for him, he won the tournament.
He's not going to be an IM for long. With
exactly. I was so angry because when I played him, he was 24-92 or something like this. That, come on, do justice to the guy, because he played, at one moment he made a mistake, but otherwise he played a perfect game and it was a draw. Okay, come on. Yeah, and here he's showing his real strengths.
Right. This is win to your sails. Like, prove to yourself what you truly are, what you truly can be, and results like this, I mean, they're tremendous. I remember when I got my GM title, I had to draw one of these painful rook and pawn endings where Gavrikov was just squeezing me and squeezing and torturing and more squeezing, and I just needed a half a point, and to suffer this 70-move rook ending. This is even more moves, but that's what top players do to you. Like, we're not handing anything.
No.
Make the draw, buddy. And then I finally made the draw and got the second GM norm.
And again, now he has to go back with the king. He cannot get active, and this is one of the things that drives you crazy, because you know that in endgames you are supposed to be active. King d3, rook f2, king e4, rook e2 check, king f5, rook e3, and then this pawn will be eternally weak and black. And he plays king d3. Wait a second, this is very risky strategy. Very risky. Why are you changing the line of defense when the other one was working?
He feels confident that he can save it.
Okay, yes, he goes for activity with king f5, but this rook e3 business, and then black's king threatening to come up all the way to e2. He will have to go for some pawn race.
No, he's very smart, though. He'll win the e-pawn.
Okay, very smart if it works. If it works, it's super smart.
I mean, he doesn't have to drive your king forward, because if you take on f3, he just plays king takes on e5, no? He could just cut your king off with rook d8.
Okay, he played rook a5. Yeah, he is using this strategy. Yeah. Okay, basically it means that he was super confident of going forward with the king, otherwise you don't do it.
Yeah, and if your rook, maybe this is even more decisive, because what progress could you possibly make
and
with
you
black
have
now?
Rook b5, rook a5. You can just back and forth, back and. This is what you want, because then black will not have the chance of playing on your nerves forever. Yeah.
Black can't go anywhere. He's actually frozen Grischuk out of doing anything in this position except taking the f-pawn, because the king has no marching.
And look at this. Immediately Parham lost interest in the game.
Yeah.
Aha, it's a draw. Finish.
He found the construction. It looked dangerous, but he understood. Play this one. You have to take my f-pawn. Give me your e-pawn. That's going to make the draw much, much easier.
Yeah, and the black king is just simply cut away from the action. But, I mean, how... No, unfortunately, the black king can't just jump 2 squares.
There's just nothing to do now.
Yeah,
d4.
No, he planned this perfectly.
Yeah, and okay, he plays rook takes f3, rook takes e5. Thank you very much. Black's king is cut out of the game, and then white can just follow that pawn all the way down, and then you will eliminate it.
So easy draw with the rook sliding down to e4. It has been a scintillating last round, and this one is simply going to be finishing in a draw. So let's just take the opportunity and have a look at how the last round played out.
And we're waiting for this game.
This is the final game.
The
to
final
tell us
truth.
what the final of everything is.
With all the bookholds, everything.
Once this game is finished, then everyone can sit down and work out the bookholds, who has won the silver and the bronze medal. But one thing is guaranteed. Magnus Carlsen, with that draw, moves to 10.5 points and is the Rapid World Champion. And there were draws on the top boards, but Arjun Erigaisi, with that victory, moves to 9.5 points. Hans Niemann didn't manage to make it with a victory to 10 points, so he's there also on 9.5 points, as is Vladislav Artemiev. And it's a big tie for 9.5 points because there also is Lenier Dominguez as well in the mix.
And there is a draw in Sahidi Grishu game.
Okay, well, now
everything finished, but just feeling-wise, I feel that the silver will go to Artemiev and the bronze probably to Arjun Erigaisi, because they have been on the top for most of the time. Hans started this comeback. Dominguez also came very steadily every day, winning 2 games and coming. But I feel that Artemiev and Erigaisi will have the best bullholds.
Yeah.
We're going to find out.
Well, we'll find out
momentarily, as shouldn't be hard to make the calculation.
It shouldn't be, but one thing we know for sure, we have our champions.
They've been up there for a while. If you look at the back.
Look at the back. Magnus Carlsen, Alexander Gerashkina, 2 new World Rapid champions have been crowned. Later on this evening, they will be doing a press conference where we can actually break down and see what exactly the titles mean to them. For Alexandra Gerashkina, it's been 6 years since she challenged for the Women's World Championship crown, and she's never come close to winning a World Championship title. She has now. She's done it. And for Magnus Carlsen,
ho-hum.
It's everyday business kind of, right? It almost feels like, but we know how difficult it was and what a sensational comeback from Magnus was needed after that loss against Artemiev, that we are really calling him now the six-time
a legend in the making.
World Rapid
Couple of
champion.
things. One, he loves Qatar. He said that. He's got a great relationship with the organizers. When at the very beginning of the press conference, he said that. And also, he didn't win last year. It was an embarrassing storyline. He was not happy with how things went. We had the clothing scandal and all. And you could feel it from the very first round, the way he came in, that he was a man on a mission. He came with that kind of intensity. You saw the determination. He had that hiccup game that he lost trying to win. He could have just drawn that position, but he was trying to win and blundered. But then he just bounced right back and mowed down the field and made it look easy, as a matter of fact, towards the end. So a huge victory for him, even though, you know, again, been there, done that. But to get to number 6 was a lot of work, and he got the job done.
Yeah, and he promised us all entertainment, and that's exactly what he delivered. Magnus Carlsen, the new World Rapid champion, with an incredible 10.5 points out of 13. But let's take a look at the final standings, and the smoke will be cleared as we discover who finished in second and third. And we see alongside Magnus Carlsen on the podium will be Vladislav Artemiev and Arjun Erigaisi there with the bronze medal.
Good call, Peter.
Yes, well, I have some experience. And also a fantastic result for Niemann. He will be clearly very disappointed because he feels like I had such a great show. I had a chance. I was up there against Magnus Carlsen fighting for the title and missing out on medal. But let's not forget the prize fund. The prizes are shared. It's a great payday and also a fantastic feeling, I think, to finish on 9.5 in this field, shared second.
No Gukesh, no Fabi.
No Ali Reza.
No Ali Reza showing up in the top 13.
No Pragnananda.
No Keimer.
Yeah, well, Vincent was way back. He won 3 games in a row not to finish decently. But
or we just named like 5 of the top 10 players on the planet.
But
and they're not on that list. Okay, this is a different list, of course.
This is the women's, and it was drama every move of the way. It was only decided by tie breaks between Alexandra Gereshkina and Zhu Jin, but it was in fact a three-way tie. So we find Alexandra Gereshkina, Rapid World Champion, Zhu Jin silver, and Humpy Koneru in third place. And in fourth place, I mean, this is one to watch out, Savita. She won the bronze medal back in 2022. Here she finds herself alongside some of the legends of female chess, Vaishali, Letingje, Divya Deshmukh, Katerina Lagno. And this is really quite the stacked field because almost all of the world's best female players are here.
By the way, half of the top 6 players from India, and looks like 4 out of 8 also as well, with Divya Deshmukh coming in at number 8, showing that women's chess in India, we already knew that they were very strong Olympic champions and all. They definitely represented here as well.
But I also want to say a special congratulations for Goryachkina, because I remember that I was following her, and that was a heartbreaking final against Ju Wenjun, which went to tiebreak. She didn't become classical world champion, and she was very close to getting 2600. And then I heard that she haven't won a title yet in the Blitz and Rapid, and we have seen she's incredibly strong in Blitz. She might actually make a double. I wouldn't be ruling out on her today's performance against Ju Jin in the Blitz playoff. No,
very hard to do though. By the way, it's rare that anybody does the double.
Normally Magnus. That's a Magnus specialty.
Not even normally Magnus. Magnus, I think he might have done it twice.
He has done it twice.
Despite having won that many, maybe he's done it 3 times. But it's not easy to pull off the double, and you have to be Magnus. It's just very difficult. I'm not sure anybody other than Magnus.
Anna Muzichuk did the double.
When was that?
This was back in 2017, I think.
Okay.
2016, yes.
So this is
She
how
did
this is how often
I
it
think
happens.
Ju Wenjun has done the triple.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Which
impressive.
is
So way to
very
go
impressive.
for Goryachkina.
Yeah.
So for Goryachkina, we'll see. I mean, she's definitely one of the favorites in the Blitz as
certainly.
well. But one thing for sure, 2 world rapid champions have been crowned here in Doha. Some unforgettable moments have been made. Thank you all for watching, and join us tomorrow when chess gets fast, furious and frantic, because it's Blitz time. You don't want to miss it. See you then.
I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
In 2025, we marked the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion, as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma. In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection. And September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on, together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.